The story opens on a desperate phone call. A man begging a friend for just 100,000 won. He swears he'll pay it back by the 15th, the shame evident in his voice even as he makes promises. With a strained smile, he thanks his friend profusely, securing just enough to survive a little longer. This, we learn, is the life of a terribly unlucky man, the kind who'd break his nose falling backward. He's a 29-year-old web novel author, living hand to mouth and calling friends for rent money. Stretching his aching body, he grimaces, acknowledging this pathetic existence is his own. And as if things weren't bad enough, his novel's comment section is an absolute war zone of angry readers. He wants to lash out, to defend his story. But a wave of exhaustion washes over him. It's not their fault. He idly wishes for an escape, to be transported into his own novel, and become the hero for once. But reality snaps back hard as a sudden nosebleed erupts, a stark reminder of his stressful, broken life. A kind voice offers him a tissue, and he mumbles his thanks, still dazed from the sudden nosebleed. But when he looks up, his cramped apartment is gone, replaced by a vast, ominous hall bathed in red light. An ancient official reads from a glowing scroll, announcing his identity. Lee Min-chan, a 29-year-old web novel author. And then comes the gut punch. His official cause of death was overwork. The imposing figure's eyes glow as he introduces himself as Yamaraja, the great King Yomra. With a deadpan expression, he welcomes the utterly bewildered author to hell. King Yomra confirms his life has ended, but tells him not to see it as unfair, calling him a lucky man. Lucky? Min-chan can't believe his ears. Has been the unluckiest person he knows his entire life. But the king explains he is precisely the 7,777,777,777th soul to arrive a winning number. And for hitting this bizarre cosmic jackpot, he is being granted a single wish. King Yomra sets the first rule. No absurd wishes like becoming a god. But Min-chan is still reeling, his mind stuck on the deadline he missed, and the readers he left behind. The king's patience wears thin, his oppressive aura flaring as he states he is not one to wait, and that terrifying pressure is more than enough to snap the author back to reality. In a panic, he blurts out a new wish, to live in the world of a novel, dreaming of adventure and a harem. King Yomra strokes his beard, intrigued, but adds another rule: it can't be a novel he wrote himself. How did he know? Min-chan realizes that would be the same as being a god, a loophole the king saw right through. His mind races, recalling a novel he'd read, kicking himself for not thinking of a concept that cool for his own work. He can't remember all the details, but he's pretty sure the protagonist had a comfortable life, and so he makes his choice. Locking in the title, I became the delinquent underachiever of Hunter School. A brilliant idea strikes him. He asks to be sent back 2 years before the story even begins. He recalls that the novel's protagonist starts high school with a terrible reputation from his middle school days. Our boy figures he can swoop in early, clean up that delinquent image, and make his future life a breeze. King Yomra seems amused by this simple plan, granting it, but then asks what he'll do for his final wish. Min-chan completely freezes. He hadn't thought that far ahead, and in a desperate panic, he blurts out a new request. Just make him handsome. No, not just handsome. He begs to be made impossibly good-looking, like a celebrity's face got Frankensteined into perfection. As his soul is torn apart by purple energy, his wish echoes through the hall, and he vanishes in a flash. King Yomra and his attendant are left behind, the king remarking on what a peculiar, unexpected soul he was. A cosmic narrator muses that while good looks can be a skill, this whole situation is certainly a surprise. After all, most people in this situation ask to become the protagonist, but Min-chan's soul is simply being slotted into a new, handsome vessel. A system message confirms it. Lee Min-chan's soul is being transferred into his own novel. He floats in a strange, beautiful void, the feeling of death still lingering like a dream. The transfer completes, and he finds himself in the body of someone named Kang Shin-hyuk. He touches his new form, a bit confused. Kang Shin-hyuk? That name doesn't sound right. A sudden jolt of panic hits him. The protagonist's name was Lee Ji-seong. Who the hell is this guy? Before he can process it, a wave of agony washes over him as the memories of this stranger flood his mind. He learns that in this world, hunter talents awaken at 10, setting the course for a child's entire life. But this body, Kang Shin-hyuk, was an orphan whose test results were secretly hidden by the orphanage. The director had reported all the children as having the lowest aptitude, forcing them into normal lives. By the time he could get retested, his mid-tier score was nowhere near good enough to get into a hunter school. He had to work as a lowly porter, only awakening his abilities much later to finally join a guild. The memories finally settle, and he can't help but pity this guy's terrible luck so similar to his own. But then a creeping suspicion hits him. No, this isn't a suspicion. He has absolutely been scammed. When he asked to be sent into his novel, wasn't it obvious he meant as the protagonist? And thanks to that memory dump, he finally remembers exactly who this Kang Shin-hyuk is. Hez, the swordsmanship teacher for the class next to the protagonist's a complete nobody. An extra among extras. He starts to completely lose it, wishing he'd just asked for heaven instead. He desperately wants to go back and complain, but he knows there's only one way to return to the afterlife. But if he just killed himself now, he'd be sent straight to hell, a thought that brings the king of hell to mind. As a final parting message echoes, wishing him luck, he snaps fully awake, screaming for them to change him back. He jolts up in bed, a silent scream tearing from his soul. Gasping for air, he pleads for this nightmare to end. But the unfamiliar room and the solid bed beneath him confirm the horrifying truth. Just then, his phone buzzes, an incoming call from the Chase Guild's finance team. He stares at it, his mind still reeling, before hesitantly picking up. The voice on the other end confirms his new name, Kang Shin-hyuk, and they're calling to finalize the payment of his severance package. He can barely stammer out a reply, his thoughts a complete mess. A notification suddenly pops up, a deposit of over 38 million. But it's the final balance that makes his entire world stop. Over 300 million. The number is so large he can't even process it at first. 309 million. His eyes widen, frantically trying to count the digits, his mind struggling to catch up. And then, in a burst of pure, unadulterated joy, he practically flies out of bed. All his previous panic melts away, replaced by a giddy realization. From now on, he is Kang Shin-hyuk. He muses that this body's original owner seemed to live a tough life, not unlike his own. But for a third-rate author who died from overwork, this is an unimaginable fortune. It's a dreamlike amount of money, more than he's ever seen in his entire miserable life. He looks out at the city, a world of monsters and hunters, but still modern-day South Korea. And in this world, he's 25 years old with over 300 million in the bank. He catches his reflection and grins, and to top it all off, he's ridiculously handsome. On top of everything, this body is a certified B-class hunter, a solid starting point. Of course, he knows better than anyone that in his own story, B-class hunters become cannon fodder. He'll just be an extra, a being with negligible impact on the plot, and a wicked grin spreads across his face. That's actually even better. He recalls the premise of his novel, I Became the Delinquent Underachiever of Hunter School. It features two protagonists, the original hero, Kim Do-hyun, and a transmigrator named Lee Ji-sang. Lee Ji-seong, the transmigrator, uses his knowledge of the plot to monopolize every opportunity. By gobbling up elixirs and stealing the original protagonist's destiny, he closes the gap in talent. But now, as Kang Shin-hyuk, he has zero intention of competing with those monsters. He never wanted to be a protagonist who struggles. He just wanted to live a comfortable life. He clenches his fist, a new resolve burning in his eyes. A comfortable life of eating and playing well is finally within his grasp. He knows exactly what the future holds. A day when the portals go berserk, unleashing a great war upon the world. He can already picture the terrified civilians, their voices trembling as they wonder if a couple of kids can save them. Their faces, etched with fear, will look to the protagonists as their one and only hope for survival. The crowd will roar, chanting the names of Lee Ji-seong and Kim Do-hyun, humanity's last line of defense. And where will our new Kang Shin-hyuk be? Right there with them, cheering them on from the comfort of his home, watching it all on his phone. He'll put on his best supportive face, maybe even shed a tear, before getting back to his snacks. Just then, a notification buzzes, sealing his fate. He's been accepted as a swordsmanship instructor at the #1 hunter school. A wicked, drooling grin spreads across his face. He'll just follow the story, stay out of trouble, and get rich. And so it begins. His first day of work as Kang Shin-hyuk, the B-class hunter turned cushy instructor. Fortunately, he'd arrived at the perfect time just as Kang Shin-hyuk was starting his new job at the hunter school. Before his first day, he decided to do a little research on the body's previous owner. And what he found was frankly, pathetic. The guy was a complete and total outcast. A quick look at the phone's contact list confirmed his suspicions. It was practically empty. The guy's social life was so barren, people apparently assumed he was dating his male junior. He lets out a deep sigh, realizing that being rich doesn't solve every problem. It sends him spiraling back to his own past, where he'd all but given up on dating and marriage. He'd always tell people he preferred being alone, but that was just a convenient lie. The truth was, as a third-rate author struggling to survive, romance was a luxury he couldn't afford. The very idea was unthinkable, a dream he had to turn his back on. But things are different now. He adjusts his new teacher's ID, feeling a surge of purpose. He may not be the protagonist, but he's determined to live the life he never could. Taking a deep breath, he slides open the door to the faculty office. He plasters on a huge, practiced smile, announcing himself as the new swordsmanship instructor. The room is quiet, filled only with the gentle hum of computers and the clacking of keyboards. A wave of embarrassment washes over him. Did he come on a little too strong? But a friendly older teacher named Park Yeon-sok stands up to welcome him warmly. Relieved, Shin-hyuk thanks him, glad to have made a good first impression with at least one person. Suddenly, two female teachers pop up, asking if he's an actor, not a teacher. He laughs it off. But inside, he's smugly thinking, of course, this is a face I traded my life for. One of the teachers asks which guild he was in, and with a confident smirk, Shin-hyuk reveals he was with the Chase Guild. The women are floored. Chase is one of the most prestigious guilds out there, and their admiration for him skyrockets. He tries to play it cool, but inside he's ecstatic, feeling the sweet validation of finally being an insider. But the praise is cut short by a new voice, a man with green hair observing that the school finally has some real talent. He introduces himself as Jong Hyun-sik, the spearmanship teacher, making sure to flaunt his own credentials from the Hwarang Guild. Then he turns the question on Shin-hyuk, asking which hunter school he's from, clearly expecting a prestigious answer. The others eagerly jump in, throwing out guesses for the top hunter schools, turning his background into a fun little game. One teacher thinks it through, ruling out their own school and settling on another guess, certain he's from an elite academy. With a cheerful smile, Shin-hyuk finally cuts through the speculation to deliver the simple, unexpected truth. He never graduated from a hunter school at all, and the friendly atmosphere instantly freezes into stunned silence. The teachers try to make sense of it, wondering if he studied abroad or has dual citizenship, but Shin-hyuk calmly shuts that down, explaining that he's a native Korean. He is, he states plainly, simply one of those rare hunters who never attended a formal academy. The air in the room instantly changes, the friendly curiosity evaporating. Jong Hyun-sik scoffs, waving a dismissive hand as if it all makes sense now. He declares this a waste of time and heads for a smoke, the female teachers quickly following suit. Shin-hyuk is left stunned, overhearing their disappointed whispers about his lack of a proper background. The older teacher, Park Yeon-seok, sighs, explaining it's because of the non-hunter school quota system. Confused, Shin-hyuk asks what that means, and his internal system detects his unease, loading up old memories. A memory flashes, revealing an expensive Hunter Factor test kit, the key to a system rigged from the start. The memories flood in. The corrupt orphanage director was eventually arrested for embezzling funds and falsifying the children's aptitude tests. With the help of a friend, the original Kang Shin-hyuk was finally retested, but it was only the beginning of another struggle. Those from non-hunter schools were seen as wild and untamed, lacking the systematic training of academy graduates. The resulting discrimination sparked outrage, leading to mass protests demanding an anti-discrimination act. This new law was meant to blind recruiters to a hunter's origin, even establishing a quota for public institutions. But instead of fixing the problem, it only deepened the resentment from the academy elites, who felt their spots were being stolen. The memory dump ends, and Park's advice echoes in his mind: hide his background. A little late for that, Shin-hyuk thinks with a grimace. Park apologizes for the rough first day, explaining that this is just how things are here. But Shin-hyuk isn't angry. He calmly accepts that to them, as the unfair beneficiary of a system they despise. He mentions the quota, but Park just stares back, completely baffled. A quota? What on earth is he talking about? Shin-hyuk looks back at his colleague, his mind still reeling from the misunderstanding. He has to ask, wasn't he hired through the special quota for non-academy graduates? But Park Yeon-sok just looks at him, bewildered, explaining that this is a hunter school. No such quota exists. Unfortunately, that memo didn't reach the other teachers gossiping just around the corner. They're already convinced the school must be desperate to hire a quota teacher, pitying the poor first years. The spearmanship instructor, Jong Hyun-sik, takes a drag from his cigarette, figuring the school must have a reason. The female teachers snicker that at least he's good-looking, but what good is a pretty face with no foundation? One of them flicks her cigarette away, dismissing him as a total waste from an orphanage. But as the cigarette falls, a silent, unseen blade slices it perfectly in two. She turns back, sensing something amiss, her smug expression melting into confusion. And just like that, the man they were gossiping about appears right behind them. With a strained but charming smile, Kang Shin-hyuk explains he was just looking for the smoking area. He has to physically restrain his anger, reminding himself to be patient, the capital is on the line. He addresses the whole group, wanting to clear the air before their rumors spread to the students. He states plainly that he didn't get in on any quota, and he hopes they can all work well together. But Jong Hyun-sik, the spearmanship instructor, steps forward, a grimace on his face. He gets right in Kang Shin-hyuk's personal space, sneering that quotas and points aren't the issue. The real problem, he says, is a nobody from a non-hunter school trying to cozy up to elites like them. He turns his back, telling him to stay quiet and hang out with the general studies teachers instead. As they walk off, the others whisper that even his B-class rank must have been faked somehow. With a smug grin, Jung Hyun-sik challenges him to a duel of honor if he's really that upset. He even offers a bit of friendly advice. Wait until after his A-class promotion, so the loss is less embarrassing. And in that moment, it all clicks for our author, so this is why the original Kang Shin-hyuk was an outcast. The memory sends him spiraling back to his own past life, excitedly showing off his first manuscript. But his so-called friend was dismissive, calling it decent for an amateur without proper training. He was told to forget about debuting and just keep it as a hobby, lest he grow to hate writing. But the very next year, that same man debuted with the exact same story, leaving him to be branded a plagiarist. He'd almost forgotten the original owner of this body was also an unfortunate soul, constantly trampled on. His hand clenches into a fist. What's the point of a stable life if you have to endure this garbage? He's done being patient. He calls out to the smug instructor, telling him to wait right there. The spearmanship instructor turns back, annoyed, asking what he wants now. But Kang Shin-hyuk has made up his mind. Just this once, he's going to step up. For the sake of a comfortable future, he declares they should have a duel of honor. The other teachers are stunned, asking if he's actually serious about this. Jung Hyun-sik just smirks, offering him a chance to back down if his pride is just hurt in front of the ladies. But Kang Shin-hyuk looks him dead in the eye, confirming he is absolutely serious. An honor duel, a system in this world for hunters to settle disputes with their power. The loser faces significant dishonor, though a challenge can be ignored if it's completely baseless. He calls out the prejudice against his background, stating this duel is the only way to prove them wrong. Then he flips the script, telling Jung Hyun-sik it's fine if he's too scared to accept right now. Jung Hyun-sik's face twists into a nasty grin, reminding him that in an honor duel, any injury is on him. But Kang Shin-hyuk remains completely unfazed, simply calling the spear instructor bold for his threats. The green-haired teacher is visibly stunned by this lack of fear, especially when asked if his confidence comes from his specialty. Flustered, he sets the terms. 1 week from now, at the spear training grounds, with the 2 female teachers as official witnesses, he sneers that no matter how confident Kang Shin-hyuk is, he should start preparing for a career change this week. With the challenge accepted, Kang Shin-hyuk simply turns his back, leaving the fuming instructor to stew in his anger. After that intense confrontation, the rest of his first day as a teacher passed in a blur. He remembers how in the morning, the students had looked upon their new teacher with pure admiration. His biggest concern had been teaching the sword-fighting class. But the moment he held a blade, that worry vanished. The original body's memories and muscle memory for swordsmanship began to flow through him, a natural and perfect fit. He moved with an elegance that felt both foreign and deeply familiar, his body executing perfect forms he didn't even know he knew. The students were absolutely captivated, their cheers echoing his flawless display. The first-year class was a breeze, focusing on simple basics. But the real challenge was yet to come. By the afternoon, the atmosphere in his next class was grim, the students looking at him with pity. One of them finally broke the silence, asking if the rumor was true. Was he really dueling the spear instructor? 2 other students chime in, clearly worried for him. They heard his opponent was an elite from a spear-fighting family. Kang Shin-hyuk just smiles, telling them not to be intimidated. What matters most is an unbreakable spirit. He then reminds them that he's just a sword instructor from a non-hunter school. And with a dark shadow falling over his face, he admits that honestly, he isn't confident at all. In fact, he's absolutely, 100% confident that he's going to lose. The students are left completely stunned, but he tells them they'll see the result next week. It was a calculated move, a bit of psychological warfare to throw everyone off balance. But as he boards a bus leaving the city, he admits to himself that half of his fear was genuine. He stares out the window, a quiet determination on his face, knowing that tonight will change everything. People obsess over elite backgrounds, but he scoffs at the idea. He'll just get his own elite education. His plan is simple. Head to the mountains and steal the protagonist's first major opportunity. The prize is a legendary book of secret techniques, a game-changing item hidden in a remote cave. He remembers that in the novel, the transmigrator protagonist, Lee Ji-sung, was too cautious to grab it at first. It was meant for the original hero, Kim Do-hyun, before the transmigrator eventually snatched it. But Kang Shin-hyuk isn't trying to save the world. He just needs to be strong enough to survive. He finally reaches the hidden cave, his mind set on one thing. He just needs to become strong enough to win the upcoming duel. And there it is, the shimmering portal. The first major opportunity from the novel. With a confident stride, he steps through, ready to seize his new future. He passes through the ethereal gateway, a calm expression on his face. When he opens his eyes again, he's somewhere completely new. He's standing in a vast, snow-covered forest, the air crisp and cold. The original novel never described a view this breathtaking. He's momentarily stunned, but he quickly snaps himself out of it. This is no time for sightseeing. A dark presence looms behind him, however, as he's already being watched. Before he can even process the scenery, a lethal slash of energy erupts from the tree line. He's sent crashing into the freezing snow, the sudden attack catching him completely off guard. A figure emerges from the blizzard, noting that for an ordinary human, he dodged that first strike quite well. With a blade at his neck, the old man demands to know his name, his sect, and how he entered this place. He's speaking Chinese, and somehow, Kang Shin-hyuk understands him perfectly. Another hidden talent of this body? He tries to explain, stating he's a teacher from a South Korean hunter academy who came through a portal, but the old man just stares blankly, the words South Korea and hunter meaning absolutely nothing to him. Kang Shin-hyuk points to the shimmering white gate he just came through, but the elder sees only snow. The old man sighs, revealing he's been trapped in this endless winter for so long he stopped counting the years. This isn't right. The novel promised a secret technique, but all he's found is a powerful, lonely old man. A thought suddenly clicks in his mind. Could this person be him? He ventures a guess, asking if the elder's name is Cho Yu Riang. The old man turns, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It's a name he hasn't heard in ages, and he demands to know how this stranger knew it. Of course he knew, Kang Shin-hyuk internally screams. This is the very man who left behind the internal cultivation method for the protagonist. But wait, something's wrong. In his novel, Cho Yu Riang never appeared, had already ascended to immortality, leaving only his teachings behind on a stone. Then it hits him like a bolt of lightning. He remembers his desperate wish to be sent back 2 years before the story began. So this is the legendary master, before his ascension. Now he just has to explain himself without admitting he read it all in a book. Thinking fast, he claims to have heard an old story. The elder, intrigued, leans in and tells him to speak. He spins a tale of a ferocious dragon and a legendary swordsman who fought at a hero who looked remarkably like the old man. A faint, proud smile crosses the elder's lips. So, someone did witness that legendary battle after all. It worked. Kang Shin-hyuk breathes a silent sigh of relief, realizing the old master's guard has dropped, his pride in his own martial arts getting the better of him. With his clever approach failing, Kang Shin-hyuk switches tactics, slamming his head to the ground in a desperate, formal bow. He declares he's not an evil person and came here seeking the guidance of an unexcelled master of martial arts. The elder scoffs at the boy's audacity, flatly refusing his request and telling him to go home. But as the old master turns to leave, Kang Shin-hyuk blurts out a single, crucial detail: his opponent uses a spear. That gets his attention. The elder stops dead in his tracks, a flicker of interest in his sharp eyes. Seeing his chance, Kang Shin-hyuk explains he has a duel coming up. He then poses a classic question, a challenge to the master's very soul, between a sword and a spear, which is superior? To his utter shock, the elder begins to lecture on the spear's advantages, its superior reach, power, and performance. He concludes that the answer is unequivocally the spear, leaving Kang Shin-hyuk reeling. Why would a swordsman admit that? Having given his answer, the elder once again tells him to leave, and our hero can only watch in panic as his last hope walks away. Refusing to give up, Kang Shin-hyuk screams that he wouldn't have come here just to leave empty-handed. But in his heart, he's already lost hope, admitting that a sword probably can't defeat a spear after all. With his duel just a week away, he realizes his only option is to go back and beg. He frantically cycles through the most pathetic ways to grovel, even wondering if he should wet himself as a sign of surrender. He settles on a new strategy, praising the elder's weapon, calling his own sword a mere toothpick in comparison. The elder finally stops, clarifying that his previous lecture was about general swords and spears. Because his sword, he declares with a terrifying intensity, is on another level entirely. It tears dragons apart. He grabs the boy, commending his resolve for daring to even compare weapons in his presence, and offers him special assistance. Overwhelmed with drooling, slobbering relief, Kang Shin-hyuk can't believe his pathetic display actually worked. He quickly thanks the legendary Cho Yu Riang, before asking what kind of help he's actually offering. The elder looks utterly baffled. Secret techniques? Spiritual medicine? He has no idea what this kid is talking about. He has something far better in mind, striking Kang Shin-hyuk and sending waves of pure, agonizing energy through his body. As the boy collapses, the elder points out the obvious problem. For a martial artist, he has absolutely no chi in his dantian. So, he's just injected a small amount of vital yang energy directly into his meridians to forcibly open his core. A shimmering portal appears. The elder promises that with this gift, he won't have to worry about getting beaten up anywhere. Kang Shin-hyuk is stunned. This is the major opportunity? He tries to protest, but the old master cuts him off. He's to return after winning the duel, because the elder himself cannot leave this place. His final command is simple: prove to the world that the sword is the strongest. 1 week later, the duel is set to begin. The other instructors have gathered, popcorn in hand, mocking him for even showing up and asking if he spent the week job hunting. His opponent laughs, finding the whole situation ridiculous. But Kang Shin-hyuk, sword ready, tells him he's talked enough. It's time to fight. The spear instructor smirks, offering the first move as a sign of his generosity. Kang Shin-hyuk readily accepts, gripping his sword and feeling a strange new lightness in his body. He plants his foot, knowing this newfound strength might not be enough to win. But he leaps forward anyway, channeling all his resolve into a single, desperate attack. His eyes burn with fury. He vows that he will never live a weak and subservient life again. In a flash of red energy, the attack connects, and the spear instructor's smug face is wiped clean. The crowd is stunned, their popcorn forgotten as the blow lands with brutal finality. Even Kang Shin-hyuk looks down, completely bewildered by the sheer power he just unleashed. The duel is over in an instant, with his opponent laid out cold on the training hall floor. He stands there dazed, as the other instructors snap out of their shock and scream for an ambulance. The elder's promise echoes in his mind, a body that will never again know defeat. But the raw power flooding his veins feels alien, terrifying. What has that old man done to him? He can't help but compare this to his novel's protagonist, who grew strong through elixirs and training. But this is something else entirely. He knew the power was strong, but this is just absurd. Just then, a frantic colleague, Mr. Park, rushes up, checking to see if he's been hurt. Kang Shin-hyuk smoothly puts on a charming smile, asking if he enjoyed the show. Mr. Park is practically sparkling, gushing that it looked like he vanished in a flash of wind. As the defeated instructor is carried away, Mr. Park declares he's treating everyone to a meal to celebrate. Even the loser, from his stretcher, weakly asks to be included, wondering what's on the menu. The other instructors are immediately on board, the duel forgotten in favor of a free dinner. And so the celebration begins, with Kang Shin-hyuk and Mr. Park leading the charge. The drinks flow freely, a well-deserved reward for his overwhelming victory. The party eventually moves to karaoke, where Shin-hyuk's singing talent leaves his colleagues in agony. He finally stumbles home and collapses onto his bed, completely out for the count. Even in his sleep, he's mumbling pleas to stop pouring, having returned home absolutely smashed at 4 in the morning. But for him, there's no such thing as a hangover. A golden light flares to life from his dantian. His body's self-purification kicks in, burning away the alcohol and leaving him drenched in sweat. He wakes up, his eyes clear, feeling the effects of a body that has surpassed even his own designs. Sitting up, he feels impossibly refreshed, wondering what a hangover even feels like anymore. With this renewed power, he wastes no time, stepping through a portal into a snowy field to begin his training. He finds himself back in the hidden dimension, determined to thank the man who saved his life. The wind howls across a desolate, snow-covered mountain range. He trudges through the deep snow, noting how the world is nothing but white. It's a harsh environment, devoid of life, just as he remembered from the novel's setting. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence, welcoming him back. He looks up to see the old master, Cho Yu-ryang, sitting calmly on a rock. Without even a greeting, the old man gets straight to the point, asking if he defeated the spear user. Shin-hyuk proudly confirms it was a one-strike victory, but Yu-ryang just scoffs, assuming his opponent was weak. No, that's the thing. Shin-hyuk insists the instructor was strong, which is why he had to come back. He demands to know what the old man did to his body, only to be told he merely opened his dantian a little. The old master, bored, invites him to share his story, curious about the martial arts he used. And just like that, it all clicks for Shin-hyuk, the source of his abnormal strength. He realizes that Cho Yu-ryang's secret technique, a major opportunity, gave him a fully open dantian instantly. Shin-hyuk interrupts, admitting he hasn't actually learned any martial arts, which puzzles the elder. Yu-ryang insists he felt a faint internal energy, even if his dantian was closed before. The old master scoffs, thinking Shin-hyuk must have mistaken mana residue for true internal energy. To confirm a growing suspicion, Shin-hyuk asks where the elder lived before coming here. The answer is shocking: the Ming dynasty. It finally makes sense the man is from another world entirely. Shin-hyuk feigns a simple interest in old stories, hiding the fact that he's the author who created this legend. He then drops the bomb. In the world outside, martial arts no longer exist, leaving the Grandmaster stunned. He explains that as time passed, new powers simply overshadowed the old ways, letting martial arts fade into history. The Grandmaster clenches his fist, lamenting how dull time becomes in isolation, realizing centuries must have slipped by. To build some goodwill, Shin-hyuk offers him some healthy food from the outside, trying to comfort the lonely old man. A gift from the modern world, Cho Yu Ryang eyes the red ginseng stick and decides to give it a try. But the instant he tastes it, his expression freezes in utter disbelief. He nearly gags, wondering what kind of plague would force people to eat such inferior, tasteless medicine. Shin-hyuk just watches, realizing this old master is the picky, annoying type who looks down on everything. He changes his approach, asking if the elder might enjoy something sweet, despite his protests about age. Ignoring the scoff, he offers a chocolate bar, which the old man mistakes for food wrapped in splendid silk. Curious about this strange modern confection, the master peels back the wrapper to take his first bite. And the moment the chocolate touches his tongue, the old master's world is turned upside down. Shin-hyuk can't help but cringe, trying to cough away the sheer awkwardness of the situation. The master quickly composes himself, acting as if he wasn't just in heaven, and sternly demands more. And so, in the quiet, snowy expanse of this forgotten realm, a monument to modern junk food begins to rise. The old man devoured every single emergency ration Shin-hyuk had packed just in case. He asks how the elder usually eats, only for the master to boast he's above such mortal needs. The sheer hypocrisy makes Shin-hyuk's eye twitch. He is so done with this place. Still, the plan worked. The old man is finally opening up, asking if the Ming dynasty is truly gone. Shin-hyuk confirms it, explaining that martial artists have been replaced by a new kind of warrior called hunters. The old master gazes out at the endless snow, lost in thought. He admits he stopped counting the days long ago, his only focus being the path to immortality. Since he opened Shin-hyuk's dantian, he assumes our boy must be the only true martial artist left in the world. He knows Shin-hyuk must have felt it, the chasm between awakened martial arts and the powers of a mere hunter. And so he asks the ultimate question. With this unparalleled power, what will he do? Shin-hyuk's answer is brutally honest. He just wants to live a normal life. The master watches, completely baffled by this mundane ambition. Shin-hyuk continues, listing the perks. No hangovers for company dinners, waking up early for stock trading, and staying healthy for long gaming sessions. Realizing he hasn't even asked, the master inquires for his name. Kang Shin-hyuk, he replies. The master's mind races. Not greedy, a teacher, and with basic martial talent this boy might actually be worthy. The master grandly introduces himself as Cho Yu Ryang, the legendary swordsman, to which Shin-hyuk thinks, yeah, I know. With a powerful aura, the old master finally makes his decision. He will accept Kang Shin-hyuk as his one and only disciple. Shin-hyuk's eyes are still, processing the weight of an offer that could change the world, and after a beat, he gives his answer. A flat, simple refusal. The legendary master is completely thrown, a question mark practically appearing over his head. He has to ask if he heard that right, but Shin-hyuk just smiles and says he's fine. Really. He explains he never wanted this kind of strength and just wants to live a normal life now. The master looks into his eyes and sees it not a shred of hesitation. The world could have been his. Accepting it, he tells the boy to go on, as he must prepare to ascend, offering a final farewell. The master offhandedly mentions ascending, and a crucial detail clicks in Shin-hyuk's memory. He has to ask, can one really go to the realm of immortals? The master explains it's possible through martial arts, enlightenment, or virtue. He's on the verge of mastering his arts, and helping Shin-hyuk has provided the last bit of virtue he needed. Then he casually adds that it's a relief he doesn't have to leave behind any secret manuals, a comment that stops Shin-hyuk dead in his tracks. The old man gives him a sly look, teasingly asking if the boy was after his techniques after all. But he scoffs, reminding him that martial arts are a forgotten relic. No one would even bother to train in them anymore. The horrifying realization dawns on Shin-hyuk. Cho Yu Ryang isn't leaving a manual, this is a major deviation from the original story. He knows that the transmigrator, Lee Jisung, was supposed to find that very manual to get his lucky break. Without that power-up, he'll never become a rival to the genius Kim Do-hyun, who in turn will never be pushed to his full potential. And if the two protagonists of this world fail to grow, then the entire world is destined for destruction. He thought this was just a simple event from his novel, but he was so wrong. Panicked, Shin-hyuk calls out to Master Cho Yu Ryang, begging him to accept him as a disciple. The old man finds this sudden change of heart strange, but Shin-hyuk insists it's a waste for his arts to be lost. He pleads for the master to pass on his techniques so he can live a life of luxury later, of course. Cho Yu Ryang sees right through him, calling his eyes insolent, but Shin-hyuk promises to bring food for his training. The master's expression hardens as he asks if the boy is truly prepared for the harsh training ahead. With tears streaming down his face, Shin-hyuk screams yes, internally mourning the death of his free time. Back at the academy, the weekend is a whirlwind of gossip about the honor duel. Everyone is talking about how a swordsman from a non-hunter school easily crushed an elite instructor. This was especially satisfying for the general studies teachers like Mr. Park, who had been looked down on for so long. The other instructors admit they used to look down on non-hunter school graduates. But after seeing Kang Shin-hyuk's duel, their entire perspective has shifted. They praise his incredible character, especially since he didn't even ask for a reward, though he secretly just forgot. Still, Shin-hyuk happily soaks in the newfound respect from his colleagues, feeling his easy life getting closer. He's promised to train with the old man on weekends, so he plans to focus on his normal academy life during the week. But as he enters his classroom, he's met with a bizarre, intense silence. The class representative suddenly shouts for everyone's attention, a fiery look in her eyes. The entire class roars in unison, saluting him and vowing that they won't give up. They're all buzzing about the duel, asking how he managed to crush an elite instructor so easily. Shin-hyuk is stunned they even know. But it turns out one student's brother is a teacher who spilled everything. Shin-hyuk waves it all off, telling the kids some things are better left unknown as he shifts to a simple theory lesson. Walking the halls, he reflects on his new life, a healthy body, a stable job, a peaceful routine. This happiness was something he earned, and he silently vows to treasure it for the rest of his life. That peaceful, thankful feeling lasted for a grand total of 4 hours. Then came the next great trial, the cafeteria line, where Shin-hyuk hopefully asks for a little more. The server glares back, deadpan, informing him it's standard portions only. Shin-hyuk's face contorts into a silent, desperate plea, a battle of wills over a few sausages. The cafeteria worker's expression hardens, an immovable wall of culinary policy. But then, against all odds, the tongs descend and bless his tray with extra sausages. He holds his prize in disbelief. 2 extra sausages. Is this it? Has Kang Shin-hyuk's golden era finally begun? Just as he's about to enjoy his hard-won meal, a voice cuts through the air, noting the empty seat beside him. Shin-hyuk looks up to see a woman he doesn't recognize addressing him directly. She slides her tray onto his table, revealing a glorious mountain of sausages just for him. He's completely baffled. How does she know him, let alone his recent sausage-related crisis? She just smiles, telling Senior Shin-hyuk to relax. His acting is still a bit awkward. Senior? The title throws him for a loop. If he knew her, he should be getting some of the original owner's memories, but nothing. She playfully picks up a sausage, asking if he truly doesn't recognize her because she looks different. The woman introduces herself as Seora, and the name finally sparks a flicker of familiarity. A memory surfaces not of a person, but of a name in his phone's contacts. Junior Seora. He finally puts it together, asking if she's Choi Seora, and her coy smile confirms it all. It all clicks into place, the contact in his phone, the way she called him Senior. He didn't recognize her because the original Kang Shin-hyuk already knew this woman, and not just as a junior. In his novel, she becomes the protagonist's homeroom teacher, a central character, but his mind flashes to a darker truth. She's also a member of the International Criminal Organization, ANTOS. Suddenly, a sharp pain lances through his head as the original Kang Shin-hyuk's memories begin to flood in. A system window explains the grim reality. ANTOS is an anti-hunter group, enemies of the Hunter Alliance. They're elusive and operate in the shadows, making them incredibly difficult to track down. Seora just smirks at his pained expression, casually telling him to relax since it's safest right under the enemy's nose. But this makes no sense. He wrote the entire story and has no memory of the original Kang Shin-hyuk being a villain. Just then, a system notification explodes in his vision, unlocking a new side story, the tale of Kang Shin-hyuk, the ANTOS assassin. The author's mind races, a silent curse forming for the original Kang Shin-hyuk. He trembles in his seat, wondering what on earth the previous owner of this body was involved in. Seated across from Seora, he racks his brain. He wrote this world, and this twist was never part of it. But then, a spark of memory cuts through the panic. He recalls an old author's note he once wrote, promising a side story that would reveal hidden truths. As if on cue, the system window demands he view the prologue to that very story, right now. He accepts, and a wave of forgotten history slams into him with a jolt of pain. The story begins, showing a younger Kang Shin-hyuk with his close companion, Him Chang-soo, the one who saved him from the orphanage. 2 years ago, they were returning from a mission when a nearby portal suddenly went berserk. They called for backup, but the guild was stretched thin, leaving the two of them to face the monster tide alone. The memory shows Chang-soo reaching out, a final, desperate gesture. He was more than a friend. He was the only family Shin-hyuk had ever known, and Shin-hyuk could only watch, helpless, as his brother was consumed by the horde. On that day, he was forced to sacrifice the most precious person in his life. The guild's official response was a cold excuse about sacrificing the few to save the many. But Shin-hyuk knew the bitter truth. They were abandoned due to petty guild politics. Disgusted and broken, he applied for an overseas deployment just to get away from it all. After a year stationed in China, he returned home and was approached by his senior, Choi Sayora. Reading this, the current Shinhyuk is stunned. He never imagined this side character had such a tragic past. He sees the original Shinhyuk donated half his income to her cause, and a terrible thought dawns on him. Was this a pyramid scheme? And it gets worse. The original Shinhyuk had confessed to Sayora, only to be brutally rejected. He even became a teacher just to be near her, making our transmigrator wonder what happened to avenging his brother. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality as Sayora asks if he's alright, noticing his dazed look. She points out that his shocked expression was so intense it actually scared her. He forces a smile, thinking how his life just went from promising to being tangled up with a potential criminal group. Sayora misreads his anxiety, commenting on how hard it is to get hired at a hunter school like Shinhwa. Shinhyuk just laughs awkwardly, mentioning he passed on his first try, all while thinking how pathetic the original's crush was. She then asks how he's settling into his new life at the prestigious academy. Her tone shifts, and she wonders why he never contacted her after he passed the exam, admitting she was a little hurt. He takes a nervous sip of water, relieved he didn't call. With what he knows now, that conversation would have been a disaster. But Sayora casually changes the subject, asking why he stopped his donations this month, causing him to nearly spit out his drink. Donations? He has no memory of this. The original Kang Shinhyuk was being bled dry without him even knowing. Stealing his resolve, he decides this is where he draws the line and tells her he's stopping them for good. To his surprise, she doesn't argue, simply noting that he's given a lot and a teacher's salary isn't much to live on. She beams, cheerfully explaining that Antis never forces donations, and Shinhyuk's mind shatters. It was voluntary? She continues, saying everyone in the organization knows his situation and that his recent achievements have actually raised his standing. Sayora clasps her hands, honored that someone so impressive is helping their cause to change the world. He knows what that really means. In most stories, these groups are terrorists, planting bombs in schools. But Antas is different. Their goal isn't mindless destruction. It's to recruit promising talent from hunter academies. This is all information he has from the novel, but now he's stuck wondering what secrets lie beyond the original story. Sayora casually advises him to just focus on adjusting to school life for now, but Shinhyuk presses her, insisting he needs at least a rough idea of Antas's plans to strategize. She just smiles, assuring him it's a long-term project, and there's no rush. If he insists on updates, she proposes they meet regularly, the last Tuesday of every month. With the terms set, she gives a cheerful wave, leaving him completely blindsided. He can only watch her walk away, the conversation not going at all how he'd planned. Staring down at his meager lunch, he mulls over the new arrangement, a monthly dinner meeting. Meanwhile, another part of his life is progressing far more smoothly. His training with Cho Yu-ryong has been so successful, the old master even created a secret manual just for him. Yu-ryong explains that he's opened the path, but now the real work begins. Mastery is up to Shinhyuk alone. Shinhyuk sits in quiet meditation, trying to absorb his master's lesson. But his mind is clearly elsewhere, a fact that does not escape the old master's notice. A swift bonk to the head from Yu-ryong serves as a rather rude reminder to pay attention. Shinhyuk snaps, asking why he keeps getting interrupted, but the master just scoffs he's the one not focusing. Yu-ryong can tell his thoughts are clouding his inner energy. Something is clearly troubling him. The master explains that the flow of Ilyu-chan should be effortless, but Shinhyuk's is faltering. Finally admitting defeat, Shinhyuk confesses he's bothered by things at his new workplace. After some hesitation, he asks his master a strange question. Does he look like a good person or a bad one? The old man erupts, yelling that he has no idea, leaving Shinhyuk just as annoyed. He then bluntly states Shinhyuk just looks like an unlucky gigolo, as if King Yomura granted a wish to be handsome, which hits a little too close to home. The master's advice is brutally simple. With that face, good deeds make you good, evil deeds make you evil. He continues, explaining that in the brutal martial world, only the strong survive to write history. All the so-called heroes and villains who caused trouble in the Great War, they all died young. Shinhyuk is left speechless, the old man's words echoing in the cold air. But as he's dismissed to fetch a snack, one particular line really sticks with him. Back in the city, he reflects on that warning. His only goal is a quiet, peaceful life funded by smart investments. He's meeting with a woman, Choi Sayora, who happily enjoys her cake, oblivious to his inner turmoil. She stops, finding his sudden call strange since they have a set schedule to meet. He sits across from her, looking uncharacteristically serious as she asks what's wrong. A nervous gulp is his only immediate answer. He's about to make a very big move. With a painfully forced smile, he finally asks the question. Can he please quit Antas? Choi Siora's fork freezes, her pleasant expression instantly replaced by cold disbelief. In a blur of motion, she lunges across the table, her eyes glowing with pure rage. The entire cafe is stunned into silence as pieces of chocolate cake fly through the air. Even the staff at the counter can only stare, completely shocked by the sudden violence. He expected a bad reaction, but he certainly didn't think she'd start smearing cake on his face with a fork. Her voice turns deadly as she demands an explanation, threatening to carve new holes in his face with a set of metal claws. He quickly agrees to explain, but pleads with her to clean up first and maybe find a more private location. But it's too late. The other customers are already whispering, assuming he's some good-looking cheater getting what he deserves. With his dignity in tatters, he tells her to follow him to his car, promising he has something that will explain everything. As the sun sets, they speed down the highway, leaving the city behind. She demands to know why he's dragging her all the way to Incheon, but he insists some things have to be shown, not told. Inside the car, the tension is thick enough to cut with, well, a fork, which she has pressed firmly against his throat. Sweating, he begins to explain his original reason for joining Antas to fight the discrimination against them, but Siora just scoffs, dismissing his recent duel as a single, meaningless victory that changes nothing. He bites back his frustration, arguing that it's not about immediate change, but about seeing a new possibility, a way to make a difference without Antas, whose methods have become far too extreme for him to stomach. He grips the steering wheel, thinking of the terrorism and the casual way they take lives. She cuts him off, claiming the government framed them for some of the attacks. Then comes the chilling justification. Everyone who died deserved it, a statement that leaves him horrified. She explodes, accusing him of being a coward who was never even on the front lines. He admits it plainly, yes, he's scared. And could she please put the fork down? The tines break his skin, but he barely flinches, thinking he knew this wouldn't be easy. But he was prepared for this. Leaving a group like Antas requires a plan. He calmly tells her to search for an old news story, the assassination of a corrupt director. She pulls it up, scoffing that the embezzling bastard definitely deserved to die. But he draws her attention to the collateral damage: the driver, a widower raising his daughter alone. He leans in, asking if she truly believes that innocent contractor was part of the corruption. The answer hangs in the air as we learn about a key heroine from his novel, Lee Seoa, and the final, devastating truth. The driver Antas killed that day was her father. He explains that while the public cheered for the death of a corrupt official, the story of Mr. Kim and his family was completely buried. Choi Seora refuses to believe it, stammering that there must be a mistake. Antas has a strict rule against harming civilians. He remembers asking her back then if she could possibly be serious. He then poses the chilling question: did she really think Mr. Kim was the only civilian they'd killed by mistake? Deep down, she knew. She had just been choosing to ignore the ugly truth for a long, long time. The weight of it all finally breaks her, and seeing her crack, he feels a sense of relief he can finally sleep easy. But then, she abruptly changes the subject, deciding now is the time to explain why she rejected his confession. He just smirks as she presses the fork harder against his neck, mockingly noting that she's seized the right to speak. She begins her story, revealing her parents died in the Great Portal Breakout, a detail that floors him, something he never wrote. Digging the tines deeper into his skin, she demands he stay quiet and listen to the rest of her story. Her parents had been on the phone, filled with hope, saying the hunters were on their way. The portal that opened in their neighborhood was the highest danger rating, a priority target close to the association. But in the end, no one came for them, not a single soul. Instead, dozens of hunter teams were dispatched to rich neighborhoods for a few measly F-rank dungeons. As he listens, Kang Shin-hyuk realizes this story sounds eerily familiar, echoing his own past. But he can't help but wonder if something this corrupt happened. Why wasn't it ever mentioned in his novel? She explains coldly that the media never reported it, the powerful simply covered it all up with money. And suddenly, it all clicks into place for him. This is why she, a girl from a non-hunter school, ended up in Antas. She finally admits her rejection had nothing to do with him. It was never about a lack of feelings. Grabbing his collar, she begs him to help her get revenge, promising to let go of him once her parents are avenged. He thinks to himself that the real Kang Shin-hyuk would have helped her in a heartbeat, but he isn't him. Hez a transmigrator with no emotional ties, and she's not the only girl in the world. The easiest path is clear: apologize, walk away, and his future would be completely free. After all, he knows the future. Hez already stolen the protagonist's fated encounters thanks to King Yomra. So why, when the path to an easy life is right there, does something feel so fundamentally wrong? In his mind's eye, he feels a ghostly hand rest upon his shoulder. He turns to see a familiar yet ethereal figure, the soul of the body he now inhabits. The original Kang Shin-hyuk is pleading with him, begging him for help, and in that moment, His eyes fly open with a shocking realization. But his epiphany is shattered by a desperate scream as a car suddenly swerves right for them. With a violent jerk of the wheel, Kang Shin-hyuk swerves. His and Choi Seora's faces pale with shock. He catches his breath, realizing he'd been threatening her with a fork while he was the one driving. Seeing the sudden change in his demeanor, Seora asks if he's finally had a change of heart. But he ignores the question, cutting straight to the point. Who is the true target of her revenge? Her expression hardens as she names the man who gave the orders. Kim In-hak, a powerful agency director. A trickle of blood from the sudden stop is nothing compared to the weight of that name. He calls himself a dumbass. He clarifies his position. He's still quitting Antos, but he's going to help her personally. She's completely baffled, arguing that if the entire organization is struggling, what can he possibly do alone? He knows exactly what the problem is, recalling from his novel that Kim In-hak rises to become a powerful congressman, and he also remembers her grim fate. In 3 years, Choi Seora is exposed and sentenced to life without parole. He thinks to himself, if nothing changes, this girl will spend the rest of her life in prison. But she's still defiant, insisting that Antos will succeed where he failed. What could he possibly know? He sighs, knowing he's literally read her future. She won't believe him until she sees the truth with her own eyes. So he lays out his one condition. He'll help her, but only if she leaves Antos with him for good. She can't comprehend it. How could she possibly get revenge without the organization's help? He had hoped to avoid this, but it seems talking has failed. He promises she'll change her mind once they arrive. And where are they going? Straight to the source of Antos's funding. He turns to her with a chilling smirk, explaining that they're on their way to buy drugs. The car screeches to a halt in front of a dimly lit, traditional-looking building. Seora steps out, completely bewildered. The place doesn't even look like it's open for business. He leads her toward the quiet building, casually admitting it's his first time here too. Pushing the door open, he reveals that this is no ordinary second-hand clothing shop. Inside, a tough-looking man presides over a front for Antos's entire Korean drug distribution network. With his eyes narrowed in focus, Kang Shin-hyuk steps in to confront him. He walks right up to the dealer, speaking in fluent Chinese, and asks to buy their product, Genesis. The dealer feigns ignorance, but Shin-hyuk presses on, only to be called a lunatic for even knowing this location. Suddenly, a massive, blood-stained cleaver is pressed against his neck as a final warning, but Kang Shin-hyuk just smirks, amused at being called a lunatic by this small-time thug. He drops a name Malin, and the dealer's entire tough guy act crumbles in an instant. With a chillingly confident smile, he spins a complete lie about being old friends with her from China. Malin, the daughter of Antos, China's boss, is the linchpin of this entire operation, and for Kang Shin-hyuk, this desperate bluff is the final card he has to play to win Choi Seora over. He dangles his phone, offering to call the woman herself, but warns there's a price for mistrust. The dealer completely caves, scrambling to apologize and asking how much he needs. All of it, Shin-hyuk replies. Finally, Choi Seora grabs him, her mind reeling, demanding to know what they were just discussing. He turns to her, calmly explaining that this is Antos China's wholesale drug shop, just as Head said. Her eyes widen in horror. It wasn't a metaphor. Antos is really dealing drugs? Of course, he thinks, a secret that shouldn't be public for years. He explains that even Antos Korea is in the dark, and when they find out, they'll demand their cut. This greed will eventually spark a massive internal war, one the novel's protagonist has to clean up. Seeing her disbelief, he offers to have the dealers switch to Korean, just so she can hear the truth for herself. The dealer sweats, explaining they only have about a month's worth of Genesis since they just expanded. He begs Shin-hyuk to put in a good word with Malin, and Shin-hyuk casually agrees, suggesting they switch to Korean now. The dealer hesitates, eyeing Choi Seora, but Shin-hyuk just grins, assuring him she's a huge fan of the product too. The man gives them a suspicious look, clearly not convinced. Choi Seora flinches, completely lost as to what she's supposed to be a fan of. The dealer's eyes narrow, his suspicion growing by the second. Forced to play along, she puts on a crazed smile and 2 thumbs up, awkwardly praising how good Genesis is. Shin-hyuk smirks at her terrible acting, while the dealer just seems to accept that she's another junkie. The conversation continues in Korean, the dealer mentioning a new series that won't reach Korea for a while. Shin-hyuk adds that it's faster to get it in China if you know Malin, all while Choi Seora listens, the grim reality sinking in. Choi Seora finally whispers her doubts, asking if this whole charade is fake and if he's really risking his life for this. Shin-hyuk just smirks, but the dealer interrupts, demanding to know how they plan on paying for such a large order. With a perfectly calm expression, Shin-hyuk asks the most ridiculous question you could ask a drug dealer. "Can I use a card?" The man scoffs, thinking it's a joke. But his smile falters when Shin Hyuk deadpans a request for a 3-month installment plan. Before the dealer can even process the insult, a fist slams into the side of his head with a brutal crack. The only installment plan he's getting is a 3-month coma, as Shin Hyuk drops him with a single, perfectly placed strike. Blood splatters across a stunned Choi Seora as she realizes he used a hunter technique to focus energy directly into the man's temporal lobe. Shin Hyuk stands over the body, calmly explaining that a strike like that induces amnesia by targeting the brain itself. He then gestures to another pressure point, noting he could easily inflict permanent brain damage, but a man like this doesn't deserve pity. Finally, he turns back to her, his gaze intense, asking if she believes him now, or if she still thinks he's just playing a game. Choi Seora is completely stunned, demanding to know how he knew all this, how long he's been aware. Shin Hyuk calmly explains he found out about Antas drug trade while working in China, though he knows it's really from volume 3 of his novel. He looks down at the unconscious dealer, deciding they'll pin the whole mess on this one guy and leave quietly. As they head for the door, he warns that while this low-level dealer is replaceable, any external interference would trigger a serious investigation from Antas. Hess already got a cover story. Hell just say she kicked him out for pestering her, a reason she finds irritating but understands is necessary. But as she's ready to go, she freezes, realizing he said he was quitting. She can't believe he'd consider staying after seeing this. She turns back, her expression hardening. She's been in Antas for a long time. She has duties and knows things. They won't just let her walk away. After all, this isn't some club you can just join and leave. Hess just a clueless newbie, but she's trapped. A flicker of the original soul's memory begs him to help her, a wave of guilt washing over him. He can't just leave her like this, but he forces the feeling down. No, this is right. If Choi Seora quits now, it could derail the entire future he wrote. She has to stay. He needs to know just how deep she's in, asking if her missions ever crossed into serious crimes. She confirms she's only scouted talent, which is a huge relief for him. Good, then he has a plan. He lays it out plainly. From now on, she's going to become a double agent inside Antas. Her new mission is to collect their secrets and slowly feed them to the police, building a case for herself. She can just half-ass her assignments, playing the part without committing any actual crimes. She worries she has nothing useful, but he promises to support her, even testifying if it comes to that. But he quickly adds a warning. If things get dangerous, he'll cut her loose without a second thought. Her response, however, is a blushing smile. She thinks he must really like her to help this much. She playfully teases him about it, but he just shoves her away, flustered, telling her to go home. He can't take her, he explains, because he has somewhere else he needs to be. Her parting words echo in his mind. That girl is seriously a handful. With that business settled, he makes his way through the crunching snow of the hidden dimension. He finally arrives before his master, Cho Yu Ryang, who immediately points out his tardiness. The old master notes his student's eyes are clearer, a sign he resolved his issues, but being late still has a price. A dark, menacing aura flares up as he warns Kang Shin-hyuk to prepare himself for a brutal training session. Thinking fast, Kang Shin-hyuk reaches into his bag, explaining he just came from Chinatown. He pulls out a bottle of bamboo leaf liquor, a peace offering he thought they wouldn't get to enjoy today. At the sight of the bottle, the master's stern demeanor completely vanishes. He declares training is cancelled. And so, the harsh training ground becomes a place of peaceful rest for the day. The master takes a sip, proclaiming that as expected, this is the finest liquor there is. While happily eating, the master even guesses the food's origin, as Kang Shin-hyuk dryly notes the complete 180 in his mood. The old man tries to play it off, claiming his earlier murderous intent was just deep concern, a flimsy excuse our boy sees right through. Pouring a drink, Cho Yu-ryang's expression turns serious, asking what's changed in his usually lazy student. He's seen this new fire, this sudden dedication to training that was never there before. But Kang Shin-hyuk just bows his head, humbly crediting his master's wisdom for his recent growth. His thoughts, however, are on Choi Seora and her new, dangerous mission as a double agent for the Antas organization. He knows helping her means walking a path he never wrote, facing dangers he can't predict. He might be strong enough to handle an A-rank hunter now, but against a high-ranking executive like Malin, the result would be a tragedy, a bloody street littered with the people he's trying to protect. He recenters himself, remembering his place. Hez just a B-rank instructor, and he can't afford to get arrogant. A small, confident smile forms on his face. He can't win, not in his current state, that is. He thinks back to the novel's original transmigrator, Li Ji-sing, who had to find a secret tome and chug elixirs just to awaken his power. But unlike that protagonist, who struggled through trials and tribulations, Kang Shin-hyuk's path was different. His opportunity came directly from the old man, currently savoring a bowl of soup, who opened his energy center instantly. He closes his eyes, a realization dawning. This old master is the strongest person in the world. If he can just get consistent guidance from him, he'll be untouchable. He turns to his master, ready to ask, only for the old man to interrupt, demanding he go buy more ramen because they're all out. Kang Shin-hyuk's face twitches, forcing a smile. Patience, he reminds himself. This guy is his golden ticket. Cho Yu-ryang continues his shopping list, adding snacks and other junk food while finishing his soup. With a sigh of resignation, Kang Shin-hyuk can only agree, as his master happily shows him exactly which ramen to buy. Back in the snowy dimension, Kang Shin-hyuk tries to find his center, focusing on his training. But his serene meditation is rudely interrupted by the sound of his master, preparing yet another cup of ramen. The smell wafts over, a salty, savory aroma completely shattering his concentration. He finally snaps, watching the legendary martial artist devour the noodles with a loud slurp. He storms over, reminding the old man he just bought an entire box. How could they be out already? Cho Yu-ryang's excuse is laughably simple. He was lonely, and his mouth was bored, but his playful demeanor vanishes in an instant, his hand clamping down on Kang Shin-hyuk's head with terrifying force. The pressure eases slightly as the master lectures him, saying he's glad to see motivation but warning him not to rush his growth. He accuses Kang Shin-hyuk of being uninterested, but our boy can only grit his teeth, feeling the strain. Finally released, he voices his frustration. After a month, he feels no stronger, prompting his master to finally ask why the sudden hurry. Kang Shin-hyuk finally loses his cool, accusing his master of caring more about ramen than his training, and begging for a shortcut. That was the wrong thing to say. The master's hand clamps down on his head, a flash of red energy signaling his displeasure. He grinds his student's face into the snow, mocking him for seeking shortcuts after only a month of training. Kang Shin-hyuk pushes himself up, fuming and breathless in the cold air. The old master cracks his knuckles, asking if he wants another lesson in patience. But our boy isn't intimidated this time. He just glares back, his mind racing for a different angle of attack. Cho Yu-ryang tries to lecture him again, insisting that he isn't neglecting his duties just because of a little ramen. And that's when Kang Shin-hyuk sees his opening, casually mentioning that with prices going up, he might not be able to buy any more. The master freezes, asking if He's being threatened. But Kang Shin-hyuk plays it cool, saying He's just stating a fact. He then twists the knife, adding that other snacks are getting harder to find, and the old man's face falls in utter despair. And with that, Kang Shin-hyuk just watches, a faint smirk playing on his lips as the old master finally cracks. The legendary martial artist is in full-blown panic mode, his mind reeling from the catastrophic loss of his snack supply. He can't believe it, this kid actually found his one and only weakness. Suddenly, the master is all smiles, grabbing his student and praising his passion, promising to teach him everything he knows. With their new agreement in place, he warns that the training will now be hell, which is exactly what our boy wanted. The next day, back at the academy, things are finally looking up for our instructor. He pulls out his phone, checking a message that just came in. It's from Choi Seora, confirming she successfully withdrew from the Antas Guild. The first major crisis has been averted. He breathes a sigh of relief, hoping this is the last mess he has to clean up before he can finally live a peaceful life. But his quiet moment is shattered when two of his students pop up, asking why he looks so happy. They happily invite him to lunch, mentioning that today's special is cheese tonkatsu. But when they bring up the auditorium, He's completely lost, having no idea what they're talking about. She reminds him of the morning assembly he's been chosen for an interview for the school's new YouTube channel. His mind clicks right, he'd totally forgotten, too focused on the good news from Choi Seora. He scoffs when they say he was picked for being handsome, but the mention of a potential bonus immediately changes his tune. One of the students hands him a script, explaining that she'll be filming while the tech teacher handles the editing. He's surprised by how official this all is. Even the principal is going to review the final video. With the promise of food and money, he's suddenly on board, and the students dash off towards the cafeteria. But just before they leave, one of them turns back, remembering one last crucial detail. She casually mentions that she and the student council president will be the ones conducting the interview. She warns him that the student council president has a unique personality and might ask some weird, off-script questions. The student offers to cut the interview short if he gets uncomfortable, but he just laughs it off. He's counting on them to capture his good side, musing that student council presidents were like mythical creatures back in his day. Just then, the sound of footsteps announces the arrival of this very person. A voice notes the reputation of the new swordsmanship instructor, Kang Shin-hyuk, acknowledging his rumored strength. And there she is, the student council president, two swords strapped to her back, wondering just what kind of man he really is. The scene then explains the context. Hunter schools are isolated, almost like military barracks, keeping students from their families. This isolation has sparked public debate, with newspapers questioning if these institutions are schools or prisons. So, The government's solution was to create official WeTube channels for transparency, with Xinhua being the pilot school. Kang Shin-hyuk sighs as he enters the room. This whole thing wasn't in his novel, and of course, he's the guinea pig for the first interview. He greets the staff member, putting on a friendly face for the camera. She introduces herself as Min Ji-hee, the technology teacher in charge of editing. Kang Shin-hyuk plays along, feigning some first-time interview jitters and complimenting her skills. But she just laughs, admitting the principal just dumped the task on her since she's the tech expert. She adds with a grin that there's no overtime pay, so she's just doing a quick and dirty edit. Just then, the student camera crew announces that their equipment is all set. Perfect timing, as Min Ji-hee waves over their final guest, calling out to the president. Kang Shin-hyuk's gaze shifts, locking onto the reflection of the approaching student. And there she is, the school's first student council president, Kim Se-jin, arriving with a confident smile. Her first impression of him is immediate. He's tall, and his aura practically screams confidence. She introduces herself with a charming compliment, but all he can think is a character this amazing wasn't even in his novel. He plays along smoothly, saying he's looking forward to it, and she's immediately impressed by his social grace. With the camera crew ready to roll, the interview is about to begin. The student interviewers get him mic'd up, and the questions start flowing, and just as he'd hoped, the entire interview proceeds without a single hitch. There's a slightly awkward moment when one of the students, Yoon Seo, playfully teases him, calling him the pretty boy teacher. But she quickly senses his discomfort and professionally moves on, announcing they've reached the end of their questions. Kang Shin-hyuk feigns a little disappointment, saying it's a shame it's already over, but it's all for the students, before cheekily adding that he's definitely going to request overtime pay, much to the students' shock. He laughs it off as a joke, but from the side, Min Ji-hee chimes in that she's actually going to do it. But just as things are wrapping up, a new voice cuts in with a confident smile. It's the student council president, Kim Se-jin, and she has a question for Mr. Kang. She leans in, reminding him how he was just complaining about the interview ending so soon. Then, with a sly, almost predatory grin, she proposes a sparring match. The sudden offer sends a ripple of shock through the room, catching Min Ji-hee completely off guard. The student interviewers are flustered, wondering if this is the president's famous eccentricity they'd heard about. But Se-jin just smiles innocently, claiming she's only trying to give the viewers the extra content he wanted. She explains that as a member of the swordsmanship club, she just couldn't resist the opportunity. The crew tries to shut it down, but Kang Shin-hyuk calmly assesses the situation, sensing no malice in her offer. "Hold on," he says, cutting them off with a smirk. "I'm fine with it. Let's do it." He smirks, asking if she even has swords ready, and she confirms she brought two just in case. He can't help but be amused by her preparation, thinking this is a good chance to test his own training. The sudden escalation has Min Ji-hee absolutely reeling in the background. One of the camera crew girls panics, realizing this impromptu duel means she's definitely not getting off work on time. But that stress quickly melts away as the spectators grab some popcorn, settling in for the show. Across the room, Kim Se-jin calmly ties her hair back, her expression all business. Kang Shin-hyuk crosses his arms, feeling utterly unbothered. His last duel proved to him that most hunters are weaker than they seem. But then, a memory of his brutal training with his master flashes through his mind. He recalls the harsh lessons, being told again and again never to let his guard down. Facing her now, sword in hand, he adjusts his mindset. She's a third-year president, and he must treat her as a proper quasi-hunter. With a confident smirk, he casually offers her the first move. Kim Se-jin doesn't hesitate for a second, accepting the invitation to attack. She explodes forward, her sword a blur as she aims a powerful thrust right at him. The camera crew gasps, one of them blurting out how incredibly fast he is, but Kang Shin-hyuk is already analyzing her, surprised she'd open with a thrust instead of a slash. From her perspective, she can only assume he's supremely confident in his accuracy to make such a move. He sidesteps the attack with ease, thinking that most students would have panicked right there. But the student council president is already transitioning, her form flawless. She flows seamlessly into a powerful upward slash, and he can't help but be impressed. But her flurry of attacks is met with nothing but effortless, almost casual parries. She grits her teeth in frustration, demanding to know how long he plans to just keep dodging. Kang Shin-hyuk's expression doesn't even flicker. This is barely a warm-up for him. His mind drifts back to his real teacher, a maniacal old man who beat him to a pulp for fun. Compared to that nightmare, he feels like he could dodge these strikes with his eyes closed. But the student council president isn't done yet, declaring she still has more to show him. He simply drops to the ground, letting her big swing sail over him as he critiques her form. His eyes are sharp, seeing not just her movements, but the fundamental flaws behind them. He can still hear his master's voice, the agonizing lessons that now make this fight so easy. He casually points out that she's putting too much force into just her arms, a rookie mistake. She actually listens, blushing slightly as he explains how to use her whole body to improve her attacks. The moment she eases her grip, he can feel the shift. Heh, she's a quick learner. And just like that, with a simple adjustment, her entire aura transforms on the spot. The two face off again, the teacher Min Ji-hee watching intently from the sidelines. Kang Shin-hyuk's hand tightens around his own hilt. Alright, playtime's over. With a confident smirk, he announces that he's going on the offensive now, and Shed better be ready. The president's eyes narrow behind her glasses, a bead of sweat tracing down her cheek. Meanwhile, Min Ji-hee nervously shoves popcorn in her mouth, completely captivated by the show. But just as He's about to move, she stops him, asking if He's okay. The student council president has a serious request. She wants permission to use mana. Kang Shin-hyuk is genuinely surprised. That's a skill most students don't touch until their second year. He knows the protocol, it's reserved for supervised, low-rank portal training, but he realizes she must have felt the overwhelming difference in their speed. He's curious now. He gives her the go-ahead, and with a quick thanks, a powerful blue aura erupts around her. He can't help but be impressed, recalling how he could barely even sense mana when he first started. This is her first real chance to feel it, to learn how to handle this power in a proper fight. She surges forward in a flash of golden light, her entire presence transformed. Their blades clash, and the sheer force of her mana-infused strike catches him completely off guard. His hand goes numb. Blocking that strike without any internal energy really pushed him. She didn't even infuse her weapon, yet her raw physical power is unbelievable for a student. He muses on how hunters absorb mana from monsters they defeat. But in this world, everyone has a natural cap based on their talent. He, however, has already converted all of his body's raw mana into far more efficient internal energy. But as a teacher, he has his pride. He won't use that power here. After just a few exchanges, he's already figured out her entire rhythm. Hunter-style swordsmanship is just too direct, designed for fighting mindless monsters. And just as he thought, Kim Sejin is already slowing down, her pattern completely exposed. He sees her next move reflected in his eye, a predictable diagonal slash. This is over. At the last possible second, she desperately changes her form. A reverse grip, a twist, and a thrust, a nice try. But he's already read her like a book. Instead of dodging, Kang Shin-hyuk simply takes one step forward. He completely smothers her attack, leaving her off balance and with nowhere to go. A loud thud echoes through the silent gymnasium. The onlooking students are completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Kim Sejin looks up, flustered and defeated, her pride completely shattered. The cold, blunt tip of his training sword is now resting against her neck. With him towering over her, she can only whisper her surrender she lost. He notes her bitter expression, telling her she fought well for a president, but her swordplay is just too repetitive. He offers some final advice, telling her that mana isn't everything, technique matters just as much. As he helps her up, she takes his words to heart, genuinely thanking him for the lesson. But watching from the sidelines, another teacher, Min Ji-hee, suddenly goes rigid. One of the broadcasting club students notices her panicked expression, wondering what's wrong. Min Ji-hee realizes with dawning horror that the duel footage is about to go viral and her quiet life is officially over. And just as she feared, a week passes, and the entire academy is buzzing. For Kang Shin-hyuk, his newfound fame has become an absolute nightmare. The sparring video exploded online, and now he can't walk a single step without being mobbed by students. He tries to manage the chaos, agreeing to sign autographs only during break time before class starts. A lucky student gets his prize, thrilled to get a signature from the academy's new superstar instructor. The students are practically lining up, some even coming prepared with paper ready. He obliges with a quick signature and a little doodle, trying to keep the peace. Internally, he's grumbling that all this new attention is just a pain, with no actual benefits. Or so he thought, until he remembered the one place he couldn't control, the internet. The video of his duel goes viral, with viewers absolutely stunned by the high-level fight. Some try to dismiss it, but those with sharper eyes notice the terrifying truth. The teacher used no mana, and his opponent was Kim Sejin, a two-time martial arts champion destined for A rank. Suddenly, the name Kang Shin-hyuk is everywhere, a complete unknown who just appeared out of thin air. He stares at his phone, watching his own name trend, completely bewildered by the explosion of interest. But a cold sweat trickles down his neck as he realizes if she was such a prodigy, why was she never in his novel? The next morning, his colleague Mr. Park is already teasing him about his new YouTube fame. He slides over with 2 cups of coffee, greeting the Academy's newest celebrity. Mr. Park tells him to just enjoy the attention, but Shin-hyuk admits it's already getting to be a bit much. His colleague insists he should use this chance to break into showbiz, but all Shin-hyuk wants is a quiet life. Taking a sip, Mr. Park warns him that a quiet life might not be on the menu for today. He just ran into the vice principal, who specifically asked for Shin-hyuk to stop by before the meeting. Mr. Park guesses it's probably for a bonus, telling him to head over to the private office. The idea of a bonus is enough to get him moving, promising to buy drinks if it's a good one. But as he walks down the hall, a feeling of unease starts to creep in. A bonus would be announced publicly, so why was he being called to a private meeting? He arrives at the research office, his mind racing with why the vice principal would summon him personally. A voice calls him in, and Shin-hyuk steels himself, recalling a crucial detail from his own novel. The vice principal of this academy is one of the nation's 10 S-rank hunters. He steps inside, and the man sitting behind the desk is a wall of pure presence. It's Kim Man-dong, the S-rank vice principal, looking even more imposing than Shin-hyuk remembered from his writing. He doesn't recall seeing this man at his interview, but the sheer aura is overwhelming as he offers a respectful greeting. Kim Man-dong keeps the pleasantries short, understanding that Shin-hyuk has a class to prepare for. He then gestures to a large sack, telling the new instructor that everything inside is for him. Shin-hyuk peeks inside, utterly baffled to find it stuffed to the brim with wax-sealed envelopes. A bit flustered, he asks if these are fan letters, and the vice principal just smiles, telling him to open one and find out. The vice principal explains that it wasn't just students who were impressed by his duel with the student council president. He picks one up and reads it a formal challenge, with the vice principal noting that for these guilds, dueling him is now better PR than any commercial. Hess completely stunned he wasn't expecting a bonus like this. The vice principal then drops the bomb. All 932 letters in that sack say the same thing. Every last one of them, he confirms with a grim look, is a formal duel challenge. Challenge letters? He's completely lost, wondering aloud if he somehow messed up. But the vice principal assures him he did nothing wrong. They're just trying to ride his wave of popularity, and his non-hunter background only makes the story juicier. But wait a second, how did anyone even find out he went to a non-hunter school? A chill runs down his spine. The vice principal explains that not all the instructors are his fans, and he suspects one of them leaked his background info. The bigger issue now is that the comment section is getting toxic, with people accusing the student council president of throwing the match. A dark expression crosses his face. He remembers exactly how much it sucks to get hate comments. This world has its own brand of trolls, too. A wave of regret hits him. As a teacher, he feels he should have stepped in sooner. The vice principal announces the school's channel is being shut down, as it's now doing more harm than good. He then turns his sharp gaze on Shin-hyuk, asking him what he plans to do now. Crushing a letter in his fist, Shin-hyuk's expression hardens. He's going to clear up all the doubt. The vice principal is intrigued, asking exactly how he intends to pull that off. His plan is simple. He'll find the most famous, highest ranked trolls among the challengers and beat them. But he's warned to be careful, some of those challengers are legitimate A-rank hunters. Shin-hyuk just smirks. That's perfect. In fact, hell only accept challenges from A-ranks. The vice principal's eyes widen as he grasps the strategy. Make an example of the strongest, to silence the rest. A slow grin spreads across his face. He likes this plan. He likes it a lot. But just as the plan is settled, the vice principal leans forward with an intense gaze, offering a match himself. Shin-hyuk is completely floored, thinking he must have misheard the old man. The sheer absurdity of the offer short-circuits his brain for a moment. No, he definitely heard it loud and clear, but his mind refuses to accept it. The air in the office grows heavy with the weight of the S-rank hunter's words. He can't help but think the vice principal has finally lost his marbles. An S-rank challenging a B-rank? Seriously? But the old man is dead serious, admitting he watched the duel with the spear instructor. He saw something else. Too, it looked like Shin-hyuk was still holding back. Even then, Shin-hyuk's confidence wavers internally. Sure, he can handle A ranks, but an S rank is a completely different beast. After all, there are only about 1,000 A ranks in the country, and the instructor he beat wasn't even a full one yet. He admits to himself that since his master's training has grown strong enough to handle A ranks. But S ranks, they're a completely different dimension of power. They're considered strategic weapons, each one a walking army capable of leveling cities. And the man in front of him is Kim Man-dong, the god of war, one of the absolute strongest S ranks. He even remembers a scene from his novel where the other protagonist, Lee Ji-seong, got cocky and was utterly annihilated by him. Of course, Shin-hyuk's trained properly, not like some fool who just pops spirit pills to get strong. But even so, the rational part of his brain screams that there's just no way he can win. The vice principal snaps him out of it, seeing the hesitation and offering a hand. He argues that one spar with him will silence all the other challengers for good. The condition isn't to win, but something almost as impossible. Just land a single clean hit. Shin-hyuk's mind is racing. A single hit? He remembers his own writing, "This man's body can tank an aura blade without flinching." The vice principal smirks, calling him more timid than he looks, and then dangles an even sweeter prize. If he lands that one hit, he'll be exempt from the new teacher training. Shin Hyuk's ears perk up. Paid time off? He imagines the grueling 3 weeks of forced bonding with other teachers, a special kind of hell for an outsider like him. But the words 3 weeks paid vacation echo in his mind like a heavenly choir, and all his caution evaporates. He questions if the vice principal even has that authority, but Mandong assures him there's a special exemption program. Shin Hyuk is practically drooling, stammering that yes, he's very interested in that dream vacation. With the hook firmly set, Mandong schedules the match for a month from now, well after the presidential election. He points to the calendar the day right before the break begins, and warns him not to bail at the last minute. A single bead of sweat rolls down Shin Hyuk's face. Has just given his word and now he's completely locked in. The vice principal finishes, stressing that this opportunity is worth its weight in gold. With the deal now set in stone, Shin Hyuk quietly excuses himself to head to class. As he walks down the empty hall, the weight of his decision settles in. 1 month to land a hit on Kim Mandong. At first glance, the offer seemed like a sweet deal. A juicy bone dangled right in front of him, but the moment he actually processes it, he realizes it's less of a reward and more of a death wish. He imagines Mandong as a transcendent martial arts master, a walking fortress he has no hope of even scratching. It's a cruel, almost impossible offer, but he lets out a breath, knowing he has to step up. He can't just live a quiet, comfortable life if it means someone else's future is ruined on his watch. Suddenly, a system window flashes into existence, unlocking a brand new side story. The Vice Principal Slayer. A confident smirk spreads across his face. If the system turned it into a quest, then it's not impossible after all. Deep in his spiritual realm, Shin Hyuk seeks out his master, certain the old man has the answer. But Cho Yu Ryang just scoffs, calling him a lunatic and telling him to give up on the impossible. Shin Hyuk presses on, asking about a technique he's heard of, an aura slice, he thinks it was called. His master corrects him. It's an aura blade, and it's the bare minimum needed to even scratch someone with a diamond body. He mocks Shin Hyuk, saying at his current level, he'd be lucky to shave off a single chest hair. Still, Shin Hyuk wonders if there's some trick, any way at all he could land just one hit. The master sarcastically suggests using rare elixirs, like ancient ginseng roots, to maybe form a shoddy aura blade. But then his tone shifts as he grabs Shin Hyuk by the hair, yanking him close. He concedes that it won't be anywhere near the level of a true master's technique, but if Shin Hyuk pushes himself to the absolute limit, he might be able to pull it off. Just once. A smirk of pure determination spreads across Shin Hyuk's face. One clean hit, that's all he needs. He thanks his master and turns to leave, but the old man isn't about to let him go that easily. The master scoffs, demanding to know how a punk like him plans to afford 3 priceless ginseng roots. But Shin Hyuk just sprints for the portal, shouting back that money makes the world go round. And with the presidential election next week, he has a very lucrative plan to get that ginseng. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a young woman named Choi Seora glares at her phone in irritation. She wonders why he hasn't called once since leaving Antas, worrying he might have found a girlfriend. Just as the thought crosses her mind, her phone begins to vibrate. Speak of the devil, it's a call from her senior. She knew he'd have to call her eventually. She answers, trying to sound casual as she asks him what he's been up to. On the phone, Shin Hyuk casually asks for a small loan of about 100 million won. The line immediately goes dead. She hung up on him. Choi Seora files her nails, utterly unimpressed by his ridiculous request. But Shin Hyuk wasn't just begging. He's thinking about elixirs, specifically the wild ginseng that exists in this world. While the truly mythical stuff is out of reach, the Cheonjiang wild ginseng is the ultimate attainable prize. The only problem? Its insane price tag, easily fetching tens, sometimes hundreds of millions at auction. He recalls how the novel's other protagonist, Lee Ji-seong, ate them like snacks but was still crushed by the vice principal. But Shin Hyuk has an ace up his sleeve, his master, who can help him absorb every last drop of its power. The real issue is funding. With only 300 million to his name, buying 3 roots would bankrupt him. Then, he remembers the vice principal's words, the upcoming presidential election. A perfect opportunity. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he realizes the true highlight of any election, the stocks. He'd been so preoccupied with surviving dealing with teachers and the Antas Guild that he'd forgotten. He'd been using his novel knowledge for small things, kicking himself for ignoring this golden goose. So, his first stop is the bank, where a teller happily confirms his hefty loan has been approved. As a broke writer, this was impossible. But now, as an instructor, his credit is impeccable. More importantly, he's the only one who knows that Kim In-hak's backer is about to drop out of the race. With a confident smirk, he decides to put the entire loan on the line for the winning candidate's stock. A few days later, a delivery driver huffs and puffs, completely overwhelmed by a mountain of pizza boxes. He's looking for a teacher Kang Shin-hyuk, with a delivery of 42 pizzas, and says the drinks are on the house. His students can only stare in utter shock, wondering what on earth their teacher has done now. He casually tells everyone to grab a pizza, basking in the glow of his new estimated assets, nearly 1.5 billion won. The students completely lose their minds, with one kid screaming that he wants to grow up to be Kang Shin-hyuk. With a serene smile, he accepts their worship. His theme stock had, after all, yielded a 500% profit. It was a simple play for someone who knew the future. The leading candidate's stock was about to tank due to a corruption scandal. His all-in gamble paid off beautifully, and he cheekily warns his students not to choke on their free meal. One student, his mouth full of pizza, manages to ask if something good had happened to their teacher. Shin-hyuk just says he had a little fun with stocks, but then adds that he has one more piece of news. He casually announces that the day before the closing ceremony, he'll be sparring with the vice principal. The entire class erupts into chaos, choking on their pizza as the shocking news sinks in. One of the students, taking a sip of her drink, asks if he's serious about fighting that muscle freak, Kim Man-dong. Shin-hyuk calmly explains the handicap. He only needs to land a single, clean hit to win. His students don't see it as a handicap. They see it as a death sentence, crying out that he's going to die. He just smiles, telling them to enjoy what might be his last treat for them. But inside, his mind is racing. He's using the students to spread the one-hit rule and lock the vice principal into the terms. With his stock secured and his master confirmed, everything is falling into place. Now, only training remains. He shifts his focus to a snowy, spiritual peak, vowing that Kim Man-dong will get what's coming to him. But first, he has to present his offerings to his master: boxes of ramen, chocolate, and soda. The ancient martial artist, Cho Yu-ryang, acknowledges this unique devotion, but asks if he brought the real item. Shin-hyuk grins, holding up a wooden box and recalling his master's lesson on needing a fateful connection for an elixir. He opens it, revealing 3 glowing, 100-year-old wild ginseng roots, a connection that cost him 300 million won. The old master inspects the roots, noting that while they're not quite the 300-year-old ginseng he once had, they are potent. Shin-hyuk can't help but cheekily remind him of his own lectures about not relying on shortcuts and elixirs. With no time for nonsense, Cho Yu-rang tells him to eat and begins circulating his energy, promising his full support. After the ginseng is consumed, the real process begins. A powerful, glowing energy surges from the master's hands directly into Shin-hyuk's back. The heat is immense. He thinks this is a whole different world from the cheap herbs and chicken soup. His master tells him not to resist the energy, confident their shared internal technique will make it manageable. Manageable? Shin-hyuk can barely contain the raw power flooding his system. In his mind, it feels like trying to bail out an ocean with a single bucket. But after a few cycles, the bucket is gone, and his entire spiritual self is submerged in a vast river of energy. As the energy settles, his master has a question for him. He notes the ginseng was incredibly potent and must have cost a fortune. So, he asks, if Shin-hyuk has money now, why not just quit this dangerous teacher gig and live comfortably? But Shin-hyuk smiles faintly, explaining that he's recently found some new responsibilities. He has to save a junior from a bad crowd and clear the name of a student caught in rumors because of him. He admits that quitting would be the easy way out, but he wouldn't be able to respect himself if he ran away. A small, knowing smile crosses his master's face. He was right about his disciple's character. Shin-hyuk is confused by the cryptic remark, but his master simply tells him he doesn't need to know. Suddenly, the old man's eyes flare with red light, declaring the ginseng's effects were better than expected, and he's about to give his disciple a gift. He warns that this next part is going to hurt, and Shin-hyuk can only stare in shock, realizing the trial has just begun. Before Shin-hyuk can even finish his thought, the trial begins. His master slams a hand on his back, unleashing a tidal wave of raw spiritual energy. A silent scream rips through Shin-hyuk as the power courses violently through his body. The entire spiritual space crackles with an overload of untamed energy. He grits his teeth, cursing this crazy old man, and wondering what he's even doing. But his master's voice cuts through the pain, ordering him to endure it and focus. The agony is indescribable. It feels like every nerve is being ripped out at once. Then, through the haze of pain, he realizes the master's energy is forcing a new path. It's like there's a wall inside him, and his master is about to smash it with a sledgehammer. All this overwhelming power is being channeled to break his limits and forge something new. He grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, enduring the master's reckless energy for what feels like an eternity. Then, with a deafening crack, something deep inside him shatters, and the master notes how much murky energy this kid had. The old man watches the fissure of light, satisfied. His disciple endured it well. They finally broke through. Exhausted and gasping for air, Shin-hyuk collapses, vowing never to go through that again, as he asks if it's finally over. But his master's face is a stone wall, giving away nothing. The old man suddenly strikes him again, declaring that wasn't it, and another surge of energy blasts through Shin-hyuk. A dark, murky aura is expelled from his body, and for a moment, he feels a strange sense of peace. But that peace quickly turns to pure rage as he jolts awake, screaming that he's going to sue his master for this abuse. The master, however, is completely unbothered, casually slurping on some instant ramen he pulled from thin air. Shin-hyuk is absolutely floored, demanding to know what in the world was just done to his body without any explanation. The old master clutches his chest, feigning utter heartbreak at his disciple's ingratitude. But as he swings a disciplinary hand, Shin-hyuk effortlessly dodges, a smug grin plastered on his face. The grin fades as the gears in his head start turning. Wait a minute, he dodged that? A spark of realization hits him, and he eagerly asks his master to try that again. The master looks down, a vein throbbing on his forehead, clearly not impressed with this sudden cockiness. Oh. He's happy to oblige, unleashing a flurry of kicks to remind his student who's in charge. With the lesson thoroughly learned, Shin-hyuk finally asks just what his master did to him. The old man explains that he couldn't just let the leftover medicinal effect of the elixir dissipate, so he used his own internal energy to open Shin-hyuk's ren and do meridians. This was a legendary breakthrough, creating an express lane for energy to flow through his entire body. It all clicks into place for Shin-hyuk. So that's why his master was so fast. He excitedly recalls martial arts novels, thinking this must mean he's become incredibly strong. He eagerly asks if this makes him a transcendent master now, but his master's deadpan reply is that something has indeed popped. The old man clarifies it was his conscience that popped, scolding him for thinking he could just skip the peak level and jump straight from first-rate to transcendent. Shin-hyuk tries to argue that he suffered for this, but a swift chop from his master cuts him off with a warning not to dodge. With a fresh lump on his head, he's told that his master was the one who suffered, not him, who just ate some ginseng expecting a free ride. He protests that his master called the elixir good, and it was, the old man retorts, but only just enough to open his meridians, not grant him a legendary 2-level jump. The master tells him not to be disappointed, as reaching the peak level is already an incredible feat, even if this isn't some fantasy novel. Shin-hyuk's focus narrows to the real prize. He asks if he can finally use sword ki. His master calmly reminds him of his promise to defeat the vice principal. That was the whole point, Shin-hyuk confirms. The ginseng was just a means to an end, to land one single decisive blow of sword ki. The master scoffs at the idea of a single shot, but Shin-hyuk is dead serious, warning him not to underestimate the power of an S-rank hunter. The master scoffs, claiming that in his era, transcendent-level fighters were everywhere, but Shin-hyuk isn't buying it. Annoyed by his disciple's doubt, the old man insists it's true, but Shin-hyuk cleverly turns his master's logic back on him. Waving it off, Shin-hyuk is just eager to train, declaring that all he needs is to land one hit, even if he loses the fight. But his master stops him cold, asking if he feels no shame training with the mindset that he's already been defeated. He explains that no true master would ever be satisfied with just one hit. They'd be furious at the insult. The goal isn't to beat him, but to land a single effective blow, and as the words sink in, Shin-hyuk's perspective begins to shift. He recalls the vice principal's challenge and finally understands. His master wasn't scolding his pride, but his mindset. It wasn't about winning or losing. He had allowed his opponent to define the very limits of his own victory. With a new fire in his eyes, he tells his master he was wrong. He won't just hit the vice principal once hell hit him 5 times. A proud smirk spreads across the master's face. Only 5? That's barely a passing grade, he taunts. Shin-hyuk playfully asks why his master is being so stingy, but the old man just smirks, promising to help him reach a perfect 100. Hess completely floored a perfect 100? If the master had a trump card like that, why on earth didn't he mention it sooner? The old master admits he was hesitant, because the technique he has in mind isn't actually his own. He explains that in his long life, he met many warriors, but only 2 he could ever truly call a friend, and the technique he's about to pass on belonged to one of them, leaving Shin-hyuk baffled. Do friends just share their sacred martial arts? Of course not, the master scoffs. He simply fought his friend so many times that he naturally learned the trick to his signature move. He acknowledges that stealing another's art was a grave sin in the old world, but since Shin-hyuk is the last martial artist who's going to complain, Shin-hyuk asks if this friend was as strong as him. Not quite, the master boasts. But he was a monster who could corner him with this very technique, even when he was a whole level behind. That's all Shin-hyuk needs to hear. He begs to be taught, and his master gives his blessing, telling him to use this power to utterly crush the vice principal's pride. 1 week of intense, secret training passes, bringing us back to the real world, outside a coffee bar where someone has clearly been trying to reach him. Min Ji-hee playfully teases him, but quickly reveals the real reason for their meeting concerns the drug from last time. She confirms her agency has intel that Genesis is also involved in drug trafficking. In fact, they weren't just operating locally, they were recently caught trying to sell their product in Japan. After sharing the intel, she changes the subject, asking if the rumor about his match with the vice principal is true. Shin-hyuk is stunned to see it's not a rumor, but an official post on the school's education system. The vice principal has twisted their private duel into a public selection for the outstanding teacher of the semester. The application period is open, and there's already one name on the list. Shin-hyuk just smirks. He thinks the old man must be desperate, trying to make it official so he can't back out. But Min Ji-hee doesn't find it funny, questioning why head escalate things when the school is already on edge. She reveals a student in her class was recently beaten up but is too afraid to say who did it. Shin-hyuk listens intently as she explains the victim claims he just fell, and no other students will talk. She lowers her voice, revealing she knows exactly who's behind it. With a burst of anger, she slams her hand down, naming the worst delinquent in the middle school division, Lee Ji-sung. Her frustration is palpable, but she notices her colleague has gone completely silent. The name hits Shin-hyuk like a truck, and he literally chokes on his drink. Min Ji-hee's eyes narrow. That's a very specific reaction. She asks if he has some history with the kid. Trying to cover his slip-up, she continues, explaining that Lee Ji-sung's family is insanely powerful, making him untouchable. His father is the CEO of Hwaseon Electronics, and his grandfather is the chairman of the entire Hwaseon group. Shin-hyuk's mind flashes back to his own novel. Of course. This is 2 years before the main character's possession. This is Lee Ji-sung's infamous delinquent failure era. He forces a smile, waving it off. Ah, so that's why Choi Seora hated him in the original story. He tells her the kid is still young and might improve with time. Min Ji-hee scoffs at the idea, insisting that people like that just don't change. But Shin-hyuk knows better. The soul that will possess that body is selfish and arrogant, yet it's the key to turning his reputation around. She throws a mini tantrum, warning him that he'll understand her frustration when that punk eventually ends up in his class. He calmly reminds her that he's a flawless extra and won't be taking any students, though hearing the protagonist's name makes this whole situation feel incredibly real again. She just wants the break to start so she doesn't have to see the kid's face, changing the subject to ask about his plans. Shin-hyuk mentions the new teacher training but vaguely adds that he might be lucky enough to get out of it. She's confused, since that training is usually mandatory for all new hires. He explains that the vice principal offered him an exemption if he can prove himself to be an outstanding teacher. The realization hits her like a lightning bolt. The duel! He accepted that insane challenge just to skip training? She can't believe it, reminding him he's facing Kim Mandong, one of the top 10. She asks if a weakling like him really thinks he can even land a single hit. Taking a calm sip of his drink, Shin-hyuk playfully asks her not to jinx the match before it's even begun. Min Ji-hee is left utterly speechless by his casual confidence. She suddenly slams her hands on the table and leans right into his personal space, startling him. With a dark, serious expression, she tells him he's really changed. The old him would never have been so reckless. All he can think is how incredibly close she is. She pulls back, wondering aloud if people can truly change so much, before apologizing for getting carried away. And just like that, time flies, and the day of the end of semester ceremony finally arrives. The entire student body is buzzing with excitement, snacks and drinks in hand, ready for the show. Everyone is gathered, their eyes wide with anticipation for the duel that's about to go down. And among the crowd, a familiar face, Choi Seora, watches on with a cold, unreadable expression. The crowd is already buzzing with skepticism, wondering where this new instructor gets his confidence. They sneer that he's not even a proper graduate, and that he's getting way ahead of himself aiming for the Outstanding Teacher Award. But not everyone agrees. One student, Jinsu, grits his teeth as he overhears others betting on the vice principal to win easily. Thanks to his heightened senses, he can hear every last insult, and his friend has to physically restrain him. Jinsu refuses to back down, insisting he has to stay and support the teacher who's helped him so much. Of course, this whole spectacle was a setup. The duel was supposed to be for staff only, but his rivals made sure to leak it. They wanted him publicly shamed, and the worried faces of his students show the plan is working perfectly. His friend asks just how bad the rumors have gotten, and Jinsu confirms the other teachers are spreading poison. But his real allies know the truth, and they've come prepared to show their support. Because despite the negativity, a loyal group of teachers holds up a banner, ready to cheer their friend on. And it's not just the teachers. His students are here too, screaming their support for him. As their cheers echo through the arena, Kang Shin-hyuk's eyes lock onto his target. The vice principal, Kim Man-dong, strides into the ring, basking in the roar of the crowd. He strikes a flashy pose for his fans, an act of pure arrogance that gets right under Shin-hyuk's skin. The S-rank hunter smirks, feigning surprise that so many people came to watch this public beatdown. But Shin-hyuk just scoffs, calling the old man out for practically advertising the event himself. Unfazed, the vice principal offers a condescending piece of advice. Go all out or face humiliation, even offering the first move. Shin-hyuk quietly accepts. It's a common courtesy from a higher rank, but one he was banking on. With the posturing over, the referee steps in to go over the rules one last time. The special condition is announced. If Kang Shin-hyuk can land just one clean hit, he wins. The vice principal smugly agrees to the terms, not even bothering to look at the referee. Shin-hyuk also agrees, but with a polite request for the ref to step out once they start for his own safety. The A-rank referee is stunned, but the vice principal just waves him off, telling him to do as the kid says. With the formalities done, the referee announces the duel to determine the semester's outstanding teacher. He orders them to their positions, and Shin-hyuk is already moving into his stance. A hand is raised, signaling the final, tense moment before the start. The whistle blows, and with a sharp point, the duel officially begins. Shin-hyuk faces his opponent, his hand resting on the hilt of his still-wrapped weapon. His mind flashes back to the spiritual realm, to the day his master gifted him this very blade. It was a sword from a powerful friend, a weapon his master declared was finally worthy of his techniques. Shin-hyuk unsheathes the blade, his mind clear. The vice principal's arrogance gave him one chance, and this is it. He takes a deep breath, and a brilliant blue aura ignites along the length of the sword. The students are floored, shouting in disbelief. An aura sword, a technique for A ranks, not a B rank teacher. But while they're impressed, the other instructors watching from the sidelines are far from convinced. The vice principal smirks, asking if that's all he's got, and Shin-hyuk silently promises him this is only the beginning. In an instant, the gentle glow explodes into a tidal wave of raw spiritual power that surges across the arena. The vice principal's smug expression finally cracks, his eye widening as he feels the sheer pressure. The other teachers are completely stunned, one of them realizing this isn't an aura sword, it's an aura blade, an S-rank skill his master had never even used, a technique that required an opponent arrogant enough to let him charge it up. No one ever puts their all into the first strike, but Shin-hyuk isn't probing his here to end this now. The vice principal notes the long prep time, thinking it's an unmastered technique, as the referee nervously gives the signal to begin. But Shin-hyuk just grins, apologizing for the wait and promising that this isn't even the end of his preparation. He pours every ounce of his being into the blade, the spiritual energy crackling violently around him. Even the once arrogant spear instructor can only gape in stunned silence from the sidelines. With a final surge of power, Shin-hyuk announces he's coming, unleashing the meteor arts, demon style. The vice principal finally drops all pretense, bracing himself for an attack far beyond anything he anticipated. Shin-hyuk reveals this is one of his master's two ultimate techniques, the martial art of the legendary Heaven Demon. That name sends a shockwave through the arena, a name straight out of myth. It all flashes back to his training, his master chiding him for his disbelief, asking how he couldn't recognize such a famous figure. And Shin-hyuk realizes with dawning horror that his master was friends with a legend that any martial arts fan would know, the Heaven Demon ruler of the demon sect, one of the two great powers of the martial world. As a novelist, Shin-hyuk knew this character was a fan favorite, a trope of overwhelming, satisfying power. These days, the legend is so popular, he's been reincarnated into stories as a baker, a gang boss, anything. His master just scoffs, admitting the guy was famous but he never once managed to win a fight against him. Shin-hyuk's brain stutters. His master was friends with the Heaven Demon? He has to ask who was the other friend. Oh, just some guy named Jang Sambong, his master says, a Taoist geezer who loved to drink. Shin-hyuk is left utterly speechless, his mind reeling from the casual name drop. Jang Sambong? The legendary grandmaster who founded the entire Wudang sect? And the technique born from that lineage is terrifyingly simple. Pour aura into an already energized blade. The overcharged sword cracks, scattering countless shards of energy like a meteor shower of pure destruction. The resulting shockwave slams into the stands, sending the instructors reeling as they desperately hold up a defensive barrier. They struggle to maintain the last line of defense, one of them screaming for the other to focus. The pink-haired instructor can't believe it. Two of the vice principal's triple-layered barriers are already gone, and she realizes she's been underestimating this new teacher the entire time. Even the referee, safe on the sidelines, feels a chill run down his spine, knowing that if had been in that arena, he would have been vaporized. And then, with a final crackle of energy, the last barrier shatters, proving to everyone that Kang Shin-hyuk's initial rank assessment was a complete and utter joke. Inside the swirling dust, Kang Shin-hyuk grips the hilt of his sword, his body trembling slightly. He's panting, sweat dripping down his face as the sheer cost of the technique hits him. That single attack consumed every last drop of aura he possessed. There's no way he could ever use it twice in a row. But as his master promised, the momentary destructive power was absolutely top tier, enough to wipe out even high-level monsters. With the dust beginning to settle, he stands tall and directs a simple, confident question into the silence. "So, what do you think, Vice Principal?" From the dust, the Vice Principal emerges, his clothes shredded. He has to admit, an attack of that caliber definitely counts as a valid hit. But now he's in a serious bind, realizing this new instructor is far more than just a talented rookie. Had known from the start that Kang Shin-hyuk wasn't some simple B rank, but the deal was clear: one valid hit. The old man touches his neck, feeling his own blood. He can't remember the last time anyone actually managed to wound him. A faint smirk plays on Shin-hyuk's lips. Just as his master predicted, this world has no concept of true martial arts swordplay. The Vice Principal tries to save face, declaring the first strike over and preparing for a proper match to begin. But Shin-hyuk immediately calls him out, gesturing to his tattered state and asking if he's really going to deny that was a valid hit. He reminds him of the conditions they agreed to, thinking to himself that this was as far as he ever intended the fight to go. It may have looked like a single attack, but in reality, it was a flurry of strikes that easily met the 10-hit mark he'd aimed for. Flustered, the Vice Principal tries to argue it's an unsatisfying end, but Shin-hyuk coldly reminds him that offering the first move was his own arrogant mistake. The Vice Principal stammers, trying to appeal to Shin-hyuk's sense of showmanship for the students. But it's too late. The students are already roaring with approval for their new teacher, much to the old man's annoyance. Shin-hyuk has no interest in dragging this out, stating he's achieved his goal of warding off future challengers. He presses the point. The Vice Principal acknowledged the valid hit, which means the duel is over. A sly grin creeps across the old man's face as a new, underhanded idea takes root. He admits it was a valid hit, but if it suddenly wasn't, then the duel wouldn't be over, would it? His aura explodes with golden light as he declares the official challenge settled. Now it's time for a real fight. Shin-hyuk watches, stunned, as the blood and wounds on the Vice Principal's body simply vanish. The students in the crowd recognize the impossible skill immediately. It's the S-rank ability, Super Regeneration. With his shirt now gone and his body perfectly healed, the Vice Principal flexes, smugly asking if he looks injured at all. The students are in an uproar, shouting Kim Mandong's name and calling this a disgusting abuse of S-rank power. Shin-hyuk can only smirk wryly, thinking the old man is doing a fine job of destroying his own reputation. But the Vice Principal is completely serious, stating he's now genuinely interested and wants the duel to continue. This is pathetic. Shin-hyuk realizes he's trapped. If he refuses, he'll look weak and the challenges will never stop. His hand trembles as he grips his sword, his legs shaking and arms feeling utterly drained of strength. Thankfully, his cleared meridians are helping him recover, but he knows another ultimate technique is impossible. He steels his resolve, focusing on the 110 points at stake. He can't just let this opportunity go. With a final declaration, the Vice Principal announces he's coming and lunges forward. Shin-hyuk's eyes widen, seeing the immense pressure bearing down on him. The arena floor cracks and shatters as the old man rockets towards him with terrifying speed and power. Shin-hyuk can only stare in disbelief as the Vice Principal's charge shatters the arena floor. But instead of a direct hit, the old man blazes right past him. Where's he going? His eyes snap wide with a sudden, horrifying realization. The Vice Principal wasn't attacking him, he was moving to intercept something else. Mandong's face twists into a mask of pure fury, his aura flaring defensively. But it's too late for Shin-hyuk, as a brutal strike from behind sends his world into a spin. His consciousness fades to black, only to return to the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling. He slowly opens his eyes, trying to figure out where he is. The nurse's office? A wave of relief washes over him. He genuinely thought he was about to meet King Yomra again, so he really did lose consciousness and the duel. He lies back, the weight of his defeat sinking in. But as he lies there, a slow, confident smile spreads across his face. That fight was absolutely exhilarating. He flashes back to the moment Mandong erupted from the ground, a demon of pure power charging from his blind spot. Remembering his master's mad dog spirit, he chose to sacrifice the flesh to cut the bone, taking the full force of the blow with his arm. The sound of his own bones cracking was deafening, a wave of pure agony washing over him. But through it all, he endured, swinging his sword and landing a clean slash across the vice principal's chest. And in that split second before the final punch sent him into darkness, his eyes caught something. A small but undeniable sword wound, etched right onto the old man's shoulder. A smug, greedy grin takes over his face. That was a valid hit, and he's getting that training exemption no matter what. His scheming is cut short as a curtain is pulled back, a gentle voice asking if he's awake. It's the school nurse, Kim Seonhwa, who smiles and informs him he's been unconscious for about 4 hours. He sits up, his mind racing. The school nurse, she was never a character in his original story. He quickly apologizes for keeping her so late, but as he tries to get out of bed, he finds his arm is completely numb. She gently pushes him back, explaining his bones were shattered. She's used healing magic, but the feeling will take a while to return. So this is the famous heal ability he'd only read about. The nurse adds that the vice principal himself asked her to stay. He almost calls the old man a geezer before catching himself, awkwardly telling her she's free to go. But with a small, knowing smile, she simply refuses. Kang Shin-hyuk is completely floored by her response. She explains that she stayed on purpose, even though she was supposed to leave at curfew. Leaning forward with a sparkling grin, she confesses it's because she's taken an interest in him. And just like that, our hero's brain completely short-circuits, leaving him a blushing, sputtering mess. But Kang Shin-hyuk's brain has snagged on a different detail. He stammers, asking about the father part, hoping he just misheard. A jolt of pure terror shoots through him as he remembers calling the vice principal an old geezer right to his daughter's face. The nurse, Kim Seonhwa, just smiles, confirming the vice principal is her father and admitting she never imagined someone could fight him like that. He tries to laugh it off, conceding that since he passed out, it was officially the vice principal's win, and she agrees. But she leans in with a warm, earnest expression, telling him she doesn't think he lost at all, and that his first attack was incredible. She then presents a gift bag, explaining that students and faculty left things for him while he was recovering. He pulls out a stack of letters, his expression softening with genuine surprise. A small smile forms as he reads through them, messages of support, invitations for drinks, even one from Mr. Park. One particularly over-the-top letter from his student Jinsu makes him chuckle, and he mentally vows to fail the kid for his flattery. But looking at the outpouring of support, he realizes that even though he lost the duel, he seems to have won over the school. He picks up one more letter, the weight of all this unexpected support sinking in. Lying back, he holds the message to his chest, a soft smile on his face. This is more than enough. Elsewhere, a young woman reading in bed seems to share the sentiment, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction. The nurse beams, happy to see his spirits lifted, noting that it doesn't feel like a total loss now. He agrees, but cheekily wishes his victory had at least earned him that training exemption from her father. She stops, confused, and he explains the real reason he accepted the duel in the first place. She can't help but laugh, finding it amusing he'd go so far just to skip what she calls a fun training session. But he explains his reasoning coming from a non-hunter school. He figured he'd be ostracized anyway. She reassures him that not everyone is so petty, and after that display, no one will dare ignore his skill. He leaves the nurse's office with a new friend, musing that while her connection to the vice principal is tricky, it's a good start. The next day, Kang Shin-hyuk was well enough to attend the end-of-semester ceremony, and on stage, the vice principal actually kept his word, announcing him as the semester's outstanding teacher. Of course, a few salty instructors immediately protested, questioning how a loser could win such an award, but the vice principal shut them down cold, stating Shin-hyuk was the only one who even applied for the match. After the ceremony, he noticed a curious change as other teachers began approaching him with congratulations. A few of the practical skills instructors, who had previously ignored him, even offered a friendly greeting. He was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't expected his reputation to shift this dramatically overnight. As the principal's voice declared the start of vacation over the intercom, the students erupted in cheers. Just then, a couple of his students rushed over, excitedly inviting him on a beach trip to Jeju Island. But Shin-hyuk politely held up a hand, already planning to turn down their kind offer. He tells them their teacher is busy, internally gagging at Jinsu's overly affectionate display. Standing at the podium, he firmly wishes them a great break, shutting down any more talk of a trip. Finally, some peace and quiet a vacation he earned after a life-or-death battle with the vice principal. But just as he settles in, his phone buzzes with a notification from the school nurse, Kim Seonhwa. A sly grin spreads across his face. It's time to start a little side hustle and make a killing. He reflects on his finances. His recent stock investments were a huge success. But in reality, his bank account is a bottomless pit, and he's completely broke. After taxes, rent, and loan repayments, he was left with practically nothing. So, he quickly texts Nurse Kim back, ready to build up his capital for the future. His plan is simple. It's time to clear a portal. This whole idea sparked yesterday evening, while he was recovering from his duel in the nurse's office. The school nurse, Kim Seonhwa, had explained that most teachers take side jobs clearing portals for extra cash. He played it humble, laughing off his own past as nothing more than a low-level porter. She was shocked, thinking it a total waste that someone so powerful was ever used for manual labor. Her high praise definitely didn't hurt his ego as he lay there, soaking it all in, but a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he realized where this conversation was heading. And there it was, her bright, cheerful proposal for a portal tour to build some camaraderie. The second she mentioned the potential income, his answer was an immediate and resounding yes. Back in the present, his mind is set. With the bet won, this portal cash is his next big score. Hess genuinely thrilled to finally experience a portal, but now Hess wondering who else will be in the party. He figures with a mage like her, there must be a reliable tank, some brawny, bald-headed warrior to hold the front line. But the person who steps forward is a stoic young woman who introduces herself as Hong Iseol. He almost blurts out bald before catching himself, awkwardly trying to play off his surprise. Kim Seonhwa cheerfully introduces her as an old friend and, more importantly, her father's #1 disciple. Iseol seems wary of her revealing such information, but Seonhwa assures her that Kang Shin-hyuk is trustworthy. Her eyes narrow slightly, so this is the man who supposedly landed a hit on her master. When asked about his luggage for the trip, he just grins and points to the sword on his back. Hong Iseol just stares back, her face a perfect mask of unimpressed silence. She leans over to whisper, seriously questioning if this guy is okay, bringing only a sword and no armor. Of course, he hears every word, musing to himself that he was also expecting someone completely different. And he knows exactly who this is. Hong Iseol, an A-rank hunter and a future combat instructor. In his novel, she was a certified powerhouse, who eventually falls for one of the protagonists after a legendary duel. As they drive, Iseol lays out the day's schedule. 1 C-rank and 1 D-rank portal. That's it. She explains that for safety, they won't tackle anything higher, despite their combined ranks allowing for a B rank. And as the author, he knows the profit difference between portal ranks is absolutely massive. Kang Shin-hyuk can't help but ask, confused why they aren't aiming for the more lucrative B-rank portal. Iseol shoots him a sharp glance, flatly stating that's not happening, especially with his lack of proper gear. Kim Seonhwa tries to soften the blow, saying it's a shame but best to listen to the A-ranker's judgment. But inside, Iseol is fuming, thinking this new guy is just another arrogant fool who gets people killed. She decides a lesson is in order, turning to him with a challenge in her voice about how to handle his precious profits. With a smug smile, Iseol offers him a deal. Clear the D, rank 4, person portal alone. He instantly agrees, much to her shock. Not even hesitating for a second, she smirks internally as they arrive. This dungeon will teach him a lesson about his limits. Pulling up to the checkpoint, Iseol flashes her A-rank ID to the guards. She informs them her B-rank companion is going in first, while she waits as backup. Kang Shin-hyuk steps out of the car, getting his first proper look at a portal. He stares at the swirling energy, getting a strange feeling about what's inside. Iseol gives him a 1-hour time limit, but he just stretches, confidently telling her to leave it to him. This is perfect, he thinks. A chance to get real experience, and he notes she's more reasonable than her novel counterpart. Iseol is left completely bewildered, wondering why this pretty boy is so happy to be thrown into a dungeon. A nearby guard voices his concern, but Kang Shin-hyuk just grins, telling him he'll be back in an hour. He knows this is nothing. Even the novel's other transmigrator, Lee Jisung, easily cleared a D-rank portal. Besides, his own martial arts have already reached the peak stage, though his quiet life seems further away than ever. With a final thought that he's truly adapting to this world, he steps directly into the shimmering portal. The world blurs into a flash of light as the portal's energy pulls him through. He stumbles out onto solid ground, the transition leaving him momentarily breathless. Instead of lava or desert, he's greeted by an incredible mountain vista, the most common portal type. Looking back, he sees the portal as now a small, stable sphere, marking the only safe zone in this dimension. He sits down to strategize, recalling from his novel that this terrain favors simple animal or mineral-type monsters. Closing his eyes, he focuses his senses, sending out a pulse of energy to locate the nearest prey. He recalls his master's lesson. To find a hidden enemy, you must spread your key sense wide. A risky move, since it broadcasts his own position, but it's the fastest way to start the hunt. His senses wash over the landscape, and there it is, a presence in the forest below. About 3 of them. A smirk plays on his lips as he rises. With his master, he was always the one being chased, but today, he's the one playing it, and the thought is strangely exciting as he leaps from the cliff. This is it. his first real hunt after entering this new world. Deep in the woods, a slumbering beast with pristine white fur snaps its eyes open, sensing the intrusion. He lands softly, ready to see what a D-rank portal has to offer. His analysis is instant. They're fast, roughly the size of a grown man, and they're good climbers, letting out a nasty shriek as they begin to swarm him from the trees. He sizes them up instantly, giant monkeys, just as the novel described. Ugly, loud, and frankly, a bit underwhelming for a first fight. He calmly recalls their profile. Weak for their rank, with a poor mana stone drop rate. But he also remembers a key detail. Their leather sells for a fortune, if you can even catch the nimble things. One of them doesn't wait for an invitation, leaping from the trees with a furious shriek. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he draws his blade. Their speed is only a problem for ordinary hunters. In a flash of silver, the lunging monster is cleaved in two before it even knows what happened. He looks at the blood on his sword, a greedy thought crossing his mind. 300,001 per mana stone, was it? A manic grin spreads across his face. Ah, he loves school vacation. This is exhilarating. The remaining monkeys can only stare in silent shock, their pack hunt bravado instantly evaporating. Realizing their fatal mistake, the monkeys instinctively try to flee up the trees. Their speed and tough leather would have been a nightmare for any other D-rank hunter. But for Kang Shin-hyuk, this isn't a hunt, it's a one-sided slaughter. Hez not just killing them, Hez calculating his profits with every clean, precise slice. But the thrill of the fight quickly sours as he realizes how much more gruesome this is in person. The warm spray of blood hits his face, and his stomach churns violently. And just like that, our elite instructor starts puking his guts out mid-battle. The monkeys, who were seconds from fleeing for their lives, stop in utter confusion. One of them spots the terrifying human, now bent over and heaving in the distance. He's completely lost in his own rainbow-colored misery, the fearsome hunter from moments ago long gone. The monkeys can only stare as their would-be killer tries to get a grip on his rebellious stomach. He tells himself he has to get used to this feeling, this smell, if he's ever going to clear the next portal. With thoughts of Hong Ezeol giving him strength, he finally lets loose one last Technicolor heave. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the guards on duty are having a quiet shift, until one of them notices something strange on his monitoring device. He calls over his superior, Sergeant Kim, pointing out that something feels off about the portal. The private reports that the gate was light blue before, but now it's shifted to a dark navy. The sergeant's casual dismissal dies in his throat as the horrifying truth dawns on him that's an A-rank gate. Panic erupts as he demands to know why he wasn't told sooner, remembering a hunter just went inside. The private asks if they should check the safe zone, but his sergeant knows better if that's gone. Going in is just suicide. Sergeant Kim frantically explains over the phone that they're just guards, not hunters, and an A-rank gate needs a full team. The voice on the other end is clearly not accepting excuses, demanding to know what he's talking about. It's the school nurse, Kim Seonhwa, and she is panicking, insisting they rescue Mr. Kang while Hong Ezeol tries to calm her down. Seonhwa argues that even he can't possibly handle an A-rank portal alone, questioning Ezeol's composure, but Ezeol cuts through the panic, reminding her that there are specific reasons why a portal's rank suddenly changes. The first possibility is that monsters inside evolve by preying on each other, which usually isn't a huge problem. The second, far more terrifying reason, is when they evolve by preying on the hunters who enter. This allows them to absorb hunter traits, creating unique and monstrously powerful new entities. A dark thought crosses Iseol's mind in that second case. The difficulty skyrockets. And Mr. Kang is probably... She quickly dismisses the thought, telling the nurse it's likely the first option, but her face betrays her worry as she admits it's been over an hour. Hong Ezeol is consumed by guilt, blaming her own complacency for letting him go in alone. But the school nurse, Kim Seonhwa, steps forward, declaring she's fast enough to find Mr. Kang herself. Iseol grabs her arm, her mind made up. This is her responsibility, just as it would have been her master's. Seonhwa agrees to retreat if it's hopeless, but Iseol gives a stern warning about dragging her out personally if she disobeys. At the portal's edge, the guards are shocked, but Iseol demands entry, needing to know if he's alive or dead. One guard protests the sheer danger, but his superior grimly gives the order to grant them permission. They recognize her as the vice principal's prized disciple, but all Iseol can think of is the worst-case scenario. He's already met the boss. An A-rank boss is a different breed, usually requiring 4 elite hunters to take down, be it a giant spider, a venomous snake, or an ancient orc. And if his luck is truly abysmal, he could have run into the so-called nightmare of the forest, an ogre. With a silent, desperate prayer for Mr. Kang's safety, the two women leap into the unstable portal, vanishing into the unknown. But their prayers have gone unanswered. Deep inside, Shin-hyuk stands over a field of monster corpses, Hess already cut down 50 of them, yet there's no sign of the portal clearing. It must be a dungeon with a separate boss, just as the powerful key he sensed had suggested. Still, something feels terribly wrong. This is supposed to be a D-rank portal, so why is he suddenly staring up at a monstrous giant that belongs in an A-rank gate? His blood runs cold, as the system confirms the beast's identity. An ogre, the nightmare of the forest. A creature so powerful that it requires a party of at least 5 A-rank hunters to even stand a chance. He knows this all too well. In his novel, the protagonist barely survived fighting a two-headed one, and while Shin-hyuk is confident he could take on 5 hunters, this monster is a different league of danger. Its hide is too tough for Sword Key to pierce. Its strength and speed are on another level entirely. A monstrous fist whistles past him, the sheer force of the swing tearing through the air. Shin-hyuk can't hide his shock. The system confirms that an ogre is a whole different class of threat. It even warns him not to attempt this fight until he's mastered the aura blade. He watches the ground shatter from a single punch, wryly thinking a few more of those could create a hot spring. But as the system tries to talk him down, a greedy thought crosses his mind. Just how valuable is its mana stone? The answer flashes before his eyes. A staggering 10 million won. His jaw drops, a bit of drool escaping his lips as the number sinks in. 10 million. His grip tightens on his sword, all fear now replaced by raw, unfiltered greed. Fine then. If that's the prize, he'll just have to bring out the heavenly demon sword art. But just as he prepares to strike, elsewhere in the forest, a woman darts through the trees, unleashing her own technique, Meteor. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the exhilarating blood demonic key surges through his very soul. Hong Iseol, meanwhile, sprints through the forest, having left the safe zone far behind. She quickly stumbles upon the aftermath of his hunt. The corpses of giant monkeys scattered everywhere. It's not a single battle site, but a path of carnage, suggesting a relentless chase. Crouching down, she finds a patch of vomit, and her heart immediately sinks. She imagines Kang Shin-hyuk fighting so desperately he became sick, regretting that she ever let him come alone. But as she surveys the bloody trail, she realizes something is very wrong with that theory. Every single corpse she's found has been decapitated with a perfectly clean cut. These are giant monkeys, fast, tough pack hunters that even she would struggle to kill so efficiently. How could a B rank with such a shabby sword do this? Her mind races. Was he secretly using aura all along? And then, the horrifying truth dawns on her. He wasn't being chased, he was the hunter. The scene finally makes sense, but one detail still nags at her. So why did he throw up? Before she can process it, a sudden sound stops her dead in her tracks. A blood-curdling roar rips through the entire forest, shaking the very ground. She immediately freezes, a wave of pure dread washing over her. The entire ecosystem erupts in chaos as birds scatter into the sky. That brief moment of relief she felt is gone. Hong Iseol is now certain he's dead. She knows that sound. It's an A-rank ogre, the absolute nightmare of this forest. Ordinary hunters are paralyzed with fear by its roar alone, their only instinct to flee. But its speed is overwhelming, easily crushing trees and running down even the fastest prey. It's a foregone conclusion. Instructor Kang is dead, and she needs to get out before the beast smells her too. But then, another roar rips through the air, and this one feels different. She tries to rationalize it. Ogres roar for no reason sometimes, but a dangerous thought sparks in her mind. What if that was the sound of a battle starting? What if he's actually still alive? Against all logic, she sprints towards the sound, knowing it takes 5 A-rankers to down that monster. She's running in the complete opposite direction of the exit portal, straight into the heart of the danger. The safe zone was right there, with Kim Seonhwa waiting to guarantee her escape. But the thought of returning alone, of having to look Seonhwa in the eye after abandoning him, she couldn't do it. All her talk of safety and reason feels like a lie now. She's being a complete hypocrite. Pushing through the trees, she screams his name, hoping for any sign that she isn't running to her own grave. Her desperate sprint ends in a clumsy fall, his name half shouted as she tumbles through the undergrowth. But the terror on her face instantly melts into pure, unadulterated shock. Because standing in a clearing is not a scene of carnage, but him, bathed in the glow of a brilliant blue sword. Her eyes widen in disbelief. That energy, it's an aura blade. The sight is almost dreamlike, watching him wield it with a look of pure, unhinged ecstasy. He unleashes a single, beautiful, endless arc of light that cuts through the very air. The ogre lets out a final, agonized roar as the brilliant slash connects perfectly. Its legendary hide, a fortress that can stop other A-rankers cold, is shredded like paper. Iseol can only stare, finally believing what Seonhwa told her. It's real. The light fades, and he turns to her, confused, wondering why she came back when the fight was over so quickly. He gives her a casual wave, explaining he hurried back but ran into a boss monster. Iseol is speechless. barely managing to ask how he could have possibly done that. He thinks she means the ogre, but she presses him about the aura blade he just used. He just laughs it off, saying it's not perfect and he only managed it because he was cornered. He then cheerfully adds that he finally understands why she suggested a lower rank portal. She can only stare in disbelief. This fool has no idea this dungeon mutated into an A-rank gate. But he's already moved on, excitedly thinking about how much he can sell the ogre's parts for. As he approaches the gory remains, however, his triumphant march comes to a sudden, nauseous halt, and he just vomits everywhere, leaving Eziel to realize the godlike warrior has a pathetically weak stomach. After recovering, he makes a strange proposal. He wants her to take all the credit for the kill. It all clicks for Eziel. He knew exactly what he was up against and chose to face the ogre alone anyway. Kang Shinhyuk just smirks, as if it was nothing. She turns to him, finally admitting that she was the reckless one for judging him so harshly. Understanding he has his reasons to lay low, she offers to take full credit for the kill. She extends her hand, officially proposing they work together for the rest of the break. He seems a little taken aback by her sudden turnaround, but he quickly agrees, offering his own hand, which is still covered in vomit. The stoic A-rank hunter's face freezes in absolute, unfiltered horror. He just casually tries to shake off the gunk while she physically recoils from him. With their bizarre new partnership sealed, they leave the dungeon as a notification declares the portal clear. The unstable portal shimmers violently before finally winking out of existence. On the outside, the school nurse, Kim Seonhwa, had been waiting anxiously at the safe zone. She stands guard, staff in hand, her expression growing more worried by the second. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as she spots two figures emerging from the forest. It's Kang Shinhyuk, waving casually, with Hong Eseol following close behind. The sight of him alive and well brings a wave of overwhelming emotion to the nurse's face. He barely has time to process it before she rushes forward, throwing her arms around him in tears. While she's sobbing with relief, Hong Eseol just keeps bowing her head, apologizing profusely. It finally clicks for him. They both thought he was dead, a victim of the portal's sudden mutation. He's a little taken aback by their concern, wondering if he would have done the same for them. Hez touched by their loyalty, apologizing for making them worry as the nurse smiles, just glad Hez safe. With the emotional reunion over, Hong Eseol gets down to business, asking how to dispose of the monster corpses. His mana crackles around him as he takes the final step out of the shimmering blue portal. He takes a deep, satisfying breath, enjoying the fresh air of the outside world once again. But something is wrong. The air feels different, and he spots a line of military trucks waiting. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he tries to figure out what in the world is going on. Suddenly, a soldier approaches, asking to confirm if he is the B-rank hunter, Kang Shinhyuk. The man salutes, introducing himself as part of an Aegis unit dispatched by the Hunter Agency for an A-rank mutation. The soldier asks why he's alone, assuming the rescue party was wiped out, and it all clicks for Shinhyuk. He calmly explains that everyone is fine and the portal is cleared, leaving the soldier completely stunned. To prove his point, Shinhyuk casually starts dragging something massive and bloody out of the portal. The soldier's eyes go wide in sheer terror. It's an ogre. He immediately screams for all units to prepare to fire. But as the monstrous head emerges, Shinhyuk calmly tells them all to stand down. The soldiers freeze, their rifles aimed at a corpse, their minds struggling to catch up with reality. Then, a head pops out from behind the dead monster. It's the A-rank hunter, Hong Eseol, announcing that all three of them are safe. Sergeant Kim is left speechless, his mind racing to understand how a tiny team of three took down an A-rank ogre. His subordinate is just in awe, having only ever seen a monster of this scale during training simulations. The soldiers murmur amongst themselves, knowing it usually takes a full party of A-rankers, and quickly credit Kim Mandong's famous disciple for the kill. Sergeant Kim scoffs, looking at Shinhyuk's unassuming face, and telling his partner not to be fooled by the instructor who came out first. But the other soldier points to the ogre's body, riddled with clean, deep cuts, the kind of wounds only a master swordsman could inflict. Shinhyuk breathes a sigh of relief, glad everyone thinks Hong Eseol handled it all. Soon enough, the dealer she called arrives to inspect their haul, and Shinhyuk can only wonder what the payout will be. The man is impressed, stroking his chin as he remarks he's never seen giant monkeys in such good condition, or an ogre so thoroughly shredded. Hong Eseol just smiles, brushing it off as she gets straight to business, asking him to name his price. The dealer offers 16 million for the monkeys alone, a number that sends an electric shock through Shinhyuk's entire body. Not bad, Eseol notes coolly. But what about the main prize, the ogre? He explains that while the bones are fine, the hide is too damaged to be worth much, offering a paltry 13 million, not including the magic stone. She turns to get Shinhyuk's opinion, but he's already lost in another world, tears welling up in his eyes. His hands tremble as the number echoes in his mind. 13 million. And when he adds the price of the magic stone on top of it all, his brain simply short-circuits. The final tally hits him like a freight train. 40 million. 1. The dealer is completely bewildered by this reaction, but Isiol just tells him to deposit the money into Shinhyuk's account. For a man who lost a fortune in stocks, this single dungeon run feels like the ultimate jackpot, almost tempting him to quit teaching. A moment later, the school nurse, Kim Seonhwa, gets a notification not only did the payment arrive, but he'd sent her and Isiol 10% each. Both women immediately protest, telling him he absolutely doesn't have to do this, especially since they feel they didn't contribute much. But Shinhyuk just smiles warmly, insisting it's a thank you for coming all this way, and an apology for their plans getting ruined. Seonhwa waves her hands, saying it's too much, but he smoothly reminds them their party isn't over yet, right? With a bright, disarming grin, he tells them not to feel burdened, and that he looks forward to working with them again. As he walks away, Hong Isiol just stares, caught completely off guard by his character, and for the first time, a faint, undeniable blush colors her cheeks. Back at the table, Kim Seonhwa tries to snap her friend out of a daze, calling out Hong Isiol's name. She asks if Isiol is alright, noting how she's been completely spaced out since Instructor Kang left. Isiol tries to play it cool, saying she's fine and just thinking about the 4 million she earned for basically doing nothing. But Seonhwa isn't convinced. For an A-rank hunter like her, that kind of money shouldn't be this distracting. Isiol falls silent. It was never about the money. Her mind flashes back to that terrifying aura blade that completely obliterated an ogre in one hit, a technique unlike anything she'd ever witnessed. She finally confesses that for her, whose growth has stagnated, Instructor Kang might be the key to breaking her limits. As Seonhwa takes this in, a new figure approaches their table. It's her master, Vice Principal Kim Mandong, looking oddly domestic in a pink apron as he brings them a steaming pot of food. He sets it down, his gaze sharp. He knows his disciple's strength, and he's already deduced that Instructor Kang must be the one who truly defeated the ogre. Isiol remarks that no one would believe a B-rank hunter could be so powerful unless they saw it themselves. Her master, the vice principal, then casually brings up an open teaching position at the academy, noting it's for a spearmanship instructor. She brushes it off, confident she can learn, but he chides her for not rising to his earlier bait. She calls his bluff, knowing he's pleased, and with her guild contract ending, her decision is made. With a smirk, Isiol announces she'll be joining the academy as the new spearmanship instructor next semester. Meanwhile, in the serene, snowy landscape of the spiritual realm, Kang Shinhyuk excitedly reports his victory, boasting that he clearly saw himself sever the vice principal's arm before fainting. He tries to get a reaction, but his master is just slurping noodles, telling the boy to pipe down while he's eating. Shinhyuk deflates, a little stunned by the completely nonchalant response. But as the old man turns, a hidden, proud smile graces his lips. The vice principal must have really hated losing to use a secret technique. Shinhyuk fishes for praise, asking if his performance was worthy of a perfect score. His master shuts him down with a 90, docking points simply because he's getting arrogant. Still, Shinhyuk bows deeply, thanking him for the guidance that helped him survive the dungeon and the duel. The old man grumbles that if he's truly grateful, he should have brought food, but Shinhyuk just smirks. He pulls out a backpack, revealing a gift he'd prepared. Textbooks for his master to learn about the modern world. The master is genuinely touched, recalling his own curiosity. But he notices one book is unusually heavy. With a sly grin, Shinhyuk opens the device, and the ancient martial artist's brain short-circuits. He introduces his master to the wonders of modern entertainment, tapping on a concert video file. A brightly colored idol flashes onto the screen, dancing to a rhythm the old man has never conceived of. He starts yelling at the people trapped in the box as Shinhyuk desperately tries to explain what a recording is. The old master waves his hand dismissively, utterly lost by this strange new spectacle. Shinhyuk tries to explain that these are idols, the most popular kind of performers these days. He simplifies it, calling them dancers, but the master just stares back with a face of pure bewilderment. Looking at him, Shinhyuk can't help but remember his master's long, lonely past. A solitude so absolute, it must have been a constant, desperate battle just to endure. He smiles softly, realizing just how devastatingly different the world must seem to him now. The master scoffs, questioning if famous dancers are so poor they can't afford proper clothing. But just as Shinhyuk tries to explain, the old man breaks into a grin, revealing he was just teasing. He looks at the small screen, genuinely marveling at how much the world has truly advanced. Shinhyuk agrees, then mentions he'll be busy soon. But first, it's time for a tech lesson. He reminds his master that real combat is the best training, declaring he's off to clean up some monsters. But first, The tech lesson must continue, as Shin-hyuk explains the ancient and mystical device known as a mouse. He seems to be enjoying this role reversal just a little too much. The legendary martial artist, however, stares back with an expression of pure, unadulterated skepticism. A vein twitches on his forehead, the old master clearly struggling with this new form of enlightenment. Back in the real world, Shin-hyuk is flagged down by two familiar colleagues, Min Ji-hee and Hong Ise-yeol. He greets them with a casual smile, asking if they've had breakfast. Learning they're heading the same way, he graciously offers them a ride in his car. And with that, the three of them are off, cruising down the highway. Inside, Hong Ise-yeol's sharp eyes notice an unfamiliar item, asking about the collapsible spear in the back seat. Shin-hyuk's mind grinds to a halt. A spear? In his novel, Hong Ise-yeol never used one. Min Ji-hee cheerfully explains that since the spear instructor position is now vacant, Hong Ise-yeol is actually applying for the job, a reveal that sends a jolt through Shin-hyuk. His mind flashes back to the previous instructor, Mr. Jung, who quit in disgrace after their duel. He glances between his two passengers, one blissfully unaware, the other driving with quiet determination. Trying to sound casual, he asks Hong Ise-yeol why she'd make such a sudden career change. Through the rearview mirror, she gives a vague answer, thinking that school life just seems nice. Shin-hyuk nearly chokes. An A-rank hunter giving up a fortune for paid vacations? The excuse is insane. He realizes this is a huge problem. If a character this important changes her entire path, the story could shatter. But Hong Ise-yeol just smiles, confident that the school's spear techniques won't be too hard to master. Min Ji-hee teases that she's taking the exam too lightly, but Hong Ise-yeol just shrugs it off, knowing her A-rank status gives her a huge advantage. But then she adds that it's just a temporary position for the semester, a detail that makes Shin-hyuk's brains stutter. He immediately asks for clarification, and she confirms she's just giving it a one-semester trial run. The relief is immense, so she's just testing the waters. He lets out a nervous laugh, glad the story isn't completely broken. With the tension eased, Min Ji-hee pivots, reminding them they're heading to a portal filled with undead and should probably eat first. Shin-hyuk is ready for a lunch stop, but both women announce they've already packed their own lunchboxes. He feels a little left out, murmuring that he didn't prepare anything, not expecting to be in the mountains. But Min Ji-hee turns to him with a bright smile, telling him she packed a lunch for him too. Shin-hyuk is completely stunned. A lunchbox made for him? The simple gesture hits him harder than he ever expected. His mind drifts back to his lonely childhood, where school trips meant no packed lunch, just a few bills left on an empty table. Min Ji-hee just laughs, saying of course they wouldn't exclude him, while Hong Ise-yeol's shadowed face tells a slightly different story. Shin-hyuk is stunned into silence, his back to them. He never imagined a day like this would come. He's genuinely touched. She suggests a park she saw on the map, and he eagerly agrees, ready to eat wherever they can stop. The lunch she prepared looks absolutely perfect, a beautiful spread of kimbap, sausages, and fresh fruit. He takes his first bite, a look of pure bliss on his face, savoring a moment he's never had before. But that bliss instantly curdles into horror as he imagines her cheerfully dumping an entire shaker of salt into the rice. Min Ji-hee happily offers some to Hong Ise-yeol, who forces a pained, almost demonic smile, suffering right alongside him. After their memorable lunch, they finally arrive at their destination, a swirling, chaotic portal crackling with ominous energy. Inside, the air is cold and damp. Shin-hyuk is already looking green from the salt poisoning, while Min Ji-hee is ready for a fight. And from the shadows, their welcoming committee emerges a horde of ghoulish undead, their red eyes glowing with hunger. With Min Ji-hee providing support from the back, Shin-hyuk and Hong Ise-yeol tear through the undead hordes. For days, they fought without rest, even taking down massive, dragon-like beasts in a blur of motion. They blazed through several famous B-rank portals, leaving a trail of conquered dungeons in their wake. And as a team, they became a perfectly oiled machine in everything except for Min Ji-hee's cooking. Just as they're catching their breath, Hong Ise-yeol's phone rings, a strange interruption in the middle of a dungeon. She answers, surprised to hear from her uncle, the vice principal, at a time like this. Her expression grows serious as she listens, confirming she's free for a whole week, but questioning what could be so urgent. The words A-rank portal hang in the air, a sudden and massive escalation from their recent conquests. Her uncle needs help, and she glances back at her team, gauging if they're ready for such a challenge. A golden aura flares around Shin-hyuk as he realizes this is it, a major turning point in his second life is about to begin. As Hong Ise-yeol ends the call, Shin-hyuk is already on her, demanding to know what's going on with this A-rank portal. He immediately offers his help, and while Min Ji-hee feels safe with him, she worries about the logistics of such a long trip. Shin-hyuk explains that Ise-yeol's uncle is the guild master of the Harang Guild, all the way on Jeju Island. The mood turns grim as Isiol reveals the truth. Her uncle's guild suffered massive casualties, leaving them critically undermanned. They're asking for a week of their time, and she assures him all expenses will be covered. But Shin-hyuk doesn't even care about that. He's in. Min-ji-hee eagerly volunteers for magic and cooking, a thought that makes him quietly decide they'll be buying food. Isiol, touched by their support, promises to treat them, skillfully dodging Ji-hee's offer to cook for her. With the plan set, they decide to rest for a day and depart for Jeju Island the day after tomorrow. A thought then crosses Shin-hyuk's mind. He remembers his students were also planning a trip there. He smiles to himself. While it's a serious mission, maybe, just maybe, their paths will cross. As Shin-hyuk packs for the trip, he runs through a mental checklist of essentials, but his eyes land on his sword, and a problem hits him. You can't just walk onto a plane with one of these. Just then, his phone buzzes with a call from his junior, Seora. Perfect timing. She's surprised he answered so quickly, but he cuts right to the chase, asking if he can bring a sword on a flight. Seora, lounging on her bed, scoffs at his ignorance before explaining it's fine as checked baggage with a hunter license. In fact, she says while snacking, his license is the very reason she was calling him. He pulls out his ID, stunned to see she's right. It's set to expire in less than a month. She casually reveals that Antas, his old guild, had contacted her, and his name came up. Shin-hyuk is taken aback. He thought his ties with them were severed. But Seora reminds him of his recent fame. He tries to downplay it, thinking he kept the duel private, but it's clear his actions have been making waves. Seora scoffs, telling him he's trying to hide the sun with his hand. Dozens of students posted about the duel online. While most people dismissed his B-rank aura blade as an exaggeration, the feat itself was undeniable. Shin-hyuk is confused. If it wasn't a huge topic, why would Anta suddenly be interested again? With a sly grin, she reveals they're short-staffed and wanted her to use a honey trap to lure him back. She quickly clarifies it was just a suggestion, and she managed to give them a suitable excuse for now. But the way she says it makes a cold sweat run down Shin-hyuk's back. What on earth did she tell them? He begs her to just be straight with him, bracing for the worst as she prepares to spill the details. She then gleefully recounts the story she spun, that he's a pervert who tried to steal her socks. Mortified but also weirdly grateful, Shin-hyuk can only cry in relief, knowing that excuse probably worked perfectly. With that bizarre conversation behind him, he finally arrives at his destination, Jeju International Airport. He steps into the bustling airport terminal, the mission officially underway. With a firm grip on his luggage, Shin-hyuk is ready for whatever Jeju Island has to throw at him. Nearby, another group of hunters chat about their own trip, envious of the vacationers around them. They decide to head for the Harang Guild first, as one of them, Hong Yiseol, says her cousin is waiting at Gate 4. Just then, a cheerful voice calls out, and Yiseol spots their ride. Waving them over is Hong Ye-sul, a C-rank hunter from the Harang Guild. The reunion is lively, though Shin-hyuk notes that Ye-sul seems far more excited to see Kim Sunhwa than her own cousin. Sunhwa quickly makes the introductions, presenting Shin-hyuk as an instructor from the Hunter Academy. Ye-sul looks him over, a flicker of disbelief in her eyes as she asks if he's really a teacher. She then lights up, gushing that he's so handsome she thought he was a celebrity, not an instructor. With the pleasantries over, Ye-sul tells them they can discuss the details on the way to the guild. As they drive from the airport, the group finally gets the full grim story. Just last week, during an A-grade portal raid, the guild's main force was ambushed by 3 adult ogres. They barely cleared it, but the raid ended with 1 fatality, and the vice guild master and his entire team severely wounded. Shin-hyuk listens intently, realizing that while magic can heal physical wounds, it can't fix the emotional trauma devastating the guild. The situation seems far worse than he imagined, as they finally pull up to a large modern building. He's impressed by its size, but Ye-sul quickly clarifies that the Harang Guild only occupies floors 7 to 10. Before they can head inside, a loud, cheerful voice calls out, welcoming his niece, Ye-sul. A man in a flashy shirt appears. This is Hong Jong-sik, the guildmaster of Harang himself. He then turns to Sunhwa, asking how her father, Mandong, has been doing. The guildmaster radiates with a blinding, boisterous energy, welcoming Shin-hyuk with open arms. Once inside, Hong Jong-sik gets straight to the point, explaining the grim situation they're facing. He lays out the mission, a B grade, 7, person portal, stressing that his guild always prioritizes safety with larger teams. But with their main force out of commission, they're short on people, though Yiseol coolly states that 5 will be enough. The guildmaster turns to Shin-hyuk for his opinion, only to be stunned when he calls 5 people a lot. Yiseol's companion chimes in, confidently stating that with their teamwork, just the 3 of them joining would be sufficient. Shin-hyuk's gaze sharpens. He adds that with fewer people, the profits are naturally higher. Amused by this bold confidence, Jong-sik pats his head and casually asks which guild he belonged to before. Shin-hyuk confirms he was with the Chase Guild, a B-rank guild. Just like Harang, the guildmaster's friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a stern look as he pointedly mentions his own hunters' excellent teamwork. The guildmaster reminds them that there's a reason B-grade portals have a minimum headcount. He adds that his own daughter and niece are on this mission, so he's not keen on cutting corners. Yiseol internally panics, realizing she forgot how hot-blooded her uncle is and how Head views Shin-hyuk's confidence. Jong-sik's friendly facade drops completely, his voice dripping with menace as he calls Shin-hyuk arrogant. He orders the boy to follow him, promising to personally fix that attitude. Yiseol immediately objects, asking why he's treating someone who came to help this way. But her uncle silences her, stating that this is about the safety of the guild members who will be fighting alongside him. He scolds her for bringing an unreliable joker instead of a trustworthy hunter. Just then, a brilliant blue light erupts as Shin-hyuk calmly ignites his sword. The guildmaster freezes, his eyes wide with shock. That's no mere aura sword, it's a fully formed aura blade. Shin-hyuk recalls the raw, untamed sword energy he first unleashed against Kim Mandong, the aura blade. But after days of grinding B-rank portals, he's finally gotten the hang of it. His master's words were true. The guildmaster stammers, completely baffled. A B-rank with an aura blade? Shin-hyuk coolly replies that he just picked it up along the way. Jong-sik turns, the bluster draining from his face. So it wasn't a joke, this kid is the real deal. He quickly changes his tune, apologizing for his reckless words and explaining it was out of concern for safety. The number of portals is increasing, and his guild is desperate for any hunter strong enough to turn the tide. Sunhwa then steps forward, telling her uncle to trust him, casually mentioning that Shin-hyuk recently beat her own father in a match. Jong-sik's eyes widen in disbelief. He remembers hearing a rumor about someone who sparred with Mandong. Yiseol confirms it was indeed Mr. Kang, realizing a little late that maybe she should have mentioned that sooner. The guildmaster is stunned into silence. A B rank, with this level of skill, just who is this guy? Shin-hyuk just smiles, explaining there's no dramatic backstory to his B rank status. He simply hasn't met the promotion requirement of clearing 100 B rank portals yet. The guildmaster slaps his own neck, realizing the kid is just stuck in bureaucratic red tape. Yiseol thanks her uncle for his understanding, but Jong-sik isn't quite finished. He points out that raw power aside, not meeting the requirements means Shin-hyuk lacks real-world experience. So, he'll concede, but on one condition: he's assigning 2 support hunters to the team. Shin-hyuk is genuinely impressed. The guildmaster correctly identified his weakness and is actively compensating for it. He thinks back on their simple formation, Sunhwa providing buffs while he and Yiseol did the fighting. With Hong Yesul already joining as a guide, he wonders who these 2 new members will be. Right on cue, 2 B-rank hunters from the Harang Guild, Han Guangho and Li Jihai, step forward. Hong Yesul proudly presents the new recruits, calling them the most skilled candidates available. Guangho, the fire mage, and Jihei, the sharpshooter, introduce their specialties, promising to handle terrain and detection. Shin-hyuk can't help but be impressed. The flashy guildmaster had meticulously analyzed their party's weakness and provided the perfect ranged support. With the team assembled, Yiseol suggests they head in for a light run, just to get a feel for their teamwork. The party steps through the portal, finding themselves at the mouth of a dark, foreboding cave. As they venture inside, Yeseol begins her briefing, explaining the rugged and treacherous nature of the terrain. She warns them of the countless blind spots and the primary threat, swarms of red big mice, which is why this dungeon raid was postponed. Shin-hyuk suggests a quick 2-hour run, surprising Yeseol, who now sees his confidence wasn't just arrogance. Just as they pass the safe zone, Jihei warns them to be on guard, as these things can pop out of nowhere. And right on cue, a monster lunges from the shadows, but she's already knocking an arrow, ready to prove her point. But before her arrow can even fly, a blur of motion erupts as Shin-hyuk intercepts with a blinding slash. Jihei can only watch, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer speed of his reaction. The red big mouse is torn apart in a single, clean strike before it even knew what hit it. Wiping his blade, Shin-hyuk casually remarks that the monster looks nothing like he imagined. He was expecting something more, well, mouse-like, which gets a little jab from Yiseol about his wild imagination. But Jihei isn't laughing. She's analyzing what she just saw, a strike with no mana, a pure, martial technique. He sensed the monster's presence faster than her B-rank detection skill ever could. Sunhwa asks him about the portal, and he confirms his senses are picking up a huge number of them. When asked if he has a detection skill, he just smiles, telling them not to worry. He'll provide cover. The 2 B-rank supports exchange a look. They're the ones supposed to be providing cover, but this guy is on another level. 2 hours later, the B-rank support team is completely gassed, struggling just to keep up. Jihei pants, asking Guangho how much further those two maniacs plan on going. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk stands amidst the carnage, not even breaking a sweat. And right beside him, Yiseol carves through monsters with her scythe in a brutal, elegant dance. The two of them alone have turned this B-rank portal into a graveyard, a notification confirming the clear. Jihei whispers to Ye-sol, questioning if Shin-hyuk is really just a B-ranker. Guangho overhears the name, and a jolt of recognition flashes across his face. Kang Shin-hyuk? He admits he once challenged the man to a duel, and the memory alone seems to give him PTSD. The girls shift topics, realizing that with zero contribution, they'll get almost none of the massive profits. They sigh in defeat. Shin-hyuk's senses were so sharp they were reduced to mere spectators. But Shin-hyuk, with a cheerful grin, simply declares they'll split the profits evenly. Jihei is stunned, protesting that they didn't contribute anything at all. He just gives a thumbs up, explaining it's the least he can do since they trusted a stranger. His generosity leaves her speechless, a new respect dawning in her eyes. Guangho, however, is completely overwhelmed and tackles him in a tearful hug, much to Shin-hyuk's annoyance. Later that night, Shin-hyuk is driving, the portal clear now behind him. His phone sits in a backpack on the passenger seat, silent for the moment. Then, it lights up with a barrage of messages from his students, begging him to join their trip to Jeju. The screen goes dark, the pleas seemingly unanswered. But another message immediately comes through, this one from Jinsu, filled with what sounds like sobbing. The message is practically a baby's wail, with Jinsu begging his teacher to come to Jeju. But Shin-hyuk is a little busy, having just finished another portal on day 3 of a grueling march. His new teammates are in high spirits, amazed at the clearing speed with him and Yiseol on the front lines. Sunhwa praises her own buffs for keeping everyone energized, then casually asks Shin-hyuk about an appointment he mentioned. Ah, right, his students. A blood-splattered, almost predatory grin spreads across his face as he remembers they're on the island. The sight makes Yiseol and Yesul burst out laughing, telling him he should probably wash up before he goes anywhere. Wiping the gore from his cheek, Shin-hyuk smiles, noting how well the team is finally syncing up. Guangho asks if he needs a ride to see them, but Shin-hyuk figures he'll just grab a taxi. But Guangho insists, tossing him his car keys since he plans on drinking the night away anyway. And just like that, Shin-hyuk is on the road, speeding across a bridge to meet his unsuspecting students. Cruising along, Shin-hyuk smirks, thinking this car is perfect for picking up his students and giving them a little shock. He dials them up, and is immediately met with a frantic Jinsu, who sounds like he's just witnessed a miracle. On the other end of the line, his friends are grabbing him, utterly stunned that their teacher is already in Jeju. Jinsu manages to explain that not everyone is with them. One student, Yunseo, is resting back at their lodging. Shin-hyuk calmly sets a time to meet in an hour, generously offering to buy them all some food. The moment he mentions food, the students erupt, screaming their demands for expensive beef right into the phone. Deciding that beef is clearly a dangerous request, Shin-hyuk just smiles and hangs up on their chaotic cries. His good mood hits a wall, however, as he finds himself stuck in an unexpected, dead-stop traffic jam. Peering ahead, his eyes narrow. This isn't a police checkpoint for drunk drivers. Those are soldiers. He pulls up to one of the armed men, his expression turning serious, as he asks, what in the world is going on? The soldier explains the grim situation. A monster broke containment from a nearby portal, and the hunters failed to stop it. Because of that failure, the whole area is now on lockdown. Shin-hyuk can only think, what kind of incompetent guild let this happen? But then, a sudden, ice-cold realization hits him. Yunseo, she's all alone back at the lodging. He quickly asks for the scale of the lockdown, and the soldier confirms his fears the entire district is a restricted zone. Shin-hyuk explains a student of his is resting inside, and even the soldier's professional face shifts to one of genuine worry. Wasting no time, he immediately pulls out his phone, the sound of it ringing filling the tense silence of the car. The call vibrates on a nightstand next to his sleeping student. That sinking, ominous feeling starts to creep in, and as a groggy voice finally picks up, he knows that feeling was right on the money. He shouts into the phone, demanding to know her location, his sudden panic startling the nearby soldiers. On the other end, a feverish Yunseo confirms his worst fear: she was sleeping at the lodging, completely oblivious to the danger outside. He urgently tells Yunseo to listen carefully. A monster has escaped, and she's likely the only one left. Shin-hyuk warns her not to go outside under any circumstances, as the area is completely isolated. He reveals the horrifying truth. It's a Shadow Reaper, and even the soldiers around him pale at the name. His own blood runs cold. If A rank has ogres, B rank has the notoriously stealthy Shadow Reaper. He pleads with her to stay hidden, promising he's on his way to get her. But Yunseo calmly asks for a description. Does this monster happen to carry a large scythe and wear a black robe? Her next words send a jolt of pure ice through his veins. She's not asking for a description, she's confirming what she sees. And she adds that it won't be easy to avoid being seen, as a massive, glowing scythe fills her vision. Inside a car just meters away from her, two terrified children huddle together in the dark, because it's not just her. The Shadow Reaper looms over the vehicle, its next victim's already in sight. A single, glowing red eye pierces the darkness from within a skeletal hood. Kang Shin-hyuk's face drains of all color, a cold sweat breaking out on his skin. Inside the car, the children can only cover their mouths, trying to stifle their terrified hiccups. The Shadow Reaper raises its massive scythe, ready to bring it down on the vehicle. But instead of a swing, a piercing beam of light shoots from its eye, striking the car. The creature's head tilts, its gaze chillingly analytical as it seems to process the data. The children's frantic plea comes through the phone. He needs to get there, and fast. Yunseo's voice is strained. She's sick with a fever and can't run far. He whips around to the soldier, shouting Yunseo's name, demanding to know what's happening. He blurts out his credentials: a teacher, a hunter, affiliated with the Harang Guild, anything to get them to let him through. The soldier relents, saying a hunter can enter, but the road ahead is completely gridlocked. But Kang Shin-hyuk has no time for traffic, pointing past him with a desperate intensity. The soldier is taken aback, not understanding the sheer panic in the instructor's eyes. He can only watch as Kang Shin-hyuk abandons his car and sprints off into the darkness. Meanwhile, completely unaware, his guildmates from Harang are enjoying a round of beers. Han Guangho smiles, glad that Li Jihai could join them for a drink after a long week. She beams, admitting that after 3 days with the dispatch team, she was desperately thirsty. The conversation turns to money, and Han Guangho boasts about how well he's doing lately. He proudly mentions the brand new car he just bought on a 3-6-month loan, the one he lent to Shin-hyuk. At that very moment, deep in the woods, the Shadow Reaper's claws tear into that exact car. As Shin-hyuk sprints through the woods, he lets out a desperate apology to a tree. He slams shoulder first into the massive trunk, using it to change direction at impossible speeds. Miles away, Han Guangho blissfully raises his glass, toasting to his good fortune, completely unaware. Meanwhile, the Shadow Reaper looms over Yunseo, its scythe raised for the final, killing blow. It's a cruel irony, considering the lecture he once gave at Shinhwa Academy about the importance of safety. He'd warned his students against reckless heroism, explaining how it only creates bigger problems. The student council president, Kim Sejin, had raised her hand, asking what to do if an unmanageable monster appears. His advice? Follow his pose carefully, one hand on the chin, the other on the head, and twist hard. The student could only clench her fist, realizing she was a fool for even asking. Of course, he was joking. His real advice was to assess the situation and then, above all else, escape. He stressed that knowing where to run to camps, safe zones, or fellow hunters was the key to survival. And with that, he cheerfully announced another daily run, much to the groans of the entire class. But in the present, that lecture is a world away as a scythe whistles past Yunseo's head. She scrambles for her life, a horrifying realization dawning on her. That damn running, it's why she's still alive. The Shadow Reaper is one of the strongest B-rank monsters. For a first year, just escaping should be impossible. So why did she stay? Her eyes lock onto two small children, frozen in terror behind a car. Suddenly, a memory flashes through her mind, the question she'd been asked so many times. Why become a hunter? It wasn't for money or glory like the others. Her reason was much simpler. She was only here because her sister wanted to be. The memory sharpens, her twin's innocent voice echoing in her mind, asking why she wanted this life. Her twin's voice echoes, cheerfully admitting she only became a hunter because of Yunseo. The statement leaves Yunseo utterly baffled, a mirrored confusion on their faces. Her sister just laughs, prodding her for not remembering her own childhood declaration. And then it comes back, a memory of her, as a tiny child, vowing to protect people from monsters. Back in the present, the weight of that forgotten promise crashes down. Her sister's entire life was shaped by words she can't even recall. She looks at the terrified children. She could run, save herself, but she could never face her sister again. With newfound resolve, she screams at the kids, telling them to run for a shelter while she acts as the lure. She promises to call her sister for help, a desperate hope fueling her sacrifice. But when she glances back to make sure they're safe, the space they occupied is suddenly empty. A chilling realization hits her. They're gone, vanished without a sound. Her blood runs cold. She wasn't just paranoid. A Shadow Reaper was hunting her. Suddenly, a chilling aura erupts from the darkness right behind her. She realizes with dawning horror that it's been hiding in the shadows all along. The colossal Reaper emerges, its scythe raised to claim her life in a single swing. But just as the blade descends, a flash of light intercepts the attack. Even the monstrous reaper seems shocked by the sudden intervention. A familiar voice roars her name as a glowing blue figure effortlessly blocks the scythe. It's her teacher, his spiritual form scolding her for closing her eyes against a monster. With casual ease, he pushes the massive weapon back, completely nullifying the threat. Yunseo can only stare, stunned and relieved, as she recognizes her savior. So how did he arrive in the nick of time? Let's jump back just 3 minutes. Speeding down the road, Kang Shin-hyuk's senses suddenly flared to life. He detected 4 key signatures. 2 were faint, like children, but 1 was corrupted, a monster. And the 4th belonged to Yunzio, who he realized was drawing its aggro to protect the others. He tried to reassure himself. In the original story, she was supposed to be fine, but then he remembered all the changes had made. The lives had already altered. His interference had created a butterfly effect, and the story's safety net was gone. He had to focus, pushing his senses to pinpoint the monstrous energy signature. His spiritual vision cut through the night, revealing the grim chase already in progress. With no time left to hesitate, he slammed his foot on the accelerator. The speedometer needle snaps as he roars her name, pushing the car far beyond its limits. Hez not just driving, Hez mentally screaming his lessons at her, telling her to never close her eyes. On the ground, Yunseo desperately parries a blow from the towering Shadow Reaper, who seems surprised by her nerve. But the monster's attention is violently ripped away as a pair of headlights barrels straight for it. Yunseo looks back, her exhaustion turning to shock as she sees the impossible rescue mission closing in. The creature's red eyes flare with rage, turning from its prey to face this new, reckless threat. Before the car even stops, Kang Shin-hyuk bursts out, cloaked in blue energy, roaring at the beast for daring to harm his student. He meets the monster's attack with an open palm, icily informing the creature it's time for a special course registration. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury, promising nothing but destruction. A blinding explosion of spiritual power erupts, engulfing the monster as Yunseo watches in awe. His palm strike unleashes a vertical wave of pure spiritual power, erasing the monster completely. Yunseo can only stare in disbelief, her voice barely a whisper as she calls out to her teacher. In an instant, all that remains of the terrifying beast is a shimmering pool of blue energy. A small ripple breaks the surface of the strange, watery residue, and Kang Shin-hyuk pops up with a triumphant laugh, completely unscathed. Yunzio is still frozen in place, realizing just how close she came to absolute disaster. He casually brushes himself off, asking if she's hurt anywhere. But before he can even finish his sentence, she collapses into his arms, overwhelmed. The terror and relief she'd been holding back finally come pouring out in a flood of tears. He's startled for a moment, but then realizes, for all her bravery, she was still just a kid, terrified for her life. He gently reassures her, telling her not to cry, that everything is fine now. But through her tears, she points out a rather expensive problem. His car, now sleeping with the fishes. He just smiles, completely unbothered. A car is just a car, easily replaced. Her safety was the only thing that mattered. A thought that lets him rest easy later that night. Meanwhile, news of the Shadow Reaper's defeat brings the full force of the island's emergency services to the scene. The 2 kids who managed to escape were the ones who bravely called for backup. And now, sitting on the back of an ambulance, our duo is the calm center of a massive operation. He asks if she needs to call her parents, but she just grins, saying they'd probably drag her home immediately. He falls silent. A flicker of understanding in his eyes. There's more to her story than she's letting on. With a playful wink, she begins to explain her own personal code for doing good deeds, her spirit clearly unbroken. She just smiles, turning his logic right back at him. What's the point of her code if she dies? But he was there to save her. He sighs, trying to lecture her about what would have happened if he'd been even a second late. But her gaze softens, a playful glint appearing in her eyes. She leans in, telling him he really shouldn't be so careless with his handsome face. He's completely caught off guard as she calls it a waste, leaving him to think, this little punk. With a cheerful wave, she hops off and heads for the dorms, promising to see him later. But the moment is cut short when a security officer approaches, formally addressing him as Hunter Kang Shin-hyuk. They've recovered the Reaper's corpse and ask which guild he belongs to, but he just explains he's a teacher. The officer's hand snaps up into a sharp, respectful salute. He offers his sincere gratitude, explaining that without him, they'd have been on high alert for days. But of course, there's a catch. The officer needs him to come to headquarters and write up a report. Shin-hyuk agrees, but a single thought echoes in his mind. Oops, this is going to be a pain. At the station, he's greeted by a military official from Handong headquarters, who gives a crisp salute of gratitude. Then comes the provincial governor himself, beaming as he thanks Shin-hyuk for his wonderful deed. a man suddenly bows so low his head nearly touches the floor, apologizing over and over. "Ah, so this is the guildmaster who lost the monster." Shin-hyuk's patience wears thin as Hez, forced to explain the same story to every new person who arrives. But his entire demeanor brightens when the conversation finally shifts to compensation. "Now we're talking. The guild that lost the Reaper offers to pay for the corpse, provide a reward, and even replace Gwangho's submerged car. The governor also offers a righteous person award, and while Shin-hyuk accepts the handshake, he's not exactly thrilled. The governor insists, his eyes sparkling, but Shin-hyuk knows an award like that will put him right on the radar of Antares. He smoothly deflects, telling the governor to give the award to his student who risked his life as bait. With the formalities over, an officer offers him a ride anywhere he needs to go. Shin-hyuk's request catches him completely off guard. He wants to find a butcher shop. He can't get the image of his starving students out of his head, who are practically worshipping the thought of beef. And soon enough, that dream becomes a sizzling reality over a hot charcoal grill. The students are so famished that Gwangho shoves a piece in his mouth before it's even cooked. Watching them, Shin-hyuk realizes they must have been too worried about Yunzio to even eat dinner. One of the students' relatives approaches, insisting he stay the night since they have plenty of room. Shin-hyuk tries to politely decline, but Yesol reminds him he already promised to go to the beach with them. Cornered by his own promise, he agrees to stay, resigning himself to the chaotic energy of his students for the night. The next morning arrives, bright and clear, and just as promised, they've made it to the beach for a much-needed break. The students are already in the water, splashing around without a care in the world. Shin-hyuk, however, is perfectly content to just kick back and relax, finally feeling like he's on vacation. He watches them with a smirk, thinking that if they have this much energy after being up all night, he can definitely make them run more laps next semester. Gwangho, in his usual over-the-top fashion, gets a mouthful of seawater for his troubles. He immediately runs over to Yesol, complaining about the salty taste. But his friends just laugh, grabbing him and dunking him right back under the waves. Yesol then turns her attention to their teacher, calling out to see if he's bored all by himself. He insists he's feeling great, but she's not taking no for an answer, telling him to come play because his students only need to be told once. With a mischievous grin, Kim Sunhwa pops up from behind his chair, ready to start the ambush. But Shin-hyuk's eyes are already open behind his shades. He knew this was coming. The students charge forward, yelling to get him, with Sunhwa leading the chaotic pack. She vaults over the beach chair, aiming to drag her teacher straight into the ocean. But just as their hands are about to touch him, the entire group freezes solid in midair. Minhee is horrified, her body completely locked up, as another student yells at them to get a move on. Seo Yunsu pokes her friend's cheek, finding it completely rigid, wondering what kind of hunter skill this is. Meanwhile, the troublemaker Yunsu is held back by her sister, as Shin-hyuk shows blatant favoritism, telling Yunso to stay cool in the shade. He strolls off, casually telling Yunsu to learn some manners from her sister, while leaving the others paralyzed. When asked if he's just going to leave them like that, he smirks, assuring them it'll wear off in 10 minutes. Seo Yunsu sighs in relief, thinking her loyalty paid off, only for Shin-hyuk to slap her with 30 minutes for being the ringleader. As he walks off, he coldly extends everyone else's sentence by another 10 minutes, ignoring their pleas for mercy. While the students are frozen, a mischievous hand begins building a small sandcastle on Kim Sunhwa's shoulder. It's Yunzio, the good twin, gleefully pranking her friends as her sister Yunsu watches in disbelief. Minhee is absolutely fuming, realizing the quiet girl is the most ruthless of them all, and she can't do a thing about it. Yunzio just giggles, smugly reminding her sister that it's pointless to complain. She's the teacher's favorite, after all. But her fun is cut short as she glances over, sensing that they're no longer alone on the beach. A new voice cuts through the air, commenting on the gathering of pretty girls, and their playful mood instantly vanishes. Suddenly, a hand covered in tacky rings grabs a fistful of blonde hair. A sleazy-looking man in a floral shirt appears, a smug grin plastered on his face as he makes his unwelcome entrance. He and his two buddies lean in, asking the girls their age and inviting them to come hang out. Minhee and Kim Sunhwa can only glare, their fury building as the sandcastles on their shoulders mock the situation. The sunny beach day was officially ruined, but these guys had no idea who they were messing with. Another group of students nearby tries to intervene, telling the men that the girls already said no, but the creeps just ignore them, getting even closer to Kim Sunhwa. Noting that the girls seem to be all alone, one of them smirks, promising to buy them all drinks later, as if that's an offer they couldn't possibly refuse. Minhee finally speaks, her voice dripping with ice, informing him that they're minors who don't drink, which sends a brief shock through the man. She tells him to bother someone else, but he just laughs it off, grabbing her arm and insisting a little fun never hurt anyone. That was the last straw. Minhee's eyes flash with rage. This guy has completely lost his mind. With a surge of power, she shatters his grip and sends a vicious kick straight into his stomach, launching him backwards in total disbelief. The man stumbles back, howling in agony, completely baffled by the sheer power behind her attack. Finally able to move, Minhee shakes her wrist free as he realizes his mistake, asking if she's from a hunter school. His friend, seeing his boss get dropped, charges in screaming threats, but she just tells him to take a hint and get lost. With a cold, dead-eyed stare, she pivots to meet his reckless assault. She doesn't even flinch, simply planting her foot and delivering a devastating kick straight to his jaw. The impact shatters his teeth and sends him flying, his lights completely knocked out before he even hits the sand. Without a moment's hesitation, she turns on the third guy, who throws his hands up in a panic, trying to plead his innocence. But it's far too late for words. A single, brutal punch caves his face in, silencing him instantly. She stands over the three downed men, knowing the harsh reality of the law. When a hunter fights a civilian, the hunter is always blamed. Even a trainee's strength is monstrous. And the blood dripping from her knuckles is proof that this day just got a lot more complicated. But her troubles weren't over, as another creep gets handsy, mockingly asking what's on her mind. He laughs off her silent fury, getting way too close for comfort while she seethes, trapped by the rules. Just then, a familiar voice cuts through the tension, calling out her name, Young Minhee. It's her teacher, Jinsu, casually strolling up with a friend, wondering what all the fuss is about. The sleazy punk just grins, seeing the newcomers not as a threat, but as a new audience for his games. Jinsu calmly steps between them, popsicle in hand, drawing the thug's condescending gaze. He deflects the question about his relation to her, turning it back on the creep with a simple, "And you are?" That's when another student, Yunzio, explains that these guys were trying to force them all to drink. Jinsu's face darkens with disgust, realizing he's dealing with the absolute lowest of the low. The harasser's smile vanishes, turning his full, aggressive attention to the teacher who just called him pathetic. The punk scoffs, accusing Jinsu of posturing for the girls and warning him to back off. He sizes the teacher up, thinking he's just some fit civilian, and reaches out to shove him aside. But his hand never connects, stopped dead in its tracks by an iron grip. With a single, fluid motion, Jinsu twists the man's arm, forcing him down as his face contorts in shock. The thug's arrogant smirk melts into a mask of pure, unadulterated pain. He howls as his friend rushes forward, screaming at the bastard who just broke his buddy's arm. But Jinsu doesn't even flinch, casually licking his popsicle as he begins to recite a certain code. The second attacker's wrist is caught just as easily, his charge halted in an instant. He effortlessly holds both thugs, calmly stating that hunter school staff must prioritize student safety. The last friend panics, realizing they've picked a fight with a hunter, and scrambles to call the cops. Jinsu calmly offers to call the police for him, a glint in his eye. Before the thug can even react, his entire body seizes up, paralyzed by an invisible force. With all three troublemakers swiftly dealt with, Jinsu simply turns his back on them. The man's phone clatters to the ground as Jinsu's voice echoes, asking just where he thinks he's going. Soon enough, the real police arrive, and a witness begins to recount the entire incident. She explains how the men harassed students until Hunter Kang Shin-hyuk stepped in to stop them. The officer is friendly, almost familiar with Jinsu, remarking on how much he's been through lately. He chuckles, explaining that the moment their pressure points were released, the thugs tried to claim it was all a misunderstanding. With the situation handled, the officer sends Jinsu on his way, promising to take care of the rest. As they walk off, his student can only stare in awe, wondering how his teacher even knows the police. Jinsu just laughs it off, telling the students they handled themselves well and should go enjoy their day. They try to convince him to hang out, but he politely sends the grateful group on their way. As the others leave, one of the girls, Yunseo, hangs back, looking hesitant. She nervously brushes her hair aside, her heart pounding as she works up the courage. Finally, she calls out to him, getting his attention as he's about to leave. He turns, a bit confused, as she admits she's actually been watching him for a while now. With a blush, she confesses that she thought he was incredibly cool and asks if she could get his number. Jinsu is completely blindsided, his mind going utterly blank. Yunseo just looks on, hopeful, having finally said what she wanted to say. And in the sudden, awkward silence, a tiny crab scuttles across the sand. The awkward silence is shattered by the sudden, dramatic appearance of a tiny crab. Jinsu's brain finally catches up, and his first thought is, so this is the power of being handsome. But his stunned hesitation is making the poor girl think she's already been rejected. Before he can find the right words, a hand suddenly clamps onto his arm from behind. It's Yunsu, face flushed but eyes burning with a strange determination, and she blurts out the most convenient lie she can think of. He's already seeing someone. The confession giver's eyes widen in absolute shock. Jinsu is just as lost, wondering when exactly he got a girlfriend. Without another word, Yunsu starts dragging him away, playfully scolding him for getting in his teacher's way. She leaves the other girl standing there, completely speechless and bewildered by the chaotic turn of events. She glances back with a triumphant little smirk, still dragging a bewildered Jinsu away from the scene. He complains that she's heavy, but she fires back that she won't let him go back and make a fool of himself again. The rejected girl watches them go, her initial shock hardening into a look of quiet determination. Yunsu, meanwhile, playfully teases Jinsu, sighing what a shame it is that he's totally her type. In a dark room somewhere else, a woman named Nam Jamin makes a serious phone call. She reports that she's discovered a major weakness, her words hanging over a scene of utter disarray. Empty bottles and crumpled trash litter the floor, the clear evidence of someone's life falling apart. On the other end of the line, the sleazy friend with the beanie listens in the dark. His face twists into a mask of pure rage, spitting that the bastard who ruined him will be destroyed. As a plane descends toward Jeju International Airport, a sinister plot for revenge is officially set in motion. After the chaos in Jeju, everyone got a pretty nice send-off. Guangho even scored a brand new, fully loaded car for his troubles. While the kids were sent home, Harang's main hunters, now over their trauma, were deployed immediately. They dove straight into a quasi-A rank portal and cleared it without a hitch. Meanwhile, I made sure Yunseo received the Brave Citizen Award in my place. The papers credited her for saving the kids, only mentioning my name for taking down the monster. Perfect. I dodged the spotlight, though I can't help but wonder if that girl is getting an earful from her parents right now. As the girls say their goodbyes, the whole situation feels a little suffocating. Just then, the guildmaster pulls me aside, admitting he was worried at first, but I proved him wrong. He tells me a quiet life is nice, but a skill like mine can't be hidden forever, and I shouldn't fight it when the world comes knocking. I give them a confident smile, promising that the next time we meet, my rank will finally match my power. The whole team waves me off, the guildmaster looking particularly satisfied with how things turned out. With my luggage in tow and one last goodbye, I finally head off to my real destination. My ride is already waiting for me right outside the airport. Inside the car, the guildmaster glances at a classified document detailing the scarcity of S-rank hunters. He smirks to himself, knowing that very soon, Korea is about to get another one. My journey ends deep in a remote, snow-covered mountain range. I greet my master cheerfully, but he immediately scolds me for being 4 days late. He notices my tan, and assumes I've been training hard, while I'm just glad he can't read my mind about the beach umbrella. Seeing the mountain of supplies I brought, he worries it'll disappear again, but I assure him I'm here to train properly this time. I explain I have a license exam but promise to return soon and visit weekly after that. My master just shrugs and offers me some ramen, but I'm just too exhausted to even think about eating. He teases me not to beg for a bite later, but I dramatically flop back, insisting I won't. With a soft thud, I collapse into the snow, completely spent from the journey. Staring up at the falling flakes, I realize it's already been 6 months since I first met him. My mind drifts to the novel's timeline. There's still about 2 years before the main plot kicks off. But even with all that time, a strange and vague sense of unease begins to stir within me. It's a chilling thought that it wouldn't be strange at all if my master were to suddenly die. After all, this powerful, eccentric old man never once appeared in the original story I wrote. And that single, glaring inconsistency hangs heavy in the cold mountain air. My master scoffs, calling me a punk for refusing to eat after he'd already started cooking the noodles. I get up with a sigh, making an excuse about grabbing something from the car. In a flash, I'm back down the mountain, remembering the special liquor I'd stashed in the trunk for him. It was a pain to come all this way, but I figured the old man would appreciate the gesture. As I reach for my phone, it buzzes to life with an overwhelming number of notifications. My eyes widen at the screen. 30, 40, 50 missed calls and texts. This has to be a joke. I'm used to a backlog after leaving a portal, but this is something else entirely. Everyone has been trying to reach me. Just then, the screen lights up with an incoming call from Siora. Perfect timing. I answer casually, only to be met with a single, venomous word: scumbag. On the other end, her voice cracks with betrayal, lamenting that she thought I was different. Hess completely lost, demanding to know what she's talking about, but she just tells him not to play dumb. She calls him trash one last time and hangs up, leaving him shouting her name into a deadline. He frantically checks his phone, his mind racing. He has to know why he's suddenly being cursed out. And then he finds it. The world seems to stop as his eyes lock onto the screen. A trashy news article questions why a hunter named Kang Shin-hyuk refused a Brave Citizen Award. The headlines get worse, speculating about a forbidden love and a shameless teacher's double life. The words burn into his vision. Shameless teacher? The accusation is so absurd it's staggering. It turns out this whole media firestorm started with one person, The student, Seo Yunzio. While covering the story of her bravery, one reporter began to dig deeper into the incident. The monster was a B rank. The person who defeated it deserved an award too, so why was the student the only one honored? The article reveals the hero's name, Kang Shin Hyuk, a swordsmanship instructor at the school. It then presents damning evidence CCTV footage of the two alone in Jeju, with her hugging him. The reporter twists the knife, showing them linking arms and questioning the school's integrity since Seo Yunseo is a minor. And behind this masterpiece of slander is a reporter with a sickeningly triumphant smirk on her face. Jinsu can't believe it, his rage echoing through the forest. What kind of utter nonsense is this? This isn't journalism, it's a work of fiction. He seethes, knowing a single fact check would dismantle the entire story. But before he can even process the fallout, his phone buzzes. It's the vice principal. He answers, trying to keep his voice steady, only to be greeted with a dry remark about how hard he is to reach. The vice principal cuts to the chase. He's seen the article and assures Jinsu he knows he's not that kind of person. But, he continues with a grave tone, the First Hunter School's reputation is now on the line, and he intends to help. The vice principal asks him what his plan is, and Jinsu's answer is cold and simple. He declares with chilling certainty that he'll make them pay for ever targeting his student. Understanding his rage, the vice principal advises him to hang up and take a moment to properly assess the situation. After the call, he turns to reassure Yunseo's mother, telling her that when Jinsu says he'll do something, he means it. In that same office, a devastated Seo Yunseo breaks down, while her friends plead with her to trust their teacher. Meanwhile, Jinsu is already on the move, his mind racing to place the reporter's name, but he draws a blank. He realizes this person is a complete unknown, a new variable he himself has introduced into the story. And as if on cue, a system notification pops up, confirming a new side story chapter has just been unlocked. It's titled Shameless Teacher, and somewhere in a dark room, the reporter responsible cackles with a deranged glee. But Jinsu isn't laughing. He screams a raw promise to the world that whoever they are absolutely finished. Far from the city's chaos, Jinsu's master is enjoying a moment of pure bliss, slurping down a bowl of ramen. The simple meal brings a warm blush to his cheeks. It's the little things in life. He savors a perfect bite of noodles paired with some spicy kimchi. The old martial artist continues to eat, completely absorbed in his humble feast. With a deep, satisfied sigh, he finishes the last of the broth, feeling at peace. But his solitude is cut short as a portal opens and Jinsu steps through, arriving far sooner than expected. Jinsu explains he can't stay long but hands over a gift he brought. The master's gruff exterior melts away when he sees it's a bottle of fine liquor. He's genuinely touched. With a wave, Jinsu says he'll be back next week and turns to leave, but his master urgently calls him to wait. Jinsu smirks, thinking he wants another favor. But the master's tone is serious. This isn't about a gift. The master offers one last piece of advice. Sensing the danger his student is walking into, avoid killing, if at all possible. Jinsu simply agrees, his voice calm. Of course, that was always the plan. With a silent, knowing look, the master watches his student disappear. As the car speeds away, he reflects with a sense of pride that the boy has finally become a true warrior. Inside the car, Jinsu's face is a mask of cold determination as he runs through the facts of his situation. He sees messages from his allies offering help, but he hates the idea of dragging them into this media firestorm. He knows public opinion is swayed by what they see, and he needs to discredit the two photos at the heart of the scandal. The first picture, with the soldiers, is a nuisance but explainable. He can find them and get their statements. But the second photo is the real poison, a perfectly timed shot of him and Yunzeo at the beach, looking suspiciously intimate. He remembers it was just a fleeting moment after the crowds cleared, and he realizes how incredibly fishy it is that a camera was there to capture it. This wasn't just bad luck. The pieces were deliberately arranged to create a story. He tries calling the reporter who wrote the article, but as expected, they're already dodging his calls. Fine. Before he hunts down the media, there's something else he needs to take care of first. He arrives at the Hunter License Testing Center, and his presence immediately turns heads. Whispers and stares follow him through the building. His face is now infamous. Ignoring the crowd, he walks straight to the counter, his purpose clear. He calmly informs the clerk that he's here to renew his hunter license. The man, completely oblivious, just asks to see his ID for the paperwork. But as he takes the card and reads the name, his expression freezes in sudden, dawning recognition. The clerk's eyes widen. He knows that name. Kang Shin-hyuk. The whispers instantly fill the room, hunters staring daggers at Jinsu for the nerve of even showing his face here. Jinsu ignores them completely, simply asking the flustered clerk if he can take the test now. The man tries to reason with him, pointing out the obvious. No one in the entire center wants to team up with him. Nearby hunters sneer loudly, calling him trash and mocking his background for not coming from a proper academy. He stands alone, the weight of their judgment pressing down as they label him scum. He's never seen these people before, but thanks to the internet, his face is now infamous. With a steadying breath, he decides he's done playing nice, he's on a deadline. Fine, he'll just go solo. The defeated clerk finally relents, assigning him to the leftover Team E. The other hunters are immediately furious, demanding to know why the proctor stuck that trash in their group. The proctor leads Kang Shin-hyuk away, explaining that to renew his B-rank license, he must clear this portal. With a simple thanks, he turns and walks into the gate room, ignoring the proctor's last-second warning to stay safe. The lead complainer scoffs from behind, wondering why the cops haven't arrested scum like him yet. His buddy chimes in, guessing he'll just hide in the safe zone and leech off their clear. Oh, he's just so sure of himself, even threatening to deck Kang Shin-hyuk if he sees him inside. After a moment, the proctor checks his watch, announcing that the scout should be far enough ahead now. He gives the signal, and Team E steps forward, facing the swirling, violent energy of the B-rank portal. But before anyone can even react, the loudmouth leader is suddenly yanked forward, sucked right into the gate. A sudden jolt of confusion hits the arrogant hunter as he's dragged into the portal. He stumbles to his feet, a cold sweat breaking out as he asks his subordinate how long it's been. His buddy casually guesses maybe 20 minutes, completely oblivious to the implication. But the leader knows 20 minutes is an impossible time, and as he looks up, the horrifying truth dawns on him. The portal's exit is already glowing. He stares blankly, his mind refusing to process what just happened. How could a 6-person B-rank portal be cleared in the time it takes to brew a pot of tea? Just then, a figure emerges from the trees, Kang Shin-hyuk, wiping blood from his lips. He calmly calls out the trash talker, whose bravado instantly shatters as he stammers, "Did he clear it alone?" With a smirk, Shin-hyuk says he was short on time, so he wrapped it up, leaving the cleanup to them. But the leader's mind is racing. He went in without gear. With just one sword, is he really only B-rank? Suddenly, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, and his bravado evaporates into pure shock. Shin-hyuk's eyes are cold as he makes a simple demand. Half. He has places to be, so they'll send half the reward to his account, and he warns them not to even think of cheating him. He turns his back and walks away, leaving the trio of arrogant hunters completely frozen in place. One of his lackeys can't believe it, whispering how he just talked down to a near A-rank hunter. The leader just sweats, telling his men not to call him back, a silent admission of defeat. He decides to let him go, haunted by the image of the absolute massacre left behind in the portal. The Hunter Association proctor waits patiently outside the portal. He turns his head, wondering what's taking them so long. Suddenly, the door slides open to reveal a blood-drenched Shin-hyuk, whose aura alone makes the proctor jump out of his skin. Terrified, he stammers, asking what happened to the rest of the E-rank hunters. Shin-hyuk just wipes his face, casually explaining they're still inside cleaning up the monster corpses. The proctor is absolutely stunned, revealing that Shin-hyuk cleared the portal in under 30 minutes. That's a new record, shattering the previous solo time of 40 minutes set by an A-rank hunter named Hong Iseol. Shin-hyuk reflects that he might have pushed a bit too hard, but feels a great sense of relief. He tells the official he's leaving, and to take care of the others when they're done. Left alone, the proctor stares at his watch, slapping his own face in utter disbelief at the impossible feat he just witnessed. Meanwhile, someone is on the phone, wondering just what kind of person Kang Shin-hyuk really is. Driving away from the portal, Shin-hyuk is on a call with Vice Principal Seonhwa, who sounds surprised he's calling so soon. He calmly explains that he just finished, leaving her to sputter in disbelief that he's already done with the training. With business handled, he asks to meet that reporter friend she mentioned, and she happily agrees, promising the reporter will be a huge help. Wasting no time, Shin-hyuk pulls up to a modern-looking home, ready for the next phase of his plan. Seonhwa greets him at the door, immediately noticing how haggard and worn out he looks after his training. She graciously welcomes him inside, letting him know her friend is already there preparing for their meeting. Inside, he's introduced to Lim Yoonji, a reporter from the Dongsuk Daily, who already seems to know a bit about him. Yoonji remarks that Seonhwa has been talking him up quite a bit lately, much to the vice principal's amusement. Seonhwa just laughs, recalling a time she casually broke a student's leg, before offering to get them all some drinks. With drinks served and pleasantries aside, the meeting gets underway. The reporter, Yoonji, cuts straight to the chase, needing to confirm one crucial detail. Are he and Seo Unseo actually dating? Shin-hyuk immediately denies it, but Yoonji presses on, asking for any hard evidence to refute the slanderous articles. That's when Seonhwa calmly takes out her phone, revealing she can testify his trip was no romantic getaway and has a video to prove it. On the screen, two figures appear, introducing themselves as Hong Jong-sik, the guildmaster of Harang, And another hunter, Hong Yesul. Shin-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise. He had no idea the Harang Guild would be involved in this. The guild members in the video explain that Shin-hyuk came to Jeju at their official request, working alongside them every single day. Seonhwa adds with a confident smile that they've even agreed to appear as witnesses should the matter go to court. Yoonji is left speechless, the video completely dismantling the core premise of the hit pieces against him. But Seonhwa isn't finished, sliding her phone across the table as she announces she has one more thing to show them. A voice crackles to life from the phone, catching both Shin-hyuk and the reporter's attention. On the screen is Kim Man-dong, the vice principal of First Hunter School, ready to set the record straight about his former student. He states plainly that Shin-hyuk's reason for declining the award had nothing to do with some secret trip. The vice principal explains that back when their school had a YouTube channel, Shin-hyuk attracted a storm of attention, both positive and negative. So much so that the school was paralyzed by a flood of duel requests from people who saw him as an easy target. Shin-hyuk is genuinely shocked, never expecting the old vice principal to go to such lengths to defend him. Yoonji smiles, completely convinced, promising to publish a new article immediately to clear his name. She begins to pack her things, but then hesitates, her expression turning serious. There's just one small problem, she says. And Shin-hyuk's relief instantly vanishes. She had called the original news outlet, and they frantically told her that no reporter named Nam Ji-min even works there. The reporter concludes that someone must have hacked the account to post that article, and she asks Shin-hyuk a chilling question. Has he made any enemies lately? Shin-hyuk's mind goes blank. He can't think of anyone. A cold sweat forms as he realizes this means it could happen again. As she heads for the door, Yoonji warns him that while this time it was just an article, the next attack could be far more direct. The vice principal chimes in, admitting she almost didn't tell him until she had confirmation, reminding him she's a reporter, not a detective. Her final advice is simple: be careful. She'd rather not see his name in the headlines again for the wrong reasons. With the interview over, Shin-hyuk returns to his residence as night begins to fall, the day's events weighing heavily on him. Tossing and turning in bed, he finds a small silver lining. At least this whole mess proves Yoonseo's complete innocence. But the relief is short-lived. Who holds such a grudge against him that they'd stoop to dragging a student into it? He covers his face, frustrated. He took this job for an easy life. So when did he start caring so much about these kids? Just then, his phone lights up with a message, pulling him from his thoughts. It's a request to look at something, if he's still awake. He opens the message, his eyes widening in disbelief at what's on his screen. It's a link to an online forum, and the post titles are absolutely baffling. His shock quickly sours into frustration, thinking this is just a new wave of mockery. But as he scrolls, one of the attached photos makes him pause. Wait a minute. He recognizes the girl instantly. It's Minna, from his swordsmanship class, and the photo was clearly taken during a lesson. The post is from her. She introduces herself and apologizes for the commotion she's about to cause. Her logic is simple but brilliant. If a single photo is proof, then by that standard, she's his girlfriend too. And with that, the floodgates open as other students join in, turning the slander into a ridiculous meme. One guy even holds up an autograph, declaring that this makes him the official girlfriend. The entire forum is now a tidal wave of support, with everyone jokingly fighting for the title. Another student chimes in, joking that his trip to Jeju with the instructor was practically a honeymoon. Staring at the screen, Kang Shin-hyuk is completely floored by their fierce loyalty. He reflects on how he only became a teacher for an easy life. But that's no longer true. He hasn't done anything special for them, yet they're putting themselves on the line to defend him. In just one semester, they've come to believe in him, even when the whole world is pointing fingers. And it's not just them, the Harang Guild, the vice principals, everyone is stepping up for him. The sheer weight of their trust overwhelms him, and a single tear escapes. He sighs, realizing that maybe he's been living a pretty good life after all. But then his phone pings. His eyes widen in disbelief at the sender's name. Seora? The very girl who started all this? The message is an apology, along with an address and a password to a place that she says will solve his problems. Meanwhile, in a dark warehouse, the very people who tried to ruin him are bound and gagged. A lone figure stands atop a building, the wind whipping through her hair. He suddenly remembers her. Seora, the quiet transfer student who asked him to look after her. Following her cryptic message, Kang Shin-hyuk arrives at a desolate storage unit. With a heavy groan, he lifts the metal shutter, his instincts screaming that something is wrong. Inside, his eyes widen in disbelief. It's the teacher who slandered him and the reporter from Jeju, tied to chairs. His attention is then drawn to a single laptop sitting on a desk, a small note stuck to its lid. He sits down, typing in the simple password she provided, his mind racing with questions. But as the screen illuminates his face, His expression twists into one of pure, unadulterated disgust. The laptop contains everything. A meticulously crafted plot to destroy him, filled with fake photos and stolen data. So, the disgraced teacher Jong Hyun-sik hired a fixer to ruin him. The so-called pro from the back alleys had already been dealt with by Seora, who gave her a humiliating new haircut. But as the police lead the woman away, she locks eyes with Kang Shin-hyuk. With a twisted grin, she promises this isn't over. She'll be back for him. And next time, she'll start by slowly picking off everyone he cares about. In a flash, Shin-hyuk closes the distance, grabbing her by the collar and daring her to try. The fixer's bravado shatters, replaced by pure terror at the raw power radiating from him. He leans in close, his voice dripping with ice, warning her that messing with his people is a fatal mistake. She can only stare in disbelief, stammering for him to stay back as he holds her in his grip. All she can think is, was this quiet teacher always this kind of terrifying person? And just like that, the news cycle flips, reporting on the swift resolution of the controversy surrounding the teacher. With the real culprits exposed and powerful figures backing him up, public opinion completely reverses overnight. Meanwhile, in the spiritual realm, Shin-hyuk's soul is sharing a pot of ramen with his master. The old man wisely notes that a simple rumor can be far more terrifying than any monster. Shin-hyuk can only praise that transfer student, Seora, who apparently handled things by drugging a high-ranking spearman. He reflects on his good fortune, realizing he's surrounded by truly commendable people. The school had offered him a leave of absence, but he refused, determined to repay his students' loyalty. His master nods in approval, and Shin-hyuk takes the opportunity to make a request. He turns to the old man and asks if he happens to know about the three-talent sword method, a technique described as a cheap, third-rate martial art, composed of nothing but the absolute basics. But the old master just slurps his noodles, completely clueless about any three-talent sword method. Shin-hyuk is taken aback. He explains it's just the basic horizontal, vertical, and thrusting cuts. He admits that since it's such a common trope in martial arts stories, he just assumed it existed here too. Desperate, he asks if the master knows any other arts he could teach, anything to help his students. The master pauses, a thoughtful look on his face, and wonders if it absolutely has to be a martial art. He recalls something he learned long ago on Wudang Mountain from an expert in medicinal herbs. Shin-hyuk can't help but feel a little slighted, wondering why the master never gave this amazing concoction to him. The old man scoffs, reminding him his physique was already built up. This is more of a tonic for refining a beginner's body. He clarifies that while it's no miracle elixir, its effects are incredible, and it's made from simple, inexpensive ingredients. In fact, he says, there's no better gift for a growing disciple, a secret that builds a foundation stronger than any other. The master even claims the recipe is easier to make than ramen, offering to teach him right then and there. Shin-hyuk barely hesitates before accepting, and back in the real world, the results are immediate. The classroom descends into chaos as students scream that their teacher has unleashed a bioweapon, but Shin-hyuk stands before them, completely unfazed, telling his little rascals to slurp up the healthy drink. They cry out in protest, swearing it's a lethal poison that their minds and bodies are rejecting. He calmly informs them that for the next 2 months, every class will begin with this special tonic. Of course, he adds with a slight smirk, drinking it is their choice, but they'll have to talk to him privately if they refuse. The class president, taking the hint, quickly calls everyone to attention to end the day's session. With the threat of a private chat hanging over them, the students line up, their earlier panic gone. In its place is a sense of trust, their bright expressions showing their faith in their teacher's bizarre methods. The students, who were just screaming about poison, now look at him with genuine admiration. Shin-hyuk is momentarily confused by the sudden, drastic shift in attitude. Then, one of the students beams, leading the class in a formal greeting. In perfect unison, they all bow, asking him to take care of them in the second semester. A small, knowing smile touches his lips as he realizes they were worried he might quit after the scandal. He assures them he isn't going anywhere and dismisses the class for the day. Soon, the room is empty, leaving Shin-hyuk alone at the podium. He rests his hand on his attendance book, thinking about how half a year has already flown by. He never intended to get so attached, but a voice from the doorway observes how well the students follow him. It's Seora, and she's here with a simple question. Just how did he do it? Shin-hyuk plays dumb, asking her what she could possibly mean. Seora explains with a smug grin that after the recent incident, he's become a national hero, and her superiors want him back, by any means necessary. He just sighs, a wry smile on his face. So that's why they've been so quiet. He knew this was coming. Between the Harang Guild, the Jeju incident, and the duel, too many of his hidden skills were put on display. She leans in, warning him that this time it's serious. They're not holding back, but Shin-hyuk calmly cuts her off, listing 3 very specific, very powerful names. He smirks, telling her that should be more than enough to get his message across. Her confident facade shatters, and she stammers, asking how he could possibly know about them. He just waves it off as some simple investigation, assuring her that Antos won't dare to act rashly now. As he turns away, he reflects on a simple truth. Talent, like a sharp tool in a bag, will always find a way to poke through. He recalls Hong Jong-sik's words. It was inevitable that his abilities would eventually be revealed to the world. He's already come too far, and there's simply no way to turn back time. Besides, he's become connected to too many people now, his students who trust him completely. He realizes the original story was destined to change the moment he became Kang Shin-hyuk. Done being afraid of the changes, he decides to let go, which leaves a nearby Seora completely baffled. He plays it off as nothing, but she nervously grabs his sleeve, saying she's excited for the next semester. With a wave goodbye, he walks away, feeling that his new life is only just beginning. The semester ends, and a quiet peace settles over the academy grounds. But as the seasons begin to shift, something new is stirring within the school walls. Down a dark hallway, hushed voices argue in a bathroom, talking about some kind of bitter water. Turns out, the herbal tonic from the spiritual master found its way to the students, who nicknamed it bitter water. One student pours himself a cup, ready to face the infamous taste. A wannabe tough guy tries to look cool, claiming it's not bitter to him because his life has been so hard. His attempt to flirt with this line fails spectacularly, but the tonic's popularity is undeniable, and the results spoke for themselves. Combined with Shin-hyuk's training, the swordsmanship class crushed the stamina exams. The other teachers are left in utter disbelief, demanding to know how he got first years performing like elite seniors. Shin-hyuk just smiles, feeling a teacher's pride, and already planning to make them work twice as hard next semester. The chaotic summer semester quickly passes, and the warm days give way to the cool air of autumn. Before dismissing them for the holiday, Shin-hyuk warns his class not to slack off, as midterms are waiting for them. With cheerful goodbyes, the students head off for a well-earned break, leaving the classroom empty once more. As Shin-hyuk finishes up for the day, he notices he's not quite alone in the classroom. It's the Seo twins, Unsu and Unseo, who have stayed behind to ask him for a consultation. With bright, determined eyes, they approach his desk with a serious proposal. They want to apply for the martial arts tournament, a suggestion that catches him completely off guard. This isn't just some school event. It's the National Hunter Academy Martial Arts Competition, a brutal stage where the most promising students from every hunter school in the country clash for supremacy. Shin-hyuk recalls hearing about it but had dismissed it, thinking his first years wouldn't be interested. Seeing his hesitation, the twins explain the preliminaries are coming up, nervously asking if he disapproves. Hes just being realistic, pointing out that they'd be facing second and third years with actual field experience. But when they worry about tarnishing his reputation, his expression sharpens. That kind of thinking is nonsense. They bring up an old story about a student whose teacher refused his application, fearing the shame of a first year losing. Shin-hyuk can't help but crack a smile, impressed that the student had to go over his teacher's head to get permission. He tells them to stop worrying about his reputation. If they want to go, he's not going to stop them. The twins' faces instantly light up with joy, and he encourages them to at least aim to pass the preliminaries. One of them then remembers that tournament participants get special training, eagerly asking if he'll be their instructor. But he quickly dashes their hopes, reminding them that as a rookie, he'd never be put in charge of something so important. They try to butter him up, calling him the best teacher. But he sees right through it, thinking he's far too busy for that. One of the twins pouts, saying she'd only want the extra classes if he was teaching, but he holds firm. Of course, his real reason is much simpler. He's not about to sacrifice his evenings and weekends for more work. Still, he sends them off with a bright smile, promising to submit their application and telling them to get ready. But his plans for a quiet life are shattered when the vice principal from another school summons him with a direct order. He wants Kang Shin-hyuk to take charge of the tournament preparations, and he's not taking no for an answer. Shin-hyuk tries to play the humble rookie card, suggesting the teacher of a top student would be a better fit, but the old man has already done his homework, revealing that even that student wants him to be the instructor. Seeing his hesitation, the vice principal offers to make a deal, just like their last encounter. Shin-hyuk immediately shuts him down, reminding him how he won their last duel, only for the old man to ignore the result. The vice principal smoothly suggests they call it a tie, a generous offer considering Shin-hyuk's recent heroics. Then he pivots, bringing up a little something he heard about Shin-hyuk's A-rank promotion evaluation. Shin-hyuk confirms it's stalled. His overseas experience doesn't count, pushing his plans back a whole year. And with that, the vice principal lays his trap, revealing that this is the very opportunity he's offering. Shin-hyuk is stunned as the vice principal offers him a direct shortcut to an A-rank promotion. He reminds the old man about his lack of domestic experience, but the trap is already set. The vice principal explains that an S-rank recommendation bypasses that rule, and the evaluation is right after the holiday. A cold sweat runs down Shin-hyuk's cheek. He recognizes this feeling of being perfectly cornered. It's an offer he can't refuse, the sweet smell of a massive bonus already clouding his judgment. His mind races with the possibilities of a higher salary, and his side job income going through the roof. Trying to maintain some control, he agrees to the deal, but only for certain days of the week. As he leaves the office, he can't help but feel he's walked right into another complicated mess. But he quickly justifies it. Staying on the good side of an S-rank hunter is always a smart move. The document in his hand reveals his new students, the twin prodigies and last year's champion. A few months have passed since Shin-hyuk accepted the vice principal's deal. As he walks the academy halls, he sometimes wonders how his old students are doing. But his attention is now consumed by a new, brutal training regimen. His new prodigies are pushed past their limits, hands bloodied and bodies aching. One of them, a girl with glasses, pants heavily but her eyes burn with fierce resolve. It's been a week since he took charge of the supplementary class for the martial arts tournament. His methods are a relentless cycle of advanced theory followed by grueling physical application. The intensity is so high he had to recruit 2 other instructors, Mr. Kim and Miss Hong, for help. Hong Yesul calls time on a sparring match that felt far longer than just 3 minutes. Mr. Kim is utterly exhausted, needing a heal from the vice principal, who marvels at the student's incredible stamina. Shin-hyuk muses that his master's training formula is indeed excellent, but his students are still lacking in real-life experience. Mr. Kim knows they can't just spar with other classes, which is why he's so grateful to have his student, Hong Iseol, helping out. The students are completely drained as he tells them to eat well and not forget their bitter water on the way out. This all started when the first years left for a 3-day training camp, and Vice Principal Kim Mandong made an unexpected request. He wanted Shin-hyuk to join as an instructor, an idea he initially scoffed at until the old man dangled a promotion letter. So now Mr. Kim finds himself here, recalling how strangely desperate and anxious the vice principal had seemed. Back in the present, Kim Seonhwa cheerfully asks if he prepared the herbal medicine for the students. Oh, he prepared it all right, a menacing green concoction from his master, that looks more like a poison than a supplement. But the results speak for themselves. The students are sweating through the pain, their physical abilities improving dramatically. As the session wraps up, Hong Yesul offers to help clean, but Mr. Kim insists she's done enough and should rest. But Shin-hyuk just waves her off, saying her help with sparring was plenty and he'll treat her to a meal later. Meanwhile, another instructor, Mr. Kim, is finishing up his own day in the quiet school hallway. With a heavy sigh of relief, he locks up the training room, glad another intense day is finally over. But just as he turns, a voice from behind makes him jump out of his skin. He recognizes the student, Sejin, and asks why she hasn't left, joking that she can't possibly want more sparring. She looks down, nervously clutching her arm, unable to meet his gaze. With a shaky voice, she finally explains that she won't be able to come to Saturday classes anymore. Mr. Kim's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a quiet, focused stare. His mind blanks for a second. First, a simple what, then a more pressing why. Logically, one less student should be a relief, but for some reason, the news just doesn't sit right with him. He tries to rationalize it, telling himself it's just one student dropping out for a single Saturday. But despite his efforts to stay detached, a flicker of concern crosses his face. Sejin, meanwhile, is overwhelmed with emotion, wondering why she's crying so hard over this. Later that evening, the mood is heavy and quiet. They sit together in awkward silence. The cafe he planned to take her to having closed early. All he can offer is a cup of his infamous bitter water, which surprisingly helps her calm down. She finally explains the real reason. She's being sent on actual hunts every weekend. Kang Shin-hyuk's expression hardens. That's completely against the academy's rules for second-year students. He knows the dean is a stickler for the rules, so how could this be happening? He asks if her father has some connection, only for Sejin to reveal he's the master of the Aries Guild. Kang Shin-hyuk can't help but sigh. Another one of his students is from a ridiculously powerful family, but Sejin's focus is elsewhere. She admits the national tournament isn't her real goal, it's just a stepping stone. Her eyes burn with determination as she reveals she's aiming for a ticket to the WHCU 19, the World Hunter Championship. Under 19, the ultimate stage for aspiring young hunters across the globe. He puts 2 and 2 together, winning the national tournament is how you qualify. It might sound like she's getting ahead of herself, but he remembers she's a 2-time consecutive champion, the favorite to win again. The question then flips to him. She asks if he must have competed in the WHCU earlier this year. Kang Shin-hyuk looks at her, confident she could have easily aimed for the top ranks, maybe even won it all. but he drops a bombshell with a deadpan expression. He lost in the very first match. It was just bad luck, he explains. His first opponent was the one who went on to win the entire championship, but Sejin refuses to make excuses, admitting that if her skills were better, she wouldn't have lost. Kang Shin-hyuk looks at her, and in her harsh self-criticism, he sees a reflection of himself. His mind drifts back to his past life as a struggling author, to the endless nights spent wrestling with his own perceived failures. He remembers that profound loneliness, pouring everything he had into his work with no guarantee of success. Snapping back to the present, he pats her on the head, wondering why she's so hard on herself. Then, he breaks the tension by playfully ruffling her hair, much to her surprise. He explains that while most people are lenient with themselves, she's a rare exception. It's a pitiful kind of hardship that no one ever recognizes, leaving her blushing and flustered. He turns to leave, telling her to get some air, and promising he'll talk to the dean about her classes. He tries to reframe her loss, reminding her she at least made it past the preliminaries. Since her opponent won the whole tournament, he argues that makes her the runner-up, and she shouldn't be discouraged. She tearfully thanks him, fired up with new determination, but he just sighs, realizing she missed his point about relaxing. Still, as she watches him leave, a genuine, hopeful smile finally appears on her face. But the quiet moment is shattered when her phone suddenly buzzes in her hand. The caller ID flashes on screen, and her expression immediately tightens. It's her father. She answers, and a cold voice from a distant, high-rise office chides her for taking so long. She stammers an apology, explaining she was in counseling, but he cuts her off with disdain. Counseling? He scoffs, telling her she doesn't need advice from anyone else. She just needs to listen to him. All the warmth and encouragement from moments ago vanishes, replaced by a familiar, chilling dread. Sejin stands alone, the weight of her father's words crushing the hope she just found. Her father, the powerful S-rank master of the Ares Guild, a man whose influence is absolute. But Kang Shin-hyuk suddenly remembers in his original story, she rebels, founding her own guild called Dawn. She even changes her name to Kim Se-yeon, and becomes the one to train the novel's protagonist, Kim Do-hyun. As the memories flood back, Kang Shin-hyuk clenches his fist, a shocking realization dawning on him. He stumbles back, the names connecting in his mind. Kim Se-yeon, Kim Se-jin, Se-jin. He thought she was just a talented side character, but the truth hits him like a lightning bolt. She was the female protagonist, and if the story doesn't change, he knows exactly what's coming. A complete falling out with her father. It all hinges on an upcoming tournament, where a poor showing will shatter her spirit under his harsh judgment. He remembers it all now he'd written her father to be a cruel and absolute master of gaslighting. It's infuriating. He remembers clenching his fists, reading his own novel, and now that terrible man is his student's father. He collapses onto his bed, the pieces clicking into place. No wonder Sejin always seems so uneasy. Her father is none other than the S-rank hunter, the Sword King Kim Dae-chan, the coldest perfectionist he'd ever written. He was the ultimate helicopter parent, using all his connections to push his daughter while demanding she become independent. Lying there, Kang Shin-hyuk can only stare at the ceiling, the weight of his own creation crashing down on him. He even remembers the struggle of writing her story, the frustration of crafting such a painful path. In the shower, he tries to clear his head, recalling the original plot where she eventually defeats her father and they reconcile. But even back then, he hated that ending. Forgiveness isn't a magic cure-all for a heart full of nails. He can see it now. The immense pressure, the illegal weekend training, she's completely trapped by her father's ambition. And on top of it all, he realizes she's a third-year student and the student council president. The burden on her is immense. With her packed schedule, he wonders if she ever gets a moment of peace. He tries to convince himself to stay out of it. The story will resolve itself, just as he wrote it. But his mind is flooded with images of her pain, her exhaustion, her quiet tears. The author's detachment shatters. He has to ask himself, should he get involved? As if summoned by his doubt, his spiritual master appears with a sharp question. What exactly does he plan to do? Kang Shin-hyuk vents his frustration, but his master is unimpressed, asking what power he truly has to change anything. Does he intend to march in and destroy her family? To sever the bonds of blood himself? The old master recalls another student, one who carried a similar heavy burden. Kang Shin-hyuk can't believe it when his master says he only corrected their posture and left them to their fate. But the master's gaze is piercing, holding a deeper wisdom than simple cruelty. That student, the master explains, trained until his hands bled, but never once uttered a word of complaint. The story hangs in the air, a silent lesson for Kang Shin-hyuk. The master then turns the point on him. Did Sejin ever ask for his help? The answer, he knows, is no. Or was she perhaps afraid of the fight ahead? Again, her scarred hands tell a story of courage, not fear. With a knowing smile, the master calls him a fool, telling him to be grateful for the student he has. His disciple, he declares, is already a true martial artist, forging her own path through sheer will. And the truth of it crashes down on Kang Shin-hyuk. She never asked for his help. His mind races, recalling the plot. The tournament is next year, so her tragic break with her father hasn't happened yet. The weight of it all, the knowledge and the powerlessness, gives him a splitting headache. His master simply watches, letting the harsh reality of the lesson sink in. His master's solution is simple. Pick up a sword, because the best way to deal with impatience is a good spar. But Shin-hyuk tries to deflect, saying he has to leave soon to prepare for the instructor's training camp. The old man just scoffs, remarking that he seems far too busy these days to even worry about his disciple, let alone himself. And as Shin-hyuk thinks about it, he realizes the old man is right. He's been buried in work since taking on those extra classes. His mind starts listing the endless tasks. The A-rank promotion test next Sunday, then dinner with his colleagues. And tomorrow, he's off to the training center for his instructor role. The grind never stops. He thought his past life as a writer was hectic with all the deadlines. But this second life is on another level entirely. It's been a non-stop whirlwind since day one, adapting to a new body, becoming a teacher, and finding this spiritual realm. Even his vacation was a bust, spent hunting and then dealing with those ridiculous rumors right before school started again. He vowed to enjoy this life, but as his sword clashes with his master's, he realizes he's had no time to spare at all. His master simply watches, a silent challenge in his eyes as their blades ring out. But as Shin-hyuk is pushed back, he clarifies in his heart that he doesn't hate this life. In fact, being this busy was his choice, and every moment has had meaning. He stands tall, a new clarity washing over him, though he wonders if Se-jin feels the same about her own path. He thinks back, meeting his master let him warn others about the looming threat of Antos. Even the duel he lost against the vice principal was a stepping stone, forging him into someone stronger. Going to Jeju wasn't just work. It gave him the strength to save his students when it mattered most. A faint smile crosses his lips as he finally understands what his master meant about shedding his impatience. But just as the realization hits, a jolt courses through his entire body. His eyes fly open in shock, his internal energy is suddenly, uncontrollably, surging. He panics, thinking his distracting thoughts have caused his internal energy to run wild. He collapses into the water, his dantian feeling like it's about to explode from the pressure. The pain is agonizing, a terrifying state known as chi deviation where his core could burn out. But the energy isn't rampaging randomly, it's ascending his spine, an unusual and dangerous path. It bypasses the normal meridians, surging past his solar plexus and straight towards his heart. From his heart, the golden energy shoots up through his neck, heading for the point between his eyes. Finally, the rampaging power reaches the Baihui acupoint at the crown of his head. A brilliant flash of light erupts, and in that moment, his entire world seems to change. The searing pain vanishes completely, leaving behind only a startling, crystalline clarity. As he looks up in confusion, his master's calm voice simply offers him congratulations. He asks what he's being congratulated for, and his master simply replies, for his enlightenment. Kang Shin-hyuk looks down at himself, still dazed, as the master tells him he has successfully crossed another wall. The spiritual world around them is a vast, serene landscape of snow and silence. He sits before the old man, wondering aloud if this means his martial arts have truly reached the next level. His mind flashes back to the terrifying feeling of his inner energy going completely out of control. He recalls the sensation of it surging upwards, threatening to burst from within him. But after reaching the crown of his head, that boiling power simply vanished without a trace. The master nods, confirming his experience but clarifying that the power isn't gone, it has just settled into a new, larger vessel. He even admits he's surprised, expecting it to take much longer. But Kang Shin-hyuk still feels lost, having had no grand epiphany. His master explains that one level up changes little. The true path to super mastery requires breaking free from all worldly afflictions. His master explains that accepting an unsolvable problem is also a form of enlightenment. The advice clicks, and for the first time in a while, Kang Shin-hyuk feels genuinely refreshed. He also feels incredibly hungry, and the old man laughs, telling him he's been meditating for a full 8 hours. 8 hours? His phone confirms it's past 5 a.m., and he's about to be late for his training camp. As the master boils some instant ramen, he casually mentions that Shin-hyuk has now passed the peak stage. While eating, our hero wonders just how much stronger he's become, since he can't feel any obvious difference. He wishes he could spar with his master to find out, but with a quick thanks, he opens a portal back to reality. The master waves him off, only to freeze a moment later with a sudden, dawning horror. He completely forgot to warn his student about controlling his new power but figures nothing serious will happen. Meanwhile, back at the academy, trouble is already starting as an instructor from a rival school demands to be put in charge. The instructor from the rival school smugly announces their teacher will be taking charge, but one of Xinhua's own teachers points out that their candidate isn't even fully certified yet. Xinhyuk arrives just in time, realizing they've been arguing for a solid hour already. What should have been a simple meeting has devolved into a petty squabble over leadership. It's a fierce battle of pride between the two schools, and neither side is willing to back down. Fed up with the stalemate, the rival instructor throws out a challenge. Settle it with a duel. The younger Xinhua teacher seems to think that's a much better idea than just talking in circles. But the veteran instructor is hesitant, questioning why they'd need a duel for something so trivial. The rival school presses him, arms crossed, asking if he has any better ideas. Finally, a concrete proposal is made. A 5-on-5 competition to decide the leader once and for all. The Xinhua instructors are visibly nervous. They're all B rank, while the rival school has an A rank in their midst. The smug instructor from the other school sees their hesitation and simplifies his offer, a quick one-on-one duel. He taunts them, asking if they're afraid. And the veteran instructor clenches his fist, his patience wearing thin. Another instructor from the rival school scoffs at their fear, turning his condescending gaze directly to Xinhyuk. He points him out, mentioning the rumors of his spar with the vice principal, clearly unimpressed with what he sees. The other instructor chimes in, dismissing Xinhyuk's famed aura blade as nothing more than a cheap parlor trick. But Xinhyuk just smiles, waving them off, refusing to take the bait he so clearly recognizes. He knows someone more hot-headed would have already stepped up, but winning here would solve nothing. Then, the rival brings up the recent slanderous news about him and a student, and that's the final straw. Snapping with rage, Xinhyuk asks for permission to fight, and the veteran, seeing no other choice, reluctantly agrees. Xinhyuk lays out his terms with a sly grin. If he wins, he'll give up his position, and the rival instructor eagerly accepts the bait. With the deal struck, our boy calmly confirms that he'll be the one to step up. But he's not just fighting one of them, he's challenging their entire school's teaching staff, a declaration that makes the rival instructor spit in shock. The other instructors absolutely lose it, bursting into laughter and mocking his sense of humor. Even his own colleague is getting nervous, but Xinhyuk assures him he's being completely serious. The smug instructor sneers, thinking the media attention has gone to Xinhyuk's head and that it's time for a reality check. Unfazed, Xinhyuk simply drags a stick across the ground. That's his line, he says, and to keep things simple, he stands alone in the center of a massive circle he's drawn. The rule is easy. Whoever gets knocked out, loses. For a split second, the rival's confidence wavers. He can't figure out where all this insane arrogance is coming from. He recovers, declaring a one-on-everyone fight is too much. Instead, they'll send out 3 of their instructors to handle him. The smug instructor grins, saying Xinhyuk needs to take responsibility for his words, and not to worry, their healers are great at reattaching limbs. Xinhyuk's own colleagues can only watch on with grim, worried faces, realizing this has gone too far. But the rival instructors are brimming with confidence, their 3 chosen champions stepping forward with smirks of their own. Xinhyuk calmly lays out the final terms. The duel will have a 10-minute time limit. The rules are simple: surrender, or get knocked out of the circle. The 3 opponents all agree, ready to put him in his place. But as he stands there, Xinhyuk is focused inward, noticing the subtle changes in his body since his power surged. The amount of inner energy in his core hasn't just grown, it feels like it's been compressed, refined into something far denser. He hasn't had time to fully grasp it, but he figures this little warm-up is the perfect chance to test his new limits. An instructor from the rival school puts a whistle to his lips, ready to signal the start of the beatdown. The whistle shrieks, and in an instant, all 3 opponents explode into action, their auras flaring as they charge him from all sides. The smug rival instructor can't help but gloat, promising to crush Xinhyuk without a shred of mercy. The spear wielder is the first to act, lunging forward with a powerful, direct thrust. He unleashes a piercing attack from a distance, aiming to pin Xinhyuk in place. But Xinhyuk is perfectly calm, noting the spearman's surprising aggression while already calculating his response. Just as the spear closes in, the swordsman makes his move, timing a swift strike to cut off any escape. He slices in with blinding speed, a classic pincer maneuver designed to be inescapable. But instead of flesh, his blade meets an unyielding force, and with a sharp crack, the steel shatters. The instructors on the sideline, friend and foe alike, can only stare in utter disbelief. The swordsman looks down at his broken weapon. His mind reeling, he stopped it with his bare hands. And as a blue aura envelops his fingers, Xinhyuk realizes with a jolt just how easily his new power flows. With his hand now glowing with a fiery aura, Xinhyuk warns them that it's over. But the staff wielder isn't listening, unleashing a terrifying dragon of pure flame. The Xinhua instructors can only watch in horror. This is large-scale magic, far too dangerous for a spar. One of them realizes with dawning dread that she must be the A-rank hunter they'd heard about. Yet Xinhyuk remains calm, his mind drifting back to a conversation with his master. He remembers his master admitting the heavenly demon could unsettle him, but he never said he couldn't be beaten. With that simple thought, his perception shifts, and he can suddenly see the entire flow of mana. The mage's A-rank spell, Fire Burst, roars towards him, a technique meant to be unstoppable. It's an annoying spell that explodes even when cut with aura, but he simply draws a plain sword. And as the caster looks on, her ultimate attack simply vanishes, erased from existence. An A-rank magic instructor's ultimate spell, erased from the world by a B-rank swordsman. The Xinhua instructors are speechless. First he broke a sword with his hands, and now he cancels magic? But Xinhyuk is lost in his own world, marveling at the sheer power he now wields. His control is sharper than ever, but more importantly, he can now perceive the very fabric of mana. By striking the flow that formed the spell, it simply unraveled as if the casting had failed. A sudden thought strikes the cautious instructor, a dawning realization on his face. Xinhyuk has the same thought. Does this mean the old vice principal could see this flow too? He reconsiders their spar. Was the old man just taking a hit out of pure curiosity? A reckless old fool indeed. The other challengers have seen enough. The swordsman forfeits over his favorite broken sword, and the spearman quickly agrees. Xinhyuk scoffs internally. No guts. If their pride was real, they would have actually fought him. But the last challenger, the staff wielder, grits her teeth and declares she'll continue. The Xinhua instructor smiles. He knows she has the strongest will of the three, even if it's a bad move. She begins to weave a powerful fire spell, pouring all her focus into the casting. Xinhyuk watches with keen interest, curious to see what a dedicated mage can do. Still, he's not just going to stand there. A simple sword ki attack should interrupt her. His strike slams into an invisible barrier, fizzling out harmlessly against its hexagonal pattern. The rival instructor smirks, mocking him for thinking mere aura could pierce their instructor's defense. Xinhyuk just looks back, a dangerous glint in his eye. If a gun doesn't work, you bring a cannon. He raises his sword, channeling a torrent of brilliant blue energy into the blade. A confident smile spreads across his face. This should be more than enough to break it. The rival instructors can't believe their eyes, accusing him of using a lethal aura blade in a simple spar. Xinhyuk just smirks, wondering if they forgot about the woman trying to burn down the entire training field. He tightens his grip, the raw power thrumming through the steel. With a single, decisive motion, he unleashes the full force of his attack. A massive beam of pure energy screams across the field, aimed squarely at her barrier. The collision is immense, a blinding flash of blue light and shattering force. Xinhyuk shields his face from the explosive backlash of his own power. As the dust settles, the once invisible barrier is now visible, covered in deep, spiderwebbing cracks. The mage stumbles, blood trickling from her lips as the sheer pressure overwhelms her. And Xinhyuk watches, his eyes narrowed, seeing her defense begin to crumble. But she's not down yet, pushing through the pain to cast a powerful spell even while on the move. With gritted teeth, she begins her incantation, determined to turn this fight around. The other instructors are floored. The veteran even thinks Xinhyuk is done for, having thrown his only weapon away. Xinhyuk, however, just flashes a wicked grin, asking if they really thought he had no plan. Far behind the mage, his sword, lodged in the dirt, begins to hum with a powerful blue energy. It rips itself free from the earth, soaring into the air like a guided missile. The rival instructors can only gape in utter confusion, wondering how a sword is flying on its own. This is a technique he's known in theory for ages, but never had the raw key to actually pull off. A martial art of pure will, he commands the blade from afar, sending it slashing right into her unguarded back. The impact is brutal, and she collapses to the ground, the fight finally and completely over. With a flick of his wrist, Kang Xinhyuk dismisses his technique, the battle over. One of his fellow Xinhua instructors is panicking, asking if he just killed her. But Xinhyuk can only grimace, feeling the massive drain of ki. That move isn't something he can just spam. As healers rush in, their green energy washing over the fallen instructor, the referee officially declares instructor Kang Xinhyuk the winner. Just then, the smug instructor who mocked him earlier calls out his name. He approaches, admitting he was rude and that his words went too far. Xinhyuk, though a bit surprised, laughs it off, saying he was rude too. They shake on it, agreeing to work together for the next 3 days of training. Nearby, the defeated mage, Kim Jong-yun, watches them, conceding that it was a good match. But Xinhyuk's own instructor is stunned, protesting his decision to give up the commander role. A rival instructor calmly points out that he won the duel, so the position is rightfully his. Xinhyuk simply extends a hand, hoping they can all learn from that same spirit of determination. One of the other instructors is completely captivated, muttering about how charismatic he is. But inside, Shin-hyuk smirks. He wasn't just being noble, he was analyzing her combat style. He also realized his own school's instructors were shaken, and this was his way of boosting their morale. With the air cleared, the group decides to head out for a company dinner to mark the occasion. Elsewhere, a sleek black car cruises down the highway, carrying someone of importance. A passenger asks if the man in charge has seen the latest text message. The news arrives. Vice Principal Ma Bongpal learns his instructor is now training commander, a smirk spreading across his face. The aide in the front seat confirms he's just received the message. In the back, Vice Principal Kim Mandong of the First Academy hears the tale of Shinhwa's chaotic instructor selection. His aide turns to Ma Bongpal, mockingly asking why the Second Academy didn't even have an A rank in the running. But Ma Bongpal just smirks, his attention fixed on the man in the back. He calls out Mandong for trying to hide a smile, and the old VP erupts in triumphant laughter. The scene shifts, and we see students from different schools gathering for a joint training session. Vice Principal Mandong himself strolls confidently toward the speaker's podium. A massive crowd of 400 students stands assembled, packing the entire training field. They look absolutely miserable, wondering how much longer this will go on. It's already been an hour. Mandong leans into the mic, cheerfully telling the exhausted crowd he has just one last thing to say. He begins to wax poetic about some ancient idiom, and the students are on the verge of collapse. Seo Yunseo clenches her fist, realizing this is the fourth time he's promised his last words. Just as he says he'll conclude, a wave of pure, unadulterated joy sweeps through the crowd, only for him to immediately announce a speech from the other school's vice principal, crushing their spirits completely. Later, during a short break after the ceremony, Kang Shin-hyuk is relaxing by himself. He's surprised by a voice calling out to him, complimenting how well the instructor role suits him. It's Vice Principal Kim Seonhwa, who explains she could make it since the upperclassmen are away on training. She heard had been working hard, but Shin-hyuk wryly admits he's only here because a certain father insisted. Seonhwa laughs, knowing exactly who he means, and mentions that her father must see him in a good light, even recommending him for the A-rank promotion. Shin-hyuk can only offer a strained smile, thinking that's one way to put it. While she just sees him as a positive guy, she remembers he's in charge of the obstacle course and asks if she can come watch later. Shin-hyuk says of course, adding that he was actually looking for her vice principal. Just then, Seonhwa spots him, calling out that Instructor Kang is right over here. Suddenly, two imposing figures stride toward them, and Shin-hyuk can't help but notice their incredible build. The larger man greets Seonhwa with a booming voice, teasingly asking if she's ready for marriage yet. Shin-hyuk's eyes widen in recognition Ma Bongpal. So that's the infamous vice principal. He recalls that despite looking like a brawler, Ma Bongpal is one of the nation's only 10 S-rank hunters, a master of wind magic. Wasting no time, Shin-hyuk gives a respectful bow and introduces himself. Ma Bongpal extends a hand, saying he's heard all about him and that he looks much better in person than in the news articles. Taken aback by the warm greeting, Shin-hyuk thinks to himself that this old man is surprisingly friendly. He accepts the handshake, feeling the raw power in the vice principal's grip. But in an instant, a jolt of pure energy floods his senses, leaving him completely stunned. His consciousness is thrown into an endless void, a cosmic sea of overwhelming mana. Hess adrift, realizing with dawning horror that this old man's power is as vast as space itself. Ma Bongpal watches with a quiet, knowing intensity, gauging the young instructor's limits. But his colleague, Kim Mandong, steps in, telling him to stop playing around. The pressure vanishes as Ma Bongpal laughs, apologizing for his little test, saying he was just curious. Shin-hyuk, still shaken, tries to play it cool and asks what this meeting is really about. Ma Bongpal suggests they move to a lounge for a more private discussion, and Seonhwa agrees. Just before they go, however, the vice principal turns back, saying he has one important question for him. Ma Bongpal asks why, if Shin-hyuk won the match, he gave the head instructor position to a rival school. Shin-hyuk coolly explains that his own school's teachers lacked spirit, all cowering before an A-rank opponent. The S-rank vice principal is left looking a little flustered, clearing his throat at the unexpectedly noble answer. But Kim Mandong isn't buying it, calling him out for relying on Shin-hyuk because he was too afraid to lose face. In a flash, the old man grabs Shin-hyuk, declaring it's time to go get that coffee he promised. He practically drags our boy down the hall, desperate to escape the conversation. Ma Bongpal watches them go, silently wondering how a mere B rank could possess such unnerving composure. He then turns to Seonhwa, addressing her not as a colleague, but as his niece. The powerful S-ranker holds up his hand, revealing his knuckles are scraped raw and bleeding. He quietly asks her for some healing, proving that his little test on Shin-hyuk came at a price. Finally, sitting down for that coffee, the two settle into a quiet cafe. Kim Mandong comments on the decent beans, but Shin Hyuk just smirks, saying it tastes better because it's a treat. With the pleasantries over, the old man gets to the real reason he dragged him here, the upcoming A-rank assessment. He asks if Shin Hyuk has prepared, but our boy casually admits he's been too busy with supplementary classes. The test, he's reminded, is a full-blown subjugation of an A-grade portal. Not only that, but Kim Mandong adds a critical detail. An S-rank hunter will be the main examiner. This is the first Shin Hyuk is hearing of it, and he immediately asks if the vice principal himself will be there. But Kim Mandong shakes his head. Since he recommended Shin Hyuk, it'd be a conflict of interest. Shin Hyuk lets out a sigh, wondering if it's that other vice principal, Ma Bong-pal. He just embarrassed. The old man scoffs at the idea, confirming it's not his friend Bong-pal, leaving the true identity a mystery. Seeing Shin Hyuk is about to leave, the old man finally gives him a single, cryptic hint. The S-rank examiner is someone related to one of his students. His mind races an S-rank hunter connected to a student. He immediately thinks of Sejin, and a recommendation letter reveals the name he dreaded to hear. Sword King Kim Dae-chan. In his office, Sejin's father calmly sips his drink, reviewing the file of his daughter's new instructor. A simple cup of coffee sits on the desk, a quiet moment before a major decision. The realization dawns on Shin Hyuk, so that's the connection he was talking about. Kim Mandong warns him that Dae-chan is infamous for his sharp tongue, and for failing almost everyone. Shin Hyuk isn't worried about fairness, and the old man agrees his skills are solid, adding that being Sejin's teacher should help. But seeing the vice principal's own unease, Shin Hyuk realizes this Sword King is even more formidable than he thought. He reflects that the Sword King's advice, while harsh, was secretly very helpful. He also gives credit to instructors like Kim Jong-hyun, who worked hard to keep the students safe. Thanks to their efforts, the students survived a brutal 3-day retreat. They were pushed to their limits with everything from mountain climbing to chemical warfare drills. Now, 3 days later, it's time for the supplementary class to begin. Shin Hyuk announces that with the assistants absent, they'll proceed with paired sparring matches. Before he can even finish, the CO twins are on their feet, practically vibrating with competitive energy. Their bloodlust is so thick he has to tell them to calm down, realizing something must have happened during the retreat. And indeed, one small but significant event did occur. Two of their classmates, Min-hee and Jin-soo, started dating, completely upending the group's dynamic. It all went down during the simulated helicopter rappel training. Jin-soo was next, looking green around the gills, but he swore he was ready. The drill instructor, sensing an opportunity, gave him one final, very specific order. And with a desperate, adrenaline-fueled roar, Jin-soo confessed his love for Jang Min-hee. He screamed his heart out all the way down, asking her to go out with him for everyone to hear. The instructor could only watch in disbelief, muttering that he meant for the kid to call out for his parents. Down below, Min-hee was completely frozen, her face burning with embarrassment. And that's how it happened. Shin Hyuk knew they were destined, but even he didn't predict a confession mid-air. Back in the present, Sejin cuts through the awkwardness, reminding them to keep romance out of training. With her sharp command, the sparring rotation kicks off, and the first pair clashes. Shin Hyuk watches with his arms crossed as the students, including Seo Yunseo, begin their drills. The sharp clang of training swords echoes through the hall, but as he observes, he can't help but think these kids are in terrible shape today. He gets why Min-hee and Jin-soo are a mess, but even the usually fierce twins are fighting stiffly. However, he knows the real issue lies with his top student. As he spars with Sejin, he's confused her attacks feel weak, almost weightless. She's already out of breath, accusing him of raising the difficulty, but he assures her it's the same as always. He knows he's leveled up, but he's certain he suppressed his power to match her level. With a single, effortless parry, he completely neutralizes her attack, stopping her cold. He looks her in the eye, explaining he fought by the book. She should have won. So what's her problem? Seo Unseo, slumped against the wall, admits she's not used to the counter style yet, but Shin Hyuk tells her that's not the real issue. The counter style isn't something you think about. It has to be an instinct, a reaction burned into your very soul through endless practice. He then announces a new hellish training plan. From now on, they will do nothing but counter drills. After dismissing the class, he calls out one student who has been far too quiet. He then shocks everyone by banning Sejin from all physical training, sparking cries of favoritism. But Min-hee quickly grabs her friend, pointing out that Sejin's stamina has tanked since the retreat. The girls realize she's right. Sejin has lost a noticeable amount of weight. She nervously denies it, blaming field practice and insisting she's perfectly fine. But Shin Hyuk sees right through it, noting the dark circles and her impossible schedule. She's destroying her own body. He lays it all out on top of her schoolwork. Her weekends are spent in brutal gate training at her father's guild. He tells her plainly that rest is just as important as training. And right now, these extra lessons are pointless. With her current skill set, he insists, she's practically guaranteed to win the upcoming tournament anyway. But Sejin just stares at the floor, her expression unreadable. Her friends watch from the side, a silent, shared worry passing between them. She finally looks up, her mouth twisting into a tight, determined smile. She insists that she's fine, but the exhaustion in her eyes tells a completely different story. Shin-hyuk stares back, not buying it for a second. He can see the lie plain as day. He relents, telling her to contact him if it gets too hard. She quickly agrees, just wanting the conversation to end. As she walks away, he can't help but feel a pang of pity. Any other student would be jumped at the chance to skip class. He dismisses class early, and the other students can't believe it. It's not even 6 yet. One student playfully teases that he's showing favoritism, so Sejin immediately sentences him to 10 extra laps. With that settled, Shin-hyuk turns to leave as the loudmouth begins his punishment. But the moment he's gone, Sejin feels a wave of dizziness, wondering if she overdid it. She takes off her glasses, and a sudden drop of blood splatters right onto the lens. Her friends, completely oblivious, are busy teasing each other about secret crushes. But Shin-hyuk suddenly stops, a chilling premonition forcing him to turn back around. His eyes widen in horror, his worst fears instantly confirmed. Sejin collapses to the floor, unconscious, as her friends scream out her name. He rushes her straight to the academy's infirmary. She's immediately hooked up to an IV. The steady drip, a quiet measure of her exhaustion. Vice Principal Kim Seonhwa assures him it's not serious, just a case of pushing her body past its limits. But she mentions something odd. Sejin was reciting training routines in her sleep. Shin-hyuk's hand tightens into a fist. He knew she was struggling, but he never imagined this. Seonhwa lists off the girl's murderous schedule classes, student council, and even clearing gates on weekends. But he knows the truth. This isn't just perfectionism, it's the crushing weight of her father's expectations. Just then, a weak voice calls out his title, and they both turn to see Sejin stirring. She immediately apologizes for blacking out, but Shin-hyuk just tells her to rest. Ignoring his advice, she's already asking for the time, her hand instinctively reaching for her glasses. She's barely conscious and already worried about a Monday assignment, prompting Seonhwa to ask if she should just use a sedative. Shin-hyuk deadpans that it's a good idea, but Sejin, putting on her glasses, reveals her real concern, an outside schedule all weekend. He instantly understands. No wonder, he thinks. She's planning to raid a portal. Her vision is still blurry. The fatigue is hitting her hard, but her mind is already on the next task. Both instructors immediately shut her down. There's no way she's going on a portal raid in this condition. Shin-hyuk cuts to the chase, asking if this is about her father, and offers to call him. Sejin looks utterly shocked. He explains that while he doesn't know him personally, he's scheduled to meet him this Sunday. Seonhwa clarifies for the confused girl. Shin-hyuk has his promotion exam, and her father is the examiner. Sejin's face falls. She appreciates the thought, but knows her father isn't the type to go easy on someone just for her sake. Having seen her finally get some rest thanks to an IV drip, Shin-hyuk thanks the doctor and quietly takes his leave. Still groggy from the IV, Sejin tries to push herself up, her mind a blur. But Shin-hyuk is right there to gently but firmly press her back down onto the bed. He tells her to stay put and leave the adults' business to the adults. She's still worried, though, concerned her father might give him a bad evaluation because of her. He pauses, wondering why he's taking such good care of her before landing on the perfect excuse. She's the student council president. He quizzes her on the school regulations, and she correctly recites the rule about prioritizing student safety. A sly grin spreads across his face. He has a very liberal interpretation of that rule. He argues that safety isn't just about protecting students from monsters or physical attacks. If something harms her health, even a trial organized by her own father, then, to him, that counts as a danger. Seonhwa can't help but laugh at his stretched logic. But Shin-hyuk just gets flustered and orders her to rest for 2 days, no arguments. With a confident smile, he promised Sejin he would ace the exam and handle everything perfectly. And just like that, Sunday arrived, the day of his A-rank promotion test. He finds himself standing before the massive Hunter Association building, wondering if this is some kind of power play. Suddenly, his phone buzzes in his pocket. It's a flood of supportive messages from his swordsmanship class, and a warm smile breaks across his face. Just then, a voice calls his name, remarking that he looks much better in person than on TV. A friendly-looking older man introduces himself as Park Hyun-seok, one of the A-rank examiners. Shin-hyuk quickly bows, introducing himself and noting that he's a bit early. He can't help but feel surprised. He expected uptight officials, not a guy with the vibe of a friendly neighborhood uncle. The examiner just laughs, explaining they'll head to the portal as soon as Hunter Kim Dae-chan arrives. The examiner directs him to the ground parking lot, where a shuttle bus is already waiting. Shin-hyuk heads off, thinking this actually saves him a trip for his license later. He rounds the corner and immediately spots the gathering. It's not just a small group, a whole crowd of hunters is already assembled. Every single one of them is clad in impressive gear, radiating an aura of raw power. The air is thick with ambition and the silent challenge of elite warriors. He can feel the intense atmosphere. These are all the A-rank hopefuls, and the pressure is palpable. An official with a clipboard quickly checks him in and assigns him seat number 2. His equipment is carefully loaded into the bus's storage compartment. Just as he turns to board, one of the blonde hunters from the crowd recognizes him and calls out respectfully. The other hopefuls immediately offer their greetings as a man with an immense presence steps onto the bus. Shin-hyuk, however, just stares, a jolt of recognition running through him. It can't be that Sejin's father, the legendary Sword King, Kim Dae-chan. The man confirms it himself, introducing his S-rank authority as the head examiner for today's test. A slow, knowing smile crosses Shin-hyuk's face. So, they finally meet. His confidence quickly vanishes, though, when the Sword King takes the empty seat right beside him, Shin-hyuk can barely contain his grimace. Of all the people, this is way too close for comfort. Kim Dae-chan, however, simply stares forward, his expression an unreadable mask of stone. As the bus begins its journey, our boy can only wonder why the man chose to sit right next to him. The atmosphere is already heavy with pressure, and Shin-hyuk is stuck in the most awkward seat imaginable. Internally, Shin-hyuk is screaming. The pressure is so intense he'd rather smash the window and jump out. The tense silence is finally broken as the Sword King confirms his identity. A nervous sweat drop rolls down Shin-hyuk's cheek as he admits, yes, that's him. Kim Dae-chan gets straight to the point, noting that Sejin missed her portal training on Shin-hyuk's unilateral command. Our boy doesn't even flinch, calmly confirming that it was indeed his decision. The Sword King warns him to stay out of her schedule, stating he only allowed the extra classes because she insisted. But Shin-hyuk hits back with a shocking revelation. Sejin collapsed from exhaustion and was sent to the infirmary. He explains that while the doctor found no major issues, he knew she needed more than a day's rest. Even without the extra lessons, a talent like Sejin could easily win the tournament, but she'd never stop on her own. He looks the S-rank hunter dead in the eye, questioning if he ever considered the crushing weight of her duties. She's a human first. The Sword King processes this, admitting he had no idea his daughter had collapsed. He even concedes his own negligence. And for a moment, Shin-hyuk thinks his words have landed. But then comes the twist. The solution isn't rest, it's more stamina training. He agrees to cancel the extra classes, but it's clear he's completely missed the point. In his mind, Sejin just lacked the necessary stamina, and he'll handle it from here, warning Shin-hyuk to back off. Our boy is left utterly speechless as the S-rank hunter shuts down the conversation. The bus carrying the examiners then pulls away, leaving him to stew in his frustration. It plows straight through a security gate, making Shin-hyuk seriously question the man's sanity. After a 40-minute drive, they arrive at the imposing site of the A-rank portal. Led by Kim Dae-chan, the group enters the shimmering gate, and Shin-hyuk follows close behind. Shin-hyuk puts the issue with Sejin aside. For now, he has to focus on the exam. He steps through the shimmering blue gateway, his expression hardening. The world on the other side resolves into a vast, sun-bleached desert. He's dealt with this terrain before, but he can see the other examinees are already on edge. The lead examiner, Kim Dae-chan, cracks his knuckles, announcing he's dropping the formalities for efficiency. He gathers the group, his presence as imposing as the massive sword on his back. Since this is a 1-0-person portal, he explains, the examiners will be joining the fight. He quickly runs down their party composition, a mix of mages, ranged fighters, and close combat specialists. Shin-hyuk immediately analyzes their formation. With the examiners at range, the vanguard will fall to him or the other martial artist. And just like that, Dae-chan gives the order. Kang Shin, Hyuk, and another hunter, Park Jae-hee, are to take the front. Dae-chan lays down the final rule. This is an uncharted A-rank portal, so they must proceed with extreme caution. With his words hanging in the air, the assessment officially begins. But Shin-hyuk isn't waiting for an invitation. He steps forward, deciding to take the lead himself. He closes his eyes and unleashes a massive wave of spiritual energy, flooding the entire desert. His senses ripple outwards, instantly detecting life signs a full 500 meters away. While the other hunters are already sweating and struggling with the oppressive heat, Shin-hyuk is perfectly calm. He turns to Park Jae-hee, pointing towards a distant sand dune and stating that's where the monsters are. The commotion gets the attention of the lead examiner, who calls out from the back, demanding to know what's going on. Dae-chan is immediately skeptical, questioning how they could possibly know when the dune is far outside of normal mana scan range. Another hunter scoffs that he's exaggerating, but Shin-hyuk just sighs, already missing the days of working with a team that actually trusted him. Dae-chan decides to check it out, thinking he can just dock points if it's all a bluff. But Shin-hyuk calmly tells him there's no need to go anywhere, knowing the S-ranker has sensed it too. The monsters have been charging them at full speed this entire time, and just like that, a massive A-rank red giant scorpion erupts from the sand right before them. The other hunters freeze, their faces etched with shock and disbelief at the sudden ambush. These beasts are notorious for their tough shells, magic resistance, and a poison that kills in minutes. The dread deepens as they realize it's not just one, they're completely surrounded by 4 of them. The lead examiner Dae-chan immediately takes command, ordering the group into a battle formation. Shin-hyuk instantly claims the right flank, while a determined blonde hunter volunteers for the left. And before the orders even finish sinking in, Shin-hyuk is already a blur, rocketing towards his target. The red giant scorpion swings its massive pincer, aiming to crush him in a single blow. But Shin-hyuk sidesteps the clumsy attack with almost insulting ease. He calmly assesses the beast, noting it's far slower than an ogre. The others should be fine. The monster's barbed tail whips around for a follow-up strike, a blur of deadly crimson. But as it attacks, a spider web of cracks suddenly appears across its armored face. The scorpion finally registers the pain, letting out a piercing shriek as the delayed damage sets in. Shin-hyuk grips his sword, impressed by the monster's tough shell but unfazed. He could wait for magic support, but then again, there are bonus points for a solo kill. A brilliant flash of blue energy erupts from his blade, striking the weakened point with perfect accuracy. With a single, fluid motion, he cuts straight through the A-rank monster, ending the fight before it truly began. The blade sings through the air, a clean and final arc of destruction. Shin-hyuk walks away as the 2 halves of the giant scorpion thump uselessly to the ground. The other examinees can only stare, completely dumbfounded. Did he just cut it in 2? This B-rank hunter soloed an A-rank monster like it was nothing. She thinks he's insane. Even one of the senior examiners looks on, a smug little smile playing on his lips. But the lead examiner, Kim Dae-chan, approaches the corpse with a different energy entirely. A flicker of genuine interest crosses his face. So, this is the kid he's heard about. He recalls seeing Kang Shin-hyuk's name on the list of examinees, but didn't think much of it. It wasn't until someone mentioned his daughter's schoolteacher that he made the connection. And he had no plans to show this punk any favors, not after his classes ruined Sejin's weekend training. His first impression of Kang Shin-hyuk was not a good one. He looked like a pretty boy, a gigolo without a single manly bone in his body. All Dae-chan could think about was the news that his daughter Sejin had collapsed, and this was the teacher responsible for it. He dismissed him as an arrogant, third-rate instructor who only preached about principles. But standing here now, watching the aftermath, he had to admit he was completely wrong. The kid had used his mana to sense the monster from a huge distance and then cut it down like a vegetable. Dae-chan grits his teeth, thinking of that old man, Kim Mandong. So this is why he's been so full of himself lately. It was all because of this guy. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk just scratches his head, a little worried. Did he end that too quickly? Shin-hyuk muses that no one else has finished their fight yet, wondering why the lead examiner is staring at him so intensely. His gaze falls on a martial artist struggling against a monster with a tough exoskeleton. She can't use aura, a terrible matchup. With a desperate shout, she puts all of her strength into one last punch. But her attack barely makes a dent, fizzling out against the creature's armored shell. She recoils in frustration, her knuckles bruised and her spirit sinking. The monster, however, is still haunted by the memory of Shin-hyuk slicing its kin apart with a single, impossible strike. It turns its rage on the helpless hunter, snagging her in its massive claw. But in a flash, a clean sword strike severs the pincer, freeing her in an instant. Dazed, the blonde hunter looks up, completely bewildered by her sudden rescue. It's Kang Shin-hyuk, standing over her as if it was nothing, leaving her utterly speechless. From the backline, the mages finally unleash their spell, the examiner screaming for the fighters to get clear. A torrent of crackling energy slams into the scorpion, engulfing it in a storm of ice and lightning. Watching from afar, the lead examiner Kim Dae-chan gives a partial pass. Freezing magic was a good call, but he scoffs in disappointment. The lightning portion of the attack was a complete failure. He disqualifies the frontline tanks on the spot for failing to hold the line, their weapons shattered from incompetence. Meanwhile, the blonde hunter approaches Shin-hyuk, offering a sincere apology for doubting him earlier. He just smiles, telling her not to worry. It's a normal reaction when you can't sense what he can. Completely won over, she gives a sharp salute, promising to follow his lead without question. But elsewhere, the harsh reality of the exam continues as Kim Dae-chan dismisses another group of failures. He ruthlessly sends them out of the portal, not willing to risk dead weight in a dangerous A-rank gate. But just as the test seems to be settling, a cold sweat runs down Shin-hyuk's face. His unique senses flare to life, showing him a horrifying truth. They are completely surrounded. The blonde hunter, bless her heart, just asks if he needs to find a bathroom. From his perch, however, the S-rank examiner Kim Dae-chan's eyes go wide. He can't believe it, that kid is sensing the mana flow perfectly, even faster than him. Other hunters are finally starting to feel it too, a suffocating pressure from all sides. Putting it all together, Shin-hyuk roars a warning for everyone to watch out below. A senior hunter looks around, confused what could possibly be below them in this desert. The ground begins to violently shake and crack apart beneath their feet, and the horrifying realization dawns. It wasn't an army of monsters, it was one single, colossal beast. The other hunters can only scream, their faces twisted in pure, unadulterated terror. A colossal shadow bursts from the sand, a B-rank Shadow Reaper with terrifying power. But that's just the opening act for the A-rank Great Sandworm, the disaster of the desert. From his vantage point, S-rank examiner Kim Dae-chan's expression hardens, and Shin-hyuk, the one who saw it all coming, meets the challenge with a grim resolve. But far away from the life-or-death struggle, a kettle whistles in a quiet kitchen. Vice Principal Kim Seonhwa casually asks her father if he thinks Mr. Kang is doing all right. Her father replies with absolute certainty that the talent he recommended will pass with ease. She asks if Shin-hyuk could ever be as strong as him, and her father's gaze turns serious. He's capable of even more. But, he adds, beyond A-rank there's an essential talent required, leaving Seonhwa to wonder what he could possibly mean. Her father explains that when facing a true irregular, a B-rank hunter's instinct is to flee without a second thought. An A-rank, however, understands their duty, remembering their role and maintaining the formation. He notes that these are traits you can't test for, qualities that only reveal themselves in a genuine crisis. So then, what about an S-rank hunter? His answer is simple. They eliminate the cause of the crisis itself. While calmly pouring tea, he elaborates that if you remove the source, the crisis simply ceases to exist. Back in the desert, that very source of crisis, the Great Sandworm, is the only thing that matters. And according to him, the rare eccentrics who think this way, they are the true seedlings of S-rank hunters. Shin-hyuk embodies this philosophy, his blade igniting with a torrent of brilliant blue spiritual power. But he's not alone, as another hunter beside him unleashes a blinding, golden sword aura. A storm of blue and gold light erupts, a whirlwind of slashes tearing into the colossal beast. The examiners watching from the sidelines can't believe what they're seeing. Even the seasoned hunters are left completely speechless by the raw display of power. But for Shin-hyuk, this fight triggers a memory of a much more personal, bloody confrontation. A memory of Kim Dae-chan, declaring he has no intention of raising a weak daughter. Shin-hyuk had argued, unable to accept his brutal methods, only for Dae-chan to challenge him to do it instead. The S-rank hunter promised he wouldn't force his daughter Sejin anymore. Instead, he would give Shin-hyuk full responsibility for making her win the championship. Shin-hyuk agreed, but on one condition. What happens if he fails? Dae-chan's eyes glinted with a terrifying proposal. If Sejin fails, Shin-hyuk must take responsibility by becoming his son-in-law. The sheer audacity of the demand sends a wave of silent, murderous fury through Shin-hyuk. That furious expression is now immortalized on his brand new A-rank hunter license. The memory follows him everywhere, a simmering rage he can't even wash off in the shower. Sleep offers no escape, as the absurd proposal haunts his every waking moment. Back at the academy, his students can't help but notice his dark, simmering intensity. Sejin approaches, asking what he's thinking about. He can only think of her father. Meanwhile, the twins get a look at his new ID, joking that he looks horribly constipated. The memory flashes back to Dae-chan, a bloody grin on his face as he repeats the condition. Head threatens Shin-hyuk. Join his guild, or take his hands off Sejin's training. But Shin-hyuk barely heard the words, consumed by a pure, visceral hatred for the man. A man who used his own daughter as a recruitment tool. Fine. Shin-hyuk clenches his fist. He just has to make her win. With a bloody smirk, Shin-hyuk informs Dae-chan that he has a condition of his own. His eyes blazing, he challenges the S-rank hunter to a duel of honor. Back in the present, he calmly calls out to Sejin. She's stunned, asking how on earth he got her father to agree to the schedule changes she just heard about. Shin-hyuk just shrugs, saying they got along fine, though internally he admits he's never met a man so stubborn. He then smiles brightly, announcing another parent-teacher meeting where he plans to personally beat up her dad. Sejin thanks him, but she's still worried, wondering how such a difficult man could have a daughter like her. But he just brushes it off, declaring that special training starts now, and she eagerly agrees to do her best. The reason for this urgency is her next opponent, the one who defeated her at the last tournament, Bianca Lowell. And she's not just some random prodigy. She's the daughter of Conrad Lowell, one of the 10 stars, and the world's strongest hunter. The Lowell family crest alone speaks of their legacy, a prestigious and powerful line of swordsmen. Shin-hyuk grips the wheel, knowing this is a huge problem. If Bianca were just a swordswoman, it might be manageable. But she's a magic knight, a prodigy who wields both sword and sorcery with terrifying skill. Her magic isn't just for show. It's on par with an A-rank hunter, earning her the title Second Coming of Merlin back in England. He sighs, leaning back in his seat. Even in a fair rematch, Sejin's odds of winning are practically zero. Realizing he needs a trump card, Shin-hyuk enters the spiritual realm to find the one person who might have an answer. His master. The old man is unimpressed, asking if he thinks a master is just a personal problem solver, but Shin-hyuk immediately prostrates himself, begging for help. He then reveals his ultimate bargaining chip, a massive collection of rare and expensive green bamboo leaf liquor. The master's stern expression instantly breaks, flustered by the sheer quality of the bribe and the promise of fried chicken to go with it. But after a moment's thought, the old man smiles, saying that before anything else, he's been craving some perilla ramen. Shin-hyuk breathes a sigh of relief. His master isn't mad. He sets up a laptop, telling the old man to watch while he boils the water. The master leans forward, his initial grumpiness replaced by genuine curiosity. On the screen, a highlight reel begins, showcasing the formidable swordswoman, Bianca Lowell. He asks who this powerful foreigner is, and Shin-hyuk explains she's last year's champion and his student's opponent. The master notes that the fights seem incredibly one-sided, almost as if she barely has to try. With a grim look, Shin-hyuk confirms his master's suspicion while preparing the ramen. He reveals the shocking truth. Every single one of Bianca's tournament matches ended in less than 5 minutes. She's not just a rookie. She's a world-famous prodigy, a monster in her own right. Elites from every corner of the globe have tried and failed to devise a strategy against her overwhelming power. This is because the genius has been using moving casting, a legendary technique, since she was only 10 years old. She can nullify her opponent's skills with high-speed casting while simultaneously launching her own attacks. Before they can even react, the fight is already over. Every single match is a one-sided slaughter, an absolute domination. Shin-hyuk lays out the grim reality. Bianca is easily above A rank, while his student Sejin is a B rank at best. With less than 2 months until the tournament, he tells his master they need a drastic solution. The master strokes his chin, admitting that from the video alone, they're on entirely different levels. For a second, Shin-hyuk worries this might be a problem even his master can't solve, but the old man just scoffs. He turns, a glint in his eye, and offers a simple, insane idea. What if he took Sejin as his disciple? Shin-hyuk is left speechless. Martial arts? Against a prodigy spellcaster like her? The master explains there's only one way to suppress a mage: overwhelm their magic with superior sword energy. His master prods him, reminding him that as a master, he should already see the inherent weaknesses of magic. A memory flashes in Shin-hyuk's mind. He's considered teaching her before. After all, martial arts transformed his own mediocre body into that of a peerless master. But that's exactly why he's so reluctant. It's the very source of his power, his greatest secret. He looks up, asking if his master is truly okay with him passing on these techniques to someone else. The old man just scoffs at his foolishness, stating he didn't choose his disciple blindly. Just as he chose Shin-hyuk, it is now Shin-hyuk's right to choose his own student. A flicker of resolve appears in Shin-hyuk's eyes, but his master isn't done yet, stoking his curiosity. He reminds Shin-hyuk that Sejin is a genius with a massive, raw reserve of untapped energy. If all that raw power were converted into refined internal energy, just what kind of monster would be born? The question hangs in the air, but back in the real world, Sejin opens her eyes to a startling new reality. She can see with perfect clarity, and the only explanation is the bitter concoction Shin-hyuk gave her. A quiet resolve settles over her as she contemplates the change. With less than 2 months until the tournament, she tosses her now useless glasses aside. Time flies, and soon, the grand stage of the National Martial Arts Tournament is set. Inside, the ring of steel echoes as 2 fighters clash in a blur of motion. The crowd can only watch in stunned silence, their minds struggling to keep up. One swordsman is immediately put on the defensive, a flurry of strikes overwhelming him. He barely manages to parry, gritting his teeth against the brutal, unrelenting assault. His blade trembles, the sheer force behind the attack threatening to shatter his guard completely. He can't believe it. Is this girl really just another student like him? But Shin Sejin feels the power flowing through her, calm and utterly confident. Watching from the stands, Shin-hyuk smirks. She's this strong already, and he hasn't even taught her proper martial arts yet. With a mighty spin, she unleashes an attack that carves through the air. Her opponent's face twists in pure terror as his sword is ripped from his grasp. She follows through without hesitation, landing a crushing blow that ends the match instantly. The announcer calls it, Park Ye-dam is down, and Kim Sejin is the victor. In the crowd, her friends go wild, screaming her name, having never doubted her for a second. Shin-hyuk, however, feels a pang of disappointment. Aside from one other, all his students have been eliminated. Suddenly, another of his students, Seo Un-seo, looks on in shock, wondering why someone is emerging from that direction. Another of his students is flabbergasted, wondering if the matchmaking was a cruel joke. As it turns out, the random pairings had been brutal, pitting his own students against each other. Even those who didn't face a classmate were outmatched, like Min-hee, who fell to a powerful third year. Yoon-soo fought with everything she had, but she too faced a bitter, hard-fought defeat. Still, Shin-hyuk is nothing but proud. For first years, their performance was a massive achievement. His other students can only agree, admitting that Sejin is just in a league of her own. One of them approaches to thank him for his guidance, asking if he'll stay to watch the finals. But he calmly turns her down, explaining that he has somewhere else he needs to be. With a slight, knowing smile, he walks away, leaving his confused students behind. And that somewhere else turns out to be a parent-teacher conference with the S-rank hunter, Kim Dae-chan. Before leaving, Shin-hyuk had reassured Sejin, telling her she was more than strong enough to win this on her own. But he saw right through her, knowing her real worry was about the World Hunter Competition Union. He gives her a simple mission: win the tournament, and hell give her the solution she's looking for. With a playful flick to her forehead, he tells his disciple to have that trophy ready for his return. The scene is now set for the grand finals, with Sejin on the verge of a historic third consecutive championship. Before the match, she gives a calm and collected interview, the picture of a seasoned champion. The reporter asks if any opponent has even come close to challenging her throughout the tournament. Sejin's answer is simple: no one in particular, a response that radiates pure, unshakable confidence. The reporter changes her line of questioning, focusing on a potential win and qualification for the WHCU. She brings up the painful memory of last year's tournament, where Sejin was eliminated by the champion, Bianca. Meanwhile, Kang Shin-hyuk arrives at a private lounge, greeted warmly by a powerful-looking figure. Sejin admits that back then, her frustration came from simply not being strong enough. But this time, she declares with absolute certainty, things will be different because of her teacher. As she speaks, Shin-hyuk makes his way through the building, his destination clear. Now in the arena, facing her final opponent, her focus shifts to the championship before her. She came here to win, she says, and she intends to do it alongside her teacher. But his arrival is immediately met with a cold welcome from Kim Dae-chan, who mocks him for even showing up. Dae-chan offers him a chance to beg for forgiveness, but Shin-hyuk coldly tells him to save it. In a flashback, we see Dae-chan's only worry was that this A-rank hunter would be too proud to accept his duel. The rules were simple. The fight ends when one of them is unconscious or surrenders. And the stakes, laid out by Dae-chan himself. If he wins, Shin-hyuk becomes his son-in-law. But if Shin-hyuk wins, Dae-chan must never interfere with the academy again, a deal our boy accepts instantly. Back in the present, the S-rank hunter arrogantly grants him the first move, completely assured of his victory. Shin-hyuk calmly agrees, his hand resting on his sword as a faint blue aura begins to glow. Dae-chan scoffs internally, ready to see what this arrogant kid thinks he can possibly do. And then Shin-hyuk shows him, unleashing a powerful spirit warrior from the very steel of his blade.